We've already sent 2 teams to the major in Montreal, and tonight it's about time to add a third, or depending on wherever you are in the world at this particular moment. South Korea is still looking for a team that can advance super far through a major, but the first step is getting a team or 2 to get there in the first place. We've got 2 matches up on deck tonight. One of them is going to send one directly through, and the other is going to determine what the LCQ seedings look like going forward. Welcome to the grand final day of the South Korean League for Rainbow Six. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. Tonight, we only have really one goal. We just got to figure out whether it's PSG Talon, the favorites who have been in South Korea, like lighting it up for the past couple of months, or if D+ have the possibility of coming back and proving that they can represent South Korea at internationals once again. I'm joined yet again by a pair of guys I haven't had the chance to talk to in a hot minute, Demo and Exatroika. Gentlemen, it's been a second. How you been? How's South Korea been? Like, dude, Demo, regale me, bro. How's it been?
It kind of got to the point, Jacob, where after the first couple of play days, I understood what this league's about, and I've just accepted it for what it is. I think that's the best way to sum it up.
Cool. You got just a couple days in and decided, I don't need to see any more of it. I already have an idea. Cool.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's South Korea League, right? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that go on here, Jacob, and I think there's probably a reason why we've had so many hosts for this, because people just keep losing their mind and disappearing. Like, Milosh, where has he gone?
Why am I still here, by the way? I've been here for 3 days.
I think he's just lost his mind. Well,
I don't know what's going on either.
You've literally not left that position.
Has he even changed his shirt or anything? Is it the exact same as it's always been?
Right. Steady on, Jacob. Of course, I'm going to change his shirt.
Just doing a double check, dude. South Korea, obviously, there's still an LCQ that we have to go through in the event that teams are not able to qualify here, but the bracket concludes as thus. D+ Ski and PSG Talon will be in our grand finals later on in just a couple of hours. FEARX and MIR have a third place match to decide seeding for said LCQ, plus a little bit of a monetary difference. We start with that matchup, then head to grands. This is ultimately the culmination of a stage, and I don't know about you, gents, but I mean, Ollie, I'm a little sad FEARX didn't make the grand final, considering how hot they seemed to be when this stage began.
Yeah, FEARX, they've had a very weird stage, haven't they? You know, one of the big 3 teams that's struggled the most against some of the lesser competition, but still managing to get that second place in the regular stage and just not having it, you know, not having it in the bag when it really matters. I think, you know, D+ just sort of found a way yesterday. It wasn't particularly pretty, but they did manage to get the job done, and FEARX, I think, you know, they'll be kicking themselves over that fixture because we know them to be a team that's very capable at the moment.
Demo, any thoughts?
Today, I think you kind of look at it from a surface of, yes, the first game doesn't really have that much context in terms of, you know, getting spots. It's just for the seeding, but I think for both of those teams who'd lost yesterday, it's more about momentum more than anything, just going into next week knowing, okay, technically we finished 3rd place. That's really good. We just build that momentum now, and we'll see if we can take the final spot next week.
Yeah, of the 2 teams that played in the semifinals, the question of, are you going to have any momentum, or are you going to come into that matchup cold if you were one of the top 2 seeds? It went both ways. PSG Talon had a bye and won their game against MIR. D+ didn't have a bye, had to go through the quarterfinals, and instead got their matchup against FEARX and won 2-0. So, I mean, the other question is, are there going to be any series that actually advance to a 3rd map? That might be something that gets decided in this one. But we start with FEARX and MIR Gaming. One side was one of the top 2 teams in the league, and the other was a team that had a couple of imports, 2 gentlemen that you both are very familiar with at this stage. And surprisingly, now we both find them here in 3rd place, despite stages that I swear could have gone even better than they actually did. And I'm not really sure how this goes, Ollie.
Yeah, I think, you know, MIR Gaming are going to look at this, and I think it's a great foundational year from them, or great foundational stage, should we say. Obviously, with Blur and Sloth coming in, there's a lot of pressure on this roster, and it's very much a talisman team. If Sloth does well, the team does well. If he doesn't, then the team does tend to struggle a little bit. They really don't eat things easy for themselves, and we've seen that demonstrated in, you know, some of the games that they've had that have gone potentially a little bit longer than they needed to. Their last 2, you know, games in the regular stage went to an overtime, and they didn't really have too much business going to an OT. I think those are fixtures that in the future this MIR game roster will be shutting out pretty quickly and getting the win in regulation and leaving themselves in a better position. Yesterday against Talon, you know, they just came up against a better side, really, and it's going to be that baptism of fire almost when you come up against a side like PSG Talon that have just, you know, stormed their way through the entire league. I think the result was fairly inevitable, unfortunately. But for MIR Gaming, you know, look at this game that they've got on the hands today. They did well against FEARX in the regular stage. It was a 7-4 win. So, you know, if they can repeat that, why not?
Yeah, Demo, I'm curious what you think of both guys that got brought in on this roster as well. It's a bold move to bring in 2 guys from a continent that you don't even play on originally. Sloth's still the highest rated player in the league, but Blur is a bottom 10 comparatively. How do you think both of those guys have shaped up on this team?
I mean, you say risk of bringing in foreign imports. I think that's the way you have to go. You look at really the way all of the regions have went, bar, of course, Brazil. You know, they've all been able to pull in, you know, external factors, may not be in the coaching staff. Obviously, we're seeing it in players here inside of Korea. Sloth yesterday, I don't think he could do much more the way he played. Spoke to him yesterday. He said he felt that he played well. He called well. He just said, I don't know what more I can do. And I said to him, mate, it's your team needs to step up and help you. You know, Sloth is playing out of his skin as best as he can. It's, you know, to step up for his side and try and get these wins, but it's not enough. And I think everyone else on his team needs to take a hard, long look at themselves and think, yeah, we need to help this guy. MIR Gaming on that first map against PSG Talon, I think they choked about 3 rounds that they probably should have won. We very easily could have seen the 3rd map in that series, but MIR Gaming, it's those mid-round problems that they seem to always have. It's still coming back in to bite them. Look, PSG Talon, you know, played really well yesterday. All things considering, their labs was very, very good. That was always going to go their way, but really the skyscraper, it was there for MIR Gaming, but it just kept tossing rounds just out the window for no reason. So I think for MIR Gaming, they need to all step up. They need to help Sloth. We know that he's going to deliver because he has been really consistent this stage as well. It's not just been a hot and cold moment. He's always been there. Yeah, like you mentioned as well, Blur. He's someone who has kind of gone missing. I expect a lot more from Blur.
Not just because he's a former hammer lifter in his own regard, but there's still something to be said for a team that didn't have nearly as much time as a lot of other teams in Korea would have had to get their act together when you bring in 2 players, again, from a completely other region. I think the sort of result that they got here is probably better than expected, winning their last 4 games of the round robin, winning their first games in playoffs, but then when you face an upper echelon team in PSG Talon, that's just kind of where the rubber meets the road. Flip side for FEARX, different story. They were gonna bring another player into the stage, weren't able to until the very last second, yet didn't play with him last night, and in this case, they're still going to ride the hot hand. Nova is in the chair, Jax still isn't playing. Demo, is this the right call, or would you bring Jax in because he's now finally with the rest of the team?
I literally seen Jax stand behind Rin yesterday, and I looked at FEARX play, and I was like, Jax, get in there. You know what I mean? They needed help. Like, they lost a D+. I think the majority of people kind of predicted that FEARX would beat D+ yesterday, but yeah, it just wasn't good enough. I think Jax, I'm really surprised. He's in Korea. Just toss him in. Like, what harm's it going to do?
I mean, they're at the point where they've had a fairly successful stage up until this point. You know, there's been a couple of hiccups and stuff. So I kind of understand the thought process of not, you know, just having Jax come in at the last minute and see if they can try and replicate something. But, you know, realistically, you know, when they're losing up against D+, and in the manner that they lost as well, you know, the Night Heaven Labs was so close. The bank, I mean, a 7-4 to D+, it's not a particularly close game. You know, there's maybe an argument to say throw him in. I think certainly for a 3rd place match, get him in, give him a chance, let him stretch his legs.
It certainly would be more of a problem if they were swapping out like a Rin or a Good Boy, but both of those guys are still within the top 5. There's no reason for... I mean, if Nova was performing in the top 5 and then you swapped him out, then that might be a bit problematic. But as far as FEARX is concerned, one thing I also noticed is they're not very plant-oriented, or at least they haven't won most of their rounds that way. It's the smallest stat in the league for actually getting case down. So does that just mean attacks are erratic and all over the place, or do they have a structure and it just doesn't involve getting diffuser down, Ollie? Have you seen that much?
I mean, I think they're in a position where they don't necessarily need always to get the plant down.
They're Brazil style, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very chaotic. You know, they're very like go in and execute, find a gap, and look to try and hit it. And again, don't forget, you know, it's difficult to sort of pinpoint that here in Korea because, you know, you look at FEARX going up against a team like Blossom or something like that. it's or August, it's almost not a fight, you know, because those teams are so far off the pace when you compare them to a team like FEARX. So the stats from that then get really heavily diluted, and maybe they would have a few more plants if it was a bit more tricky out there. But it's not something that they're looking to use as their win condition at the moment.
Yeah, fair play. FEARX at this point, through the best of ones, looked fantastic, only dropped the one game. In best of threes, only experience so far was D+, and that's obviously where things fell off the roof. But I think for FEARX, so long as you're able to get, there's not a huge turnaround time between now and the LCQ, so if you're able to take anything away from this series, is this just a pure experimental time frame in order to try stuff out for the LCQs, or are you just going to keep on playing the same way you have and make sure that LCQs you don't leave anything up to chance? What do you think, Demo?
Probably the latter, I think, out of it. I just think you go in, you play your Siege. As well for FEARX, there's obviously more than just qualifying, you know, qualifying positions for the LCQ. There's a little bit of SI points as well. You never know. FEARX are obviously a team which have been to the major, so they've been able to get a decent amount of points that way. So for them, it's every little point counts. If they don't make the major, keep in mind, you know, very similar to kind of what we've had with Bleed. You know, Bleed made the major, haven't made it this time around, so they're really relying on those SI points, you know, being able to see them through without them qualifying for this major. So I think the same could be said for FEARX, is they need as many points as they can if they don't qualify.
It's also a matchup between the number 1 and number 2 players in the league right now. That's Sloth and Rin, which is crazy that we're saying that, and it's not a head-to-head that we're seeing in the context of a grand final. Sloth has been playing out of his mind, and I'm loving that the translation from one region to another clearly looks like it's doing something for him. It's the best he's ever looked in terms of any stages ever played in, but it's also much different from European competition. So whether Rin is able to step up to him today, I mean, last time they played, Sloth was 16-8, and Rin wasn't really able to follow up nearly as much, so I'm curious what the rematch looks like, Ollie.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? You know, you've got the two best players in the league playing in a third place match, not in the grand final. Does that tell you that, you know, the better teams have got more of an all-round team performance, potentially? But at least it's going to be an exciting game of Siege, because we're going to get to watch two people that have been really popping off all stage go at each other. You know, I think you look at this and you think the problem that I've got with it is that Sloth hasn't always been on his own in what he's been doing. I know that we've given MIR a bit of a hard time, but I think about someone like Baguette, who has assisted him really nicely, and in some games gone toe-to-toe with him and kept up with the pace. And likewise on the side of Rin, you look and you think, you know, players on the side of FEARX have gone out there and given a really good showing for themselves. You know, players like Good Boy or Mephi, you know, on the day have been, you know, huge and impactful players. So it's nice that we get to, like, you know, shed a light on the talismans, but I think both of these teams have got people to watch out for.
Let's do an update on maps for this best of 3. Again, third place game that matters for monetary perspectives and for SI points and for LCQ seeding. Last time they played on Play Day 4, that was a 7-4 for MIR on Cafe behind that Sloth effort. But Cafe off the board, FEARX's second ban, opting not to go for a rematch, and instead we have an entirely new slate. I don't know what we're getting other than Clubhouse. Hell yeah, give me a staple, dude. I'm never going to say no to more Club.
Yeah, pretty standard map, isn't it? You expect to see in a best of 3 these days, especially with both of these teams. You can see the bans as well. I think MIR Gaming have been pretty smart. They've immediately banned the labs where they didn't look great against PSG Talent yesterday, and then they also banned Lair with FEARX. You know, they've played this stage. It was in the first play day, and they won that 7-1. So FEARX obviously have looked like a good Lair team, and certainly I think with the play style MIR Gaming have, I think you stay away from the bigger maps. So certainly Lair and Labs, great bans for them. Club, again, it's going to favor both teams. Bank's an interesting one, because we cast it, Ollie, FEARX on Bank a couple of play days ago, and they were ferocious. Like, they were hot on the money. So I think MIR Gaming have went for a big risk picking into that.
Yeah, it was a scary bank, wasn't it? They looked incredible. The Clubhouse pick coming through, as we've mentioned, sort of very staple, but I think for MIR Gaming, that bank choice is it's fairly bold. I think, yeah, and that's where the series... Do I dare say the series could be won or lost on that map?
They'll be happy with Sky. MIR Gaming more than happy with Sky.
I think they will be. I think, you know, Sky's a good map for them, and they've shown that they've got a very good understanding of the map as well. They showed us that on Thursday at this point in their game. So yeah, a bit of a different pacing sort of best of 3 as well there. You know, We've got something very well known, very run-of-the-mill in the Clubhouse. And that's something that MIR have really sort of shied away from. It's one of their most banned maps at this point. They've banned it 6 times across the stage. So, you know, not something that they're looking to really go to all too often. Fairly well banned out for FEARX as well. They've banned it 6 times. So it's one that teams are banning, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's ones that teams aren't willing to go to.
I love how Demo makes the point about MIR not going for big maps and then immediately picks into Bank. So whether they're playing the chaotic card or not.
You know, like new big maps. That's probably should have categorized it a little bit better.
There you go.
Bank. It's been here for ages.
No, he's spitting. He's not wrong. It's Clubhouse, Bank into Skyscraper if we require it. I also don't disagree with the notion that you need to have a basic understanding of Clubhouse to a point where almost no matter what happens, you can make a pretty flawless transition into Bank, where that is where the series is probably going to pick up just because of the way both maps play out. Not even necessarily the way that both teams play both maps, just how both maps in general are meant to go. Should be a good series on deck. Again, this is for 3rd place, FEARX and MIR, and I kind of think we've run out of specific things to mention at this point.
Not a lot in these two teams in terms of the matchup, really, if you think about it. 15 kills difference. Very similar kills per round. Very similar cost. I think, you know, I enjoyed watching these two teams play last time, Demo. The map that which was the map that they played on when they faced each other? It was a cafe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was that was
Sloth Life game.
Very, very much Sloth Life game, and that was almost the start of the sort of wobble for FEARX, wasn't it? Because then we saw him go on a couple of weeks after and lose to D+, and then it was, you know, a very strong finish from them in the end of the stage, beating PSG Talent and denying PSG of that flawless stage. But that just goes to show for me that, you know, FEARX, they're the weakest side in that top 3. I think they've shown the most weakness across the course of the stage. And if MIR can, you know, sort of get a sniff of that and really sort of dig in, I wouldn't be surprised to see the same result again. But then the flip side is FEARX going to let that happen because they don't want to lose twice to this team.
I kind of look at that MIR Gaming FEARX game that we cast it, and don't forget as well, like MIR Gaming had already opened up with 2 losses to D+ and PSG Talon, and then going into FEARX, we kind of like just counted them out from the get. We're like, yeah, they're not going to beat FEARX. You know, they've proven that they can't fight against the big team. They're not going to be able to do it, and they go and beat FEARX, and then all of a sudden it's FEARX who were on even points, even round difference with D+ and PSG Talon, all of a sudden fell out of the pack, and then we really questioned FEARX. But look, they were able to kick on. You know, to be fair with FEARX, they won both of their best of ones against the other 2 big teams. So it was a really weird league from FEARX because they kind of made us doubt them, but then they brought it back. So yeah, obviously that loss against D+ was, well, that's the kicker. The best of ones are one thing, Ollie. You can play your best of one, sure, but it's the best of 3s that qualifies you for the major. Yeah.
And MIR Gaming so far, they've taken to the best of 3s relatively well. You know, they've beat Webble. It was a great series against Webble. It was hard fought in both maps. And then they've come up against PSG Talon, the best team in the league. So it's difficult to judge them based off that, in my opinion, at least. FEARX were in the hot seat in that semi-final spot because they came second and immediately, you know, skipped out on those quarterfinals. Now, it's all well and good doing that, but you've got to perform when you get there. They didn't perform, and they've already dropped down into that 3rd place. So this is only FEARX's 2nd game, whereas it's MIR Gaming's 3rd so far in the playoffs.
If both D+ and PSG Talon have already proven that they are the upper echelon in this league, then it's all about using this game for preparation heading into the last chance qualifier. Again, one of those top 2 teams is not going to the major based on that grand final result, so no matter what you can do to get a leg up in this game, you're absolutely going to take it. FEARX and MIR starting us out on Clubhouse. Gentlemen, see you on the other side.
Thank you very much indeed, Jacob. We are going to be ready to get underway with our first map of the day here. We are going to Clubhouse. I love a bit of Clubhouse. I feel like Clubhouse is a good early morning map demo. It isn't too early anymore.
If you say so.
No, I think it's got potential. You know, it's going to warm us up quite nicely here today.
Yeah. Casting with you again. I wasn't casting with you yesterday.
No, it's a treat,
different
isn't
people.
it?
It honestly,
different people.
I mean, there's two things. There's two things I learned. So one, Xenox makes me look positive, right?
Oh wow, okay.
Right, yeah. And then the second thing is my internet disconnected, and I made Jack solo cast a full round by himself.
Brilliant.
So again, we're trying to get Jack eased in with the casting. He's still getting the grips to it. He doesn't realize that you just don't talk for 5 minutes and then go backstage. We're here for the full hour or so, Ollie, aren't we?
I mean, soloing around is, give him some credit for that.
I mean, we've all done that, haven't we?
Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the demo. But you stuck back with me today.
Oh, I'm glad of it. I'm glad.
Blitz Capital ban for the attackers.
Good ban from MIR Gaming, the Blitz, because like FEARX, they love the Blitz. They love the Blitz. So yeah, I'm happy to see that ban come in. Yep, that's true.
And then quite a shocking ban for the defenders.
Yeah. I mean, Bandit is obviously is it overkill almost a little bit? It's really Bandit tricky, and yes, I know it's an issue, but Maverick hasn't been banned, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. No, like I say, I think it's shocking. Both of the electrification operators going.
5 seconds to insert.
Shame on you.
Come on.
Come on, what?
You said you'd miss me. You said you'd miss me. I wanted to give you. I needed to give you a little.
MIR Gaming lineup. You've got a decent amount of like time denial. You've got the Goyo canisters, and you've also got like a castle hold as well that they're attempting. So I do like the kind of addition of not only having the castle, which is going to burn down a lot of time utility, but then also having the Goyos for the backline. So whenever things really start to tick down, the fire is going to be really difficult for FEARX to get through. So yeah, I'm liking the idea for MIR Gaming. The main thing is though, those players who are roaming, they need to roam. Don't give themselves up within the first minute, because then it's just going to do nothing.
Yeah, it's about maintaining that space out on the roam, isn't it? We did see quite a lot of Scopos use, and I think a lot of it was from FEARX previously when we've seen this map played, so maybe we'll get that on the defense. But very quick approach here, and Rin, Castle Barricade is going to keep a couple of the defenders alive. They were tempted for a bit of a rotate upstairs, but instead now just going to dip back ever so slightly.
Still got Blur upstairs.
FEARX, yeah, Blur's still hiding around, isn't he? Inside a stock at the minute. It's a pretty nasty angle to be taking with the Vector, and he's going to dip himself out pretty quickly.
Yeah, so the roam game has been dealt with. I'm just trying to figure out about timing. Is that enough? Maybe, probably not. I mean, you're giving them a full minute 30 here with full control now of that mid floor. A lot of the hatches are opened up. Kitchen's already been ripped open by the ram drone. So I don't know how much impact the Goyo canisters are really going to have. Looks like MIR Gaming may be opting for a double retake up blue. You can see that Baguette and Sloth are ready for that, and because Baguette has went for the kind of off-angle position close on the other side of the door frame, he actually picks up that kill. Good boy! He's tried to go for the revive. Sorry, Smaffy's tried to go for the revive. Good boy has been killed alongside with him. MIR Gaming. 3 kills out of nothing, it seems.
MIR Gaming has done a really good job there, and Sloth then feeling confident to hit that rotate. He's going to fall for it, but gains a little bit of information. Still, leaves his team in a 4 versus 2. One of the 2 being a Monty. Not too much that they're going to be able to do here. Demic finds one before being downed. Chance for a revive, maybe? MIR Gaming do need to be careful, because there is 20 seconds here. Where's the support for guard? Well, there it is. He's going to support himself. Takes Demic down and finds Nova. Really wiggling left and right on the bomb chassis. That first kill was insane.
Oh, great opener from MIR Gaming, really is. FEARX just gets caught by some pretty unlucky kills there. Like not expecting the double person push up blue stairs. Bit of an issue there in the vertical as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So MIR Gaming, strat works a charm. That means that we head into another site, which will be our gym and bedroom hold this time around. Again, still rocking with that Goyo. It seems to be the only thing that's really stayed the constant, and the mute, I suppose, as well. But you're bringing in the Mirror and the Azami and the Tub. I mean, Tub's a weird one. You're bringing in the Zabaro, but you know you have nothing to combo with that. Like, so all you're doing is delaying like 30 seconds of the round on hard breach. I don't think it's worth it bringing in that operator just for that.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think that the Tub's maybe a comfort pick, isn't it?
5 seconds.
Although he's not even bringing the DMR.
Attackers must locate.
Brings the C4, but there's other things you can do for that. Yeah, it feels strange to ban double electric and then sort of have the Tub as the reliance. That is the downside for this MIR Gaming lineup is, yeah, the downstairs is going to be fine, you know. You would usually impact trick the Hibanas off for a time and slow that down, and you're not going to be able to do that, so you can roam and get the same net effect, but these top floor sites, they're just going to change things up a little bit, and there's no excuse really for the attackers to be lacking on pace. Mute jammers can be easily worked around, as we can see there, just on the bottom right, as the thermite was just able to get on the rappel and place that exothermic a little bit higher, avoid that mute jammer. Typically, a mute jammer is not going to use there. Jacuzzi wall's just allowed to be open.
Brought the Tabaro and he's just doing nothing. Just this, I don't get why are we bringing in the operator? You know, you've got way better stuff you could be playing right here. You don't have those electro claws and the bandit batteries to play around, and yeah, Tabaro is just there as a staller for a few seconds, and that's really it. R does pick up a C4 kill though on the good boy, who's been caught out by a pretty common thing. It's plenty of times where you'd see the kind of C4s being prepped and tossed over the top, and see a player lose his life like that is a bit of a shame. So again, for FEARX, they're losing that first pick, which, as we know, MIR Gaming, they usually dominate in that opening kill stat. That has been their big upside this stage. It's just been more the mid-round in terms of where they really look sloppy and exhibit AOE. Immediately, they've got the opening pick, and then they lose 2 kills because of it.
Blur being downed as well. Not the best of positions to be in. Mephi is pretty low. But they're waiting for these players to jump out of the windows and over-aggress. And again, MIR Gaming not really needing to go for those super aggro swings. Blur has been recovered, but he is only going to be on 20 HP. And there's still quite a lot of clock left here for FEARX to work with. The thing that worries me at the moment is I don't see anybody on a drone. We are going to rotate the Grim round and send those bees through. And just going to have to move to the other side of his mirror window. He might even choose to smash that mirror window at some point. Pressure does continue to mount. Bit of a utility dump now, as there are a couple of locations that are going to be known. This is where your Vulcan canisters come in, and he's able to grab one. Baguette, Blur, they all line up beautifully, and it's left down to Nova. He's going to be given one onto Blur, and he's in a 1v1 with Baguette. He probably knows that he's going to be tucked in. But where is he? Hits the pre-fire, but Baguette with the swing. Not an easy one to win there when the pre-fire's coming, but a nice timed crouch and a quick duck round. Closer than it needed to be, but another round for MIR.
Oh, FEARX losing that round. 4 versus 3, plenty of utility. I think the big thing though that MIR Gaming actually did really well was they played in these like pretty aggressive positions, like Baguette, for example, like right on the opening of the main wall. Somebody dropped on the jacuzzi and immediately just died because Baguette was just standing waiting for him. So little things like that just throws FEARX off their game. So all credit to MIR Gaming at the moment. They're looking good. They know they're up against the wall. And that's one thing as well that I think good teams, they understand whenever they need to go and get a kill. Whenever you're down a man, especially on a map like Clubhouse, where you would view it as, you know, fairly attacker-sided, you need to be able to try and get those kills back. You need to go aggressive. And I think Baguette judged that really, really well. Everyone else just needed just to hold their angles. Baguette was saying, you know, I've got jacuzzi, don't worry, I've got that covered. And the other 2 players just had to cover their, you know, their angles, you know, bedroom windows. Obviously the Goyo helped a lot as well. Don't forget for blocking off the construction door. So yeah, Another good round for MIR Gaming, but FEARX really need to be closing those rounds out whenever they get that man advantage.
Yeah, round definitely squandered by FEARX. And kind of funny to see them, well, not, I mean, it's not funny, haha, but it's funny, weird that they are struggling to get rounds here on the attack. There's only a Blitz and a Capital been banned. You've still got the Monty, and they've still been bringing it. They brought it in round 1, they're bringing it in round 3. Garage should be cleared this time. Yeah, you don't have the Capital, but you've got the Monty. Just walk up to him. You've got a Ying. You can blind them. There's only the Wamai being played for catching. No Warden. Guard is being heavily supported right now. Got Sloth in there with him. Looks as though Nova has spotted out one of the magnets. He's going to call for that to get removed. Gonna be good boy to start. Gets a kill over onto Blur. Blur.
We took a
bit
wonder.
aggro. Yeah.
Feels as though Guard, his days are numbered up there, you know, especially with the Monty being up. You know, Monty just walk up with very little pressure being applied from the defensive half here because they don't really have anything to deal with it apart from the goo mines, but goo mines ain't, you know, it's not the biggest counter to Monty, is it really? So it's only a matter of time before they move in. Good boy is ready with the flashbangs as well. Can toss them up and maybe combo that with the nades, and he will do so. Mephi able to take out Sloth, and this looks to be just a slaughter right now. As MIR Gaming are dropping like flies, and they still know there's one more player up there. Will be pinged out. LMG trying to rip through Guard. Does go down. But Getho's been able to find 2 kills back, Ollie, and look at the HP in Good Boy as well. It's not as though he's in the healthiest of positions. I mean, Baguette again, Ollie. He just went really aggro. It looks like he's just swung onto breaches, swung onto windows. He's now again in one of these kind of wrap positions, these off-angle positions that you just don't expect him in. If they don't drone him, Ollie, are you really going to expect somebody to be playing close left in the hard breach right underneath the window? Oh, they got a ping. They know he's there.
I think they've got the yellow ping.
Yeah,
They've got the yellow ping onto him now. But it's not deterred him. Maybe he's feeling like he can be supported here by End. Well, that's going to be short-lived. Mephi is able to take him out there from the garage, and yeah, Baguette really caught out in no man's land there. I think he had to make a play. He had to try it there.
Yeah.
There was nothing, you know, you can't sort of dig into something default. And at that point, he's not going to be able to rotate out of there safely, so bit of an unfortunate one, really. He needed the hold to be a bit more successful inside of garage. FEARX finally get one on the board. And it makes sense. It's the CCTV bomb site. It's going to be one of the more vulnerable ones for the defenders, hence it being the 3rd choice site. Now they go back down to the basement.
Yep, helping off for the basement. Not opting for the castle room this time, though, Wally. Just kind of screams as though it might just be a turtle in the site based on their lineup. You've got Namira, Smoke, and Goyo. Zami, Wamai, all operators that you generally see just want to use that util. You know, 2 of them are obviously operators that will generate their resources over time. So I wonder how the turtle is going to play out for FEARX here. And I feel as though it might actually suit FEARX just a little bit more, Ollie, because it gives them more time on the board.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, FEARX have got a bit more map to work with at that point as well, haven't they? I guess it depends on how quickly they move through and take. That's always going to be the determining factor. I've got a couple of players running around, but I don't think that anyone's really looking at making too hefty of a rotation at the moment. We have a player tucked into the top of these blue stairs. That's about as out there as they are going to be. You can already see, though, how FEARX are they're not entirely confident, are they?
No.
They've not got those pre-placed drones on that top floor. We're still seeing Nova move through with the drone now. We've got Demic on the drone as well. So as much as everything's available for them to take, they are still going to take a little bit of time to do so. But the advantage being there's no Cade, so you can spend that time because you're going to save it a little bit later on. And as soon as you do get in, you can start to open up those hatches.
Yeah. Making sure the Monty, though, is in the correct position. Usually dirt is where we want to see that operator be pushed in towards. Has the diffuser in hand as well, so always keep in mind that it will be the Monty looking to get that diffuse down. Main stairs, though, seems to be their approach, so maybe a church take could be the option. You can either go for the church take, or if they open up, you know, the Ash Rush wall, you can maybe just stroll into sight from there, but you need to then get the Sophia rotated over and open up that angle if you want to go for that. I think Forget needs to be careful here in the mirror window, though, as well. Doesn't want to give himself up. Has the C4 as well in hand. But, I mean, this is FEARX just trying to eye up their options, isn't it, Ollie?
Yeah, they just need to do a little bit of info gathering, find out where this utility is placed and which is the path of least resistance. The mirror window getting pinged out at the moment. There's a call for that to be destroyed. Monty can just stick his face up against that rotation, and not a great deal that Baguette can really do about this at the moment. Wall is going to start to get open. Toxic Babe canister is going to come in, though, and that's at a great time. Impact sent out just to deter anyone from walking down those main stairs. Sloth in a bit of an off angle there. He's just holding on to the moto door. He's got a decent line on it. Anyone that drops is going to be susceptible there as well, but Monty can now start to try and charge on through. End going to kick things off with a kill, but Mefe there immediately with the trade. Monty thinking about a D-shield, but getting caught out in the smoke. 35 HP. Rin and Mefe have both been successful here, but Blur and Sloth have got a lot of work to do. Tanks the air jab. Maybe going for a bit of a rotate upstairs to see if there's anything that they can gain from there, but Monty is going to start to get that plant down with very little time remaining. Sloth to make his way down these main stairs now as Blur's already fallen, and he's going to be a dead man on long. Rin hits him with the swing there. Easy as you like. FEARX really brute forcing that take through Church Wall.
Oh, it's not the cleanest of rounds, Ollie, I'll tell you that much. A lot going on, a lot to digest. The idea for FEARX was to open up the triple wall, send the Monty in, go for the plant. Thing is with FEARX is MIR Gaming had brought in a lot of denial. You see the Goyos, you see the smokes. Makes life quite difficult there for the Monty. It looked to me there was a bit of like confusion almost on the side of FEARX, where you had Sloth playing inside a church alongside Baguette. Baguette goes down. Monty probably calls saying, oh, church guy's dead. They then drop the hatch, but they don't know that Sloth's also in church. And then Sloth swings, able to kill the guy in Moto door. No one's on the hatches anymore. Sloth then jiggles around and rotates in for Moto. Blur then runs down main as well, goes the exact same position that Sloth was, and they knew that Sloth was in there. Just a lot going on. But it just seemed to be lacking communication, maybe from both parties there, it felt like.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Maybe a bit of a overreaction from MIR and not really having that firm strategy for how they were going to deal with the triple wall. We didn't really see the denial coming into play. C4s from a bit further out would have been better. A bit more presence maybe inside of blue. Obviously, Rim was successful in his engagement into blue, and that was what opened it up. That blue player is so important. You probably watch that round back, and a lot of it will hinge on Rin and the gunfight that he wins there. MIR Gaming going to stick to that rotation.
Setting up a sequential breach.
FEARX are starting to understand the pace of this game right now. The pace is get in there and get the walls open, because even if they're bringing a two-brow, well, Guard's playing the same position he was last time, and he ain't using it. He ain't using those canisters at all.
Like I said, I just can't say anything, Ollie. My rank stack would just completely embarrass me right now if they could tell you the stories about me and Tabaro. So I just need to keep my mouth shut, I think, about it. Again, for MIR Gaming, it's just going to be the exact same strat. Run down the clock, use the mirror windows, use the Goyos if you can. It's up to FEARX to try and change things. I think probably their execute could have been a little bit better. I think they could use the bees in a much more chaotic way. Generally, teams will want to push in through Jacuzzi, which, as you can see, Jacuzzi Mirror being dealt with right now by the Demos, able to go below, use that pistol. Deals a shot at damage to Baguette, but nothing to really make him worry about going for another swing. Emic as well has main stairs control and was looking at walking up it right now. The main thing is it's that logic control. That's what they need to get rid of. And Baguette's going to try and fight from inside of the shower. Will be Demo's tracked as well. That's a soft floor, but now it just pushes him into Demic. Great pinch there from FEARX. Using the Amos track, open up the wall in front of him, forcing him into the player towards main stairs. Sloth, wherever's he being picked off from? I have no idea. Rin comes in now with the bees to try and deal with that logic player. The Fuser's also being attempted by Nova. They're in the site. They're looking for the plant, and they're just trying to keep MIR Gaming at bay using all of this utility. I mean, this is a perfect round right now for FEARX, Ollie. This is a demolition job, isn't it?
Flawless. A real smash and grab there. Oh, I mean, when things like that happen, it's no surprise it's a flawless, is it? Catches 2 players looking the entire wrong direction, but that just goes to show the power of that utility dump. And when there are so many things to worry about and focus on, sometimes as attackers, you've just got to overwhelm that defense. FEARX did a great job there of overwhelming. Now take the lead here. And I think that MIR Gaming are probably going to be left wondering, where do we go? They're going to re-attempt downstairs. I'm really surprised to not see that castle be brought, you know, because it was successful in round 1. They were able to burn out a little bit of time, something that you do have to consider when you haven't got a Cade and you haven't got a Bandit, is how are you going to keep these walls closed? Because the wall is going to get open regardless. It isn't about keeping that hatch shut. It's about the time that you waste with the attackers, spending utility, figuring things out, and destroying your utility to then open the wall. All you're doing is buying yourself time. Now, in round 1, MIR Gaming bought themselves time with the castle. In round 2, well, sorry, the second time that we saw this site attempted, round 4, there was no time that they tried to waste. They just turtled onto the site, and FEARX very quickly realized it. And as soon as they realize it, that's the dangerous part, because they can move very quickly at that point.
Yeah, and I think the exact same is probably going to happen again. Just MIR Gaming. You can see, look, the drones have been set up correctly, and there's not a roam game for MIR Gaming. So FEARX are just straight in the money. You know, there immediately setting up their angles. They can just move in, open up the flooring. I like the fact that you're also bringing in that Ying. You know, something that hasn't been brought out yet as well on the side of FEARX. So MIR Gaming probably would never think, oh, maybe we have to bring the Warden because they've been bringing a lot of Ying. Nah, this is the first time it's happened. So if the Ying is going to have a lot of benefit here, it's only going to bode well for FEARX.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Warden at all, have we? Ying should get plenty of value. Just like last time, it'll all be about that overwhelm. It will be Rin on the Ying. Now, his job was blue last time, and he's hanging around that location again, but it might just help him. It might just assist him in taking blue. Might not even be something that's used primarily for the main push. Effie threatening at the bottom of those main stairs. Oh, sorry, at the top of those main stairs already, just opening up that vert. The good boy doing his best as well, as the wall will now start to be opened. Organ canisters. They're being popped fairly quickly here. There's only 1 minute and 20 left, and see them going now is pretty damning. Now, the mirror window will be looking over onto blue. So Rin is going to have a bit of a more difficult time.
Just want to add as well the DMR on the Buck. Effie has been able to get that first pick. The DMR for the Buck, yeah, assume Ollie, it's for disabling the Azami barriers. You know, there's no DMRs on the side of the team, so they probably want to see if they can try and fit one into it. And oh, we still have the soft destruction, and we can still bring a DMR. We bring a Buck with the DMR, so actually just a nice little niche play there coming in from FEARX, which is obviously going to assist him. As you can see, that Azami barrier towards AK has just been ripped open. That does mean that position is a little bit more naked, and here comes Rin with the Yings into blue. He goes. That's just going to give the cover to allow FEARX to drop in. Nova will be looking for that plant. He is the Monty. He can put the shield in his back, give himself a bit of cover. As long as they can just hold it down, that smoke is going to hit him, and it is going to take away his HP, but it's Sloth who does the damaging blow. He runs up long. Nobody bottom main. And now it's going to have to be a scramble at FEARX. They need to make a move and get this diffuser down. They're so static. They're just trying to hold angles. Guard is drop shot deagled. Another deagle kill, and Ende picks up the last. What on earth was that?
What a mess. Very, very scrappy. Not only from MIR, but from FEARX. I think MIR were just doing a sort of a salvation job, weren't they? They were trying to save everything. Fortunately for them, they managed to do it. 3-3.
Attackers need to locate.
Impressive, really, considering the way that the mid-round went. Wouldn't have necessarily thought that it was going to go in that fashion. But to see MIR Gaming come away with an equal side split, fairly impressive indeed.
Oh, no one on main stairs, man. It's little things, isn't it? Little things like that. And yeah, MIR Gaming
10 seconds left.
should have lost that round. It's just a misplay from FEARX. Sloth runs down long, able just to wall bang the Monty as he's planting. Yeah,
Attackers must
I mean, what more can you say? One simple mistake and it costs you a round. Well, this is where we're at. You know, whenever you look at the top 4 teams, Ollie, FEARX, MIR Gaming, PSG Talon, D+. It's the little things that your opponents are going to expose against you.
We always say it's a game of fine margins. And those margins are really heavily exposed at this sort of a level. Now, the equal side split for me is quite curious because I think that the attackers should have had the better time of things there.
Drone ready.
So we'll see how MIR Gaming do with their attacks. It's going to be a fairly similar lineup for the most part. The electric being banned, there are certainly things that you now don't need to bring, don't need to worry about. Who's that hiding out upstairs? Little... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Look at Mephi.
Oh,
Take your time, Mephi. He's got nerves of steel.
There we go.
It's a freebie. He might not be finished there. That's the book already as well. Kitchen's not going to be opened.
track the Valkyrie.
Hello.
Yeah, track him. There we go.
There we go. Wakey, wakey.
There we go.
Wow.
Ah, not good.
Not the best start.
Mostly because they've lost the buck, who you kind of need for that kitchen floor, which, as you can see, is completely intact. I wonder if there's maybe a Scopo shell hidden upstairs, Ollie. That could be a play. Imagine putting
possibly.
a Scopo shell over towards Strip and then immediately TPing back downstairs. And you just leave it there lingering. And again, generally, Strip is on an area that teams really cover off that well. So I'm curious. Or maybe he is just generally just playing inside the site with the shell. I don't know. But I'm just thinking. Okay, the shell's gone now anyway. But looked to be it was inside Ollie, and it seems to be destroyed. I believe the Ash round has destroyed that. But 45 seconds to go for MIR Gaming. They have got none of the verticality on Kitchen done whatsoever. So I'm actually quite shocked that nobody from FEARX has picked up on that, considering it was a buck who was picked off. Surely somebody rotates in towards back of Armory.
You'd like to think so at this point, wouldn't you? They need that angle being covered, ideally. Demic. Gonna find one. Fox another. Forget, he's just gonna try and walk down long, but a horrible angle to try and peek onto. Demic still tucked in, able to pick Baguette down as he was making that approach.
5 seconds remaining.
And finds an exit. That's all it's gonna be. Where's the blue player?
Where was any player?
Yeah.
They didn't even really get a chance to execute as well, don't forget. I don't think... Was there a single Candela being used as well?
Not sure.
I'm pretty
so. I
sure
didn't hear any.
I'm pretty sure 2 of them got picked off from the hatch. We've seen one guy in Kitchen gets picked off, and I'm assuming the Ying got swung from blue hatch and died as well. FEARX playing pretty aggro, and it's actually worked out for them, which is pretty surprising. So FEARX are in the lead now, Ollie. I believe for the first time this game, they're in the driving seat. MIR Gaming, just worrying signs that you don't even really get an attack off. You don't even really get an execute. We didn't even get to see that. You sloppy drones, you know, just a simple miss-drone in towards Logi. Yeah, just the signs are there, Ollie.
A little bit worrying.
10 seconds to
But
go.
only round one. We know what MIR Gaming are like.
5
MIR
seconds
Gaming,
left before
they always leave the audience wanting more. They never go out too strong to start with, you know? They like to keep us on our toes. I don't mind that. I love this lineup though. Mario Monty, Ram, Dokubi. Is this a through the hatch job? Or is Baguette going to go through main stairs potentially?
Well, I think it's a main stairs Amaru along with the Monty dropping into Logi. I think that's what they're gonna go for here. Oh, genius!
Ooh, well, they're not going to do much. Brilliant
Oh.
C4.
Here we go.
Well, they're still going for it. We've got the Amarus flying in. We've got the Monty dropping into Logi. Brilliant down there onto Nova, and Baguette's managed to maintain his life there as well as Sloth explodes and picks 2. The Dokubi call. It's
Look
too
at the
late. The
HPs.
execute's already happened. 8 HP
No
on Sloth,
smokes.
21 HP on Blur. 2 defenders alive. Mephi takes guard down, leaving only the 2 softened up attackers to try and deal with this, and he's not finished. Oh,
What?
a stabilization. Rin and Mephi. A masterclass.
Mate, we need like about 6 observers at the moment. I'm not kidding. I just have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. Look, they've tried to open up Jacuzzi Breach, and they've actually tried to open up Jacuzzi Breach, so the thermite charge, the noise, the explosion that it makes, is timed alongside the hatch drop and somebody coming up main stairs, because that's going to create that sound cover. You lose that thermite because you've been caught out by pretty old trick in the book, and that is the C4 through the mirror window onto the thermite, right? Pretty common thing. They're able to then get a lot of kills. You know, Blur gets his kill, the Amari gets his kill as well. And then FEARX almost fighting all of their gunfights from like construction side. I think 1 guy inside a bathroom are able to combat against 4 players. They've tossed out 3 smoke canisters in about 2 seconds as well, don't forget. A lot of people down to really low HP. At 2 versus 3, the main kicker was that Dokubi versus the smoke engagement. That was the kill that signified who won the round.
from being defused by
Guard needs to hit those shots with the SMG-12. He needs to. He had a couple of chances as the smoke was jiggle peeking. He needs to nail them. He wins that engagement. That round goes MIR Gaming's way. That's what we're dealing with. This game is so close. Like, just small little details is really deciding who's winning what rounds.
bomb located by
5-3 for FEARX then. And a timeout used. Do you start to worry about MIR Gaming in this fixture? You're going to need to do something and do something quickly, because FEARX are only a couple of rounds away right now. Still, this is a site that we're expecting the attackers to have a good time on. If we look at the denial and the time sink that FEARX are bringing, I think they're understanding this ban a lot better than MIR Gaming are. They've got the smoke, they've got the Tachanka, they haven't got any C4s, but that zone control that they're able to provide, not only with the Shumiken launcher from Tachanka, but also from the Vulcan canisters, that's going to do a lot to reduce the time available in this round for attackers. MIR Gaming needs to be really cognizant of that. Garage should be fairly easy to take, given that you've got the Monty.
It was last time. Like, really, really easy for them. So, you would naturally assume that it shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, sorry, whenever FEARX attacked, it was easy. Not for MIR Gaming, but again, same principle stands. The Monty just makes the catwalk really, really easy. There is, however, a little bit of a twist, though. Tachanka comes in, Ollie. They've got lineups. You can see Rin ready with a lineup, which will deploy the fire canisters right onto the staircase. It stops that Monty from walking up and pushing out that defender, who at the moment is going for a bit of an aggressive swing, gets punished because of it. Nova tried to pick off Sloth, but thankfully Guard is there with the cover. So now they've just immediately forfeited catwalk control Ollie. Not a good start at all from FEARX.
We do have the fortune of a lot of burn and a lot of time sink, though. We haven't really seen any of that used so far. MIR Gaming need to move. Tachanka still with 14 canisters. The smoke still with 3. A large portion of the round that can be just zoned out right now. You can see that Rin's just digging himself. Brilliant thing about Tachanka is you can just make those angles for yourself. Barbed wire going to get destroyed there on the stairs, but that's not a walk-up that Baguette really wants to make without a lot of other things going on. Sloth going to try and take control of this catwalk now. There's going to be Demic to take down Baguette. He went a bit early on that walk-up and will be punished for it. Maybe it was Demic that walked down for him because he just came back up these stairs. Now the smokes can start to come into play. And he's going to find one, but there's nowhere really for him to go from here with the diffuser. Plants will start to go down, and that Ossa shield, I've no idea how Blur has been able to place that. He's done a fantastic job, but the plant has been stopped, and there's only 13 seconds. Well, he's dead. That's why the diffuser's cold right now, and the kills are just coming in here for FEARX. Mephi, he's on a rotation up through garage. Rin, he'll find the last. No one dealing with Rin inside of construction there. Everything's still barricaded, Demo.
I'm so confused. I'm really confused. So the idea for MIR Gaming, and I've never seen it done before, but it actually looks pretty okay, right? The idea is whenever you look at that site, you have the CC room, which is obviously the site that you want to try and plant in. You have the 2 doors. You have one that goes into red, the other one that goes into cash.
Attackers need to locate and
You
defuse
play
bombs.
the Monty and the Ossa, so you have 2 shields. Monty clogs up one door, just stands in front of it. You can't retake that site. And then you put the Ossa shield in the other. Again, same principle. You can't retake the site. What happened, though, for Ende, was he was about 3 seconds off, and then he stopped planting. I generally don't know why he stopped planting. If a flame hit him, the flames don't do actually that much damage, Ollie. He'll be able to tank it for those 3 seconds and get that diffuser down. I generally don't know why he got off the plant. It didn't look as though there was like a C4
did he die?
or impacts. No.
Did
He got off the plant. He got off the plant. And then I said, why did he get off the plant? And then he died.
Right.
So I was really confused. Also, that entire round,
Locate a bomb and defuse.
there was essentially 3 players in the site up against 4. If you notice, Mephi was downstairs on castle the entire round. He had set up that castle hold in towards lounge. He was actually in kitchen corridor, and he was looking to run from kitchen corridor over into stock, makes that little run out outside. And he just sat there the entire time. MIR Gaming panic. The player who was below, I believe it was the Flores, then left, completely forfeited flank control. Up comes the castle in through garage, gets the flank. Chain reaction of events, really.
Map point for FEARX right now. Would be a fairly quick clubhouse. Bank is, of course, our second map in the series. And then Sky, if required. It isn't over yet, but MIR Gaming haven't shown us too many signs of life on the attack so far. We've had a couple of close rounds, but a lot of it's been scrappy, and FEARX have been in there with the clutches so far. Mephi, 12-5. Rin, 10-3. Demic, 5-3.
Yeah, they've played better, haven't they?
Play better Siege without a doubt.
MIR Gaming just haven't been really up for it today. I think FEARX have. Pulled back a lot of rounds. We head into the basement, which, again, you would say is certainly defender-sided. Based on how today has went, and a minute 30 already burned down. You can see that MIR Gaming are only just getting that floor in open, which I suppose this is an improvement from having none of it open the last time they were here. The bucket picked off. Don't forget. So we'll see if that changes anything with having that vertical pressure. Got the Grim. You can, of course, take that blue with very little stress. But neither team has really been interested in dirt for their attacks, which I'm quite shocked about. You know, dirt seems to be something that we always see be played in our home region, Ollie. Everyone's always going dirt with the shields, but not here in Korea.
Sloth to start things off this time, but immediately traded. He was trying for a walk down blue there, but Rin is just better. Losing your blue player, never the best. There's so much pressure on that location. Blur going to be trying to grim out from the hatch. Demic is going to be inside of blue right now, and he's just going to pop a smoke just at the bottom of that hatch. Mephi going to continue to add on to this pain here as Blur will fall. Get on the Deimos. He's going to grab one, but we've seen him on this long angle before, and it's never really gone too well. There's only 10 seconds left in this round. End does have the kit. Not for long. Get comes in with a trade, but it's all then down to guard, and he's not able to do too much. FEARX successful on the first map here of Clubhouse. And I'll be honest, making those defenses look very straightforward.
Oh, FEARX, it's way too easy in that defense. I mean, MIR Gaming, Ollie, it looked as though they wanted to go for a kitchen drop, but then they're trying to go for a kitchen drop without taking dirt. They then try and go for a moto plant, but without opening church wall. So two of the main things for both of those attacks for the sites, they just haven't done. MIR Gaming, I don't know what to say. It was a very abysmal attacking half from them. Things need to change going into bank.
Well, let's see if they can make a quick turnaround. We're going to hit a short break, and then we'll be back with Jacob to discuss that game and set us up for map number 2.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Tulips in it, hand out bars like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Boss like communist.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Map 1 of the third place game falls in the direction of FEARX after what was probably one of the weirdest looking attacking halves I think I've seen in a hot minute. MIR Gaming were trying a lot of things in what looked like a game of some attempted experimentation. At least on my side of things, gentlemen, just kind of looks like a game where there were enough mistakes that you could fill a boat with them. That ultimately was the problem. MIR tried a lot of things in this matchup, but ultimately, Ollie, nothing that they had on their attacking half worked out in the slightest.
Strange, wasn't it? And, you know, double electric ban, we should see teams know how to work around that. FEARX certainly did. They got 3 rounds on the attack. They got an equal split. I think more importantly, FEARX understood how to defend and what that win condition was. Loads of time denial, loads of zone control. We were doing a much better job there of keeping MIR Gaming out. The couple of rounds that we think about and we could see MIR Gaming win there and be successful on the defense, we just throw it down to, you know, scrappy plays and scrappy rounds and a bit of luck going their way and players hitting their shots? Maybe, because aside from that, no one lit the world on fire. No one even over 100 EPS.
Yeah, it was a weird game. Like you said, Jacob, it's one of those where you kind of think, okay, this should be fairly attacker sided because you don't have to go through the kind of pain of opening up walls, dealing with the electrification. It should just be pretty straightforward. And then to see MIR Gaming, you know, drop 4 rounds on the attack. Yeah, it's a big shame. And it was like really small mistakes as well that they were making. But in a map like Clubhouse, where I almost feel with how long Clubhouse has been in the pool and the way that every team in the world plays it, you almost need to be perfect at it at this stage, especially if you want to be fighting against some of the best teams in the world. You know, FEARX, you know, they make majors. They're up there as one of the best teams in the world. Well, again, context of getting into the majors. I'm not saying they're BDS and Fury level.
Right,
I'm not saying that, but certainly you have to play well against these sides, and MIR Gaming just weren't good enough today.
I'm still caught up on the one round where MIR determined that there's nobody sitting on red stairs. They drop Monty and Logi. They have an Amaru come back up red. They get man count. And a round that looks like it's about to be a really cool idea from MIR turns into a masterclass on how to defend from FEARX on how to do it when you've only got 2 men up. You know what angles you want to watch. You know exactly how to shut things down, even when it looks like it's absolute chaos in the server. And that's kind of the thing that looks like it separates a team like MIR from the upper echelon of Korea teams, some of those top 3. If it's PSG Town, if it's D+, and it's FEARX, MIR are trying to break into that echelon and make it a top 4, but so far it hasn't seemed like it's meant to be. But we need to go to Bank. That's where they can wrest some control back in this series. But the question is, I mean, Demo, can they? Bank, I wonder if that's a map that's actually going to play under their strengths or not, because if you have to attack on Clubhouse and those weren't going well, then what's it going to be like on a map nearly as open-ended as Bank is?
Yeah, and the thing is with MIR Gaming and Bank is they have played it twice at this stage. They have won it twice, but they were 8-6 wins both times. And, you know, one of them was against Orgless, who was actually the worst rated team that we've had in the league, and they struggled against them. They're the MIR Gamer were the team who gave Orgless their first and only point this stage, and it was on Bank. So you do worry for them in that context, because yes, they have played Bank, but they haven't looked too great on it. FEARX, from what we've seen from them, whenever they do play Bank, you know, they played against Orgless as well on the exact same map. They went in 7-3. Me and Ollie sat here and watched, and we said it was a brilliant played game by FEARX. They understood the assignment. They knew what operators they wanted to bring. They were fast. They were aggressive. They were looking for these pocket plays that they can make. Individuals showed up. I'm just kind of stacking the odds against MIR Gaming here, aren't I? Just the way I'm rambling on.
Someone's got to be an underdog at some point, right, Ollie?
MIR Gaming are that underdog team, though, aren't they? They are that team that sort of trudged through. In terms of record, you know, MIR Gaming, they've got 2 wins over on Bank. FEARX, they've had 1-1, so something to look into there. Obviously, it really depends on who you've had that win against here in Korea, because, you know, if you've got the win against PSG Talon, fantastic. If you've got the win against Orgless, then maybe it doesn't mean too much. So it's always a difficult one to, you know, sort of dig too deep into. I think as a map, it probably suits MIR Gaming quite well with their play style, and maybe, well, as long as they can shake off the Clubhouse and the kind of stomping that they've just received, then, you know, they should be in with a fight here. But we know that FEARX are a team that understand this map very well indeed. It all just depends on if MIR Gaming are able to rally. You know, it's a 3rd place game. It's got some weight behind it, but it doesn't have the most weight behind it in terms of the, you know, the overall meaning for this game. And it just depends on how these teams want to dig into that and how deep they want to go.
Both teams, as far as this stage is concerned, in the round robin, undefeated on Bank. But to Harry's point, the fact that MIR have played it twice, went to overtime twice. Yes, both of them were wins, but how much stock are you putting into those ideas working or not? Because those are still 6 rounds lost that easily probably could have ended a game a lot sooner if MIR didn't let a couple of things slip, or maybe had some takes that weren't nearly as experimental. If those games were anything like what we saw in Clubhouse, then maybe some tricks that they have in their back pocket that they can save for a different date and just play things a little bit more default and by the book. For MIR, that's probably the way that they might need to go, or they go in the opposite direction and pull everything out of the bag because they've got nothing else left to play for until the LCQs once this matchup is done. So I'm wondering if they go outside the box again, or if they just try to meet and play FEARX at their own matchup. I'm not sure what happens here, but I'm looking forward to it.
I think it all depends, doesn't it? You know, which MIR Gaming do we see come out? Do we see them rally? We've seen them be able to turn it around a little bit, Demo.
Sometimes, but I just think if you can't really play your Clubhouse attacks well, I think, again, one of the maps which I personally would say attacker sided, depending on bans, of course, they need to get the attacks correct. They need to.
As far as MIR is concerned, they're still looking for the operative time to jump further up the standings. The question is, does it happen now, or is it going to have to wait until the LCQ for any shot, any chance at whether MIR have a future longer than just this stage in the South Korean League as the team they currently are? FEARX and MIR Gaming on Bank, map 2. We'll see if we have to force Skyscraper. Gentlemen, have fun.
Thanks, Jacob. Let's get stuck into it, Demo. Are we going to see any 3 mappers here today? Don't forget, everybody watching at home, we still have our grand final coming a little bit later on this afternoon. Obviously, the time of that will largely depend on how this game goes, because this is a 2-0, then we'll be into the final quicker. If it goes to 3 maps, then we'll be here all night. But let's see how MIR Gaming choose to respond. Bit of a different set of bans coming in here. We've got a Ying, Blitz, Cade, and an Echo ban as the final one. Often get a lot of Echo play on Bank, but never too much that it usually warrants a ban. But in this case, FEARX have chosen to remove it.
Monty up for Bank is, yeah, just not fun. It's not fun. Definitely Monty's best map by far. With the attacks that you can do every single bomb site, it's really easy. I think MIR Gaming, they were almost forced to go for the Blitz ban because we've seen what FEARX can do on Bank with the Blitz. You know, it's really scary. But look, MIR Gaming, you get the Monty still. Happy to see them select that operator. They should know the strength of it. We kind of have that mid-floor roam again that you expect to see as well, and this basement teams will want to try and hold in towards open area as long as they can. You probably have hatches open as well you can drop in towards. Once again, we're seeing a Tabaro Ollie, and it's just for the gun, isn't it?
Absolutely. Get the tub in. Love a bit of tub.
I'm so shameless because, like I said, my rank stack, they hate it whenever I play Tabaro. Because the amount of grief I get so much grief for playing Tabaro, by the way, because they're like, yep, picking Tabaro, not play for the gadget, only for the gun, yep. And it really annoys them. So I just can't say anything.
I mean, you may as well play Cav at that point.
So many rounds where I play Tabaro and I just don't use the gadget. Shameless.
The thing is, when we were growing up, you weren't allowed to use the Tabaro gadget. Because if people were too far away, they'd be going, oh, my frames, my frame. Don't use the gadget.
So true. Some people are still like that. Very early drop here from FEARX, so it feels like, Ollie. Now, there was only just the Monty kind of there. Nobody really shooting shots at them, but they've wanted to dip out of there nonetheless. So it gives this early control over to MIR Gaming right from the get-go. You also see that Guard has kind of been brought in to play that Twitch just in case there was the Goyo, but as we know, Ollie, no Goyo on the board. Just the smokes is their only real form of denial. I've got the main hatch reinforced though, so that still has to be opened up by either the Thermite or the Buck or the Monty. Plenty of hard breach to go around here. It will be frozen out. Look, the gadget is being used, but it's only delaying the inevitable more than anything.
Blur starting to move through on that Monty. Nice castle barricade there to keep that mirror safe from the drop.
Well, looks as though the MIR one's actually opened Ollie from the Twitch drone as well. So that's not good. Oh, they're in. They can plant.
Sneaky guard on the Twitch.
You could just basically you just want to walk in behind the Monty and just plant. That's the way you want to play this, because they can't really open up that wall because the mirror window messes up where the Thermite wants to place the charge. So they're really forced into having to go for walk in behind the Monty, but this is where the smokes and the C4s Ollie become an issue.
Well, there's plenty of them. A couple of C4s and one Toxic Babe canister left. They've been used in very quick succession there to try and stop this flood coming in. Get's position could be crucial as well. He's just hanging around those main stairs. Monty can start to push in. Couple of smokes to come out and a plant to go down. Monty really doing a good job of zoning out and not allowing anyone to be in position to try and deny. Sloth's going to fall to the C4. The plant doesn't stop from going down. That is confirmed. 4 versus 3. And a hefty retake required here for FEARX. Get, he's going to be on flank watch upstairs. Gets the down onto Good Boy. Maybe the last from the hatch. No, Murphy finds one, but I mean, it's always going to end with the Monty charge down, isn't it? An absolute classic there. Take your eye off the ball for 1 second, and Monty's sprinting toward you, ready to dock you into the dirt.
Yeah, great job there, as we said, from MIR Gaming, realizing that they just can't plant on the door because the smokes, the lineups are ready. You then have to push in deep. You then have to go over towards the bomb chassis so the smoke doesn't have the lineups anymore. And you see, it was very, very easy just for MIR Gaming to get that diffuser down and hold from the hatches. You know, that retake is a tricky one. We know that. With hatches open, looking on towards the red corridor, and then, of course, on the site. We got players fall back deep into server as well. Yeah, it's just not easy for the defense whatsoever. So you really have to deny that plant going in. So MIR Gaming, credit to them. They had to think quick on their feet, and they were successful. Now we head to the top floor.
Bomb located by attackers.
MIR Gaming, they've got around on the attack demo. They weren't able to do that the entire time on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Can we have like a little round of applause? Like a little...
Attackers objective.
I don't know if you can hear that or not. Probably not.
Probably not.
It was a clap, if anyone was wondering. Maybe a yippee?
Camera ready to activate.
Give me your best yippee.
What, like the, you ever played Lethal Company?
Okay. Yippee!
Yeah, like the bugs at a Lethal Company. You ever seen them? Quite funny, actually.
You're still not giving me a yippee.
No, I won't be.
We're not going to.
You know,
we're not going to continue until you do.
that's fine. That's fine. I'll not work. I'll go on strike.
You're going on strike because you don't want to say
Oh,
yippee.
I'll go on. Yeah.
New mag.
Wow. What about a woohoo?
I'll give you a Troy woo. Give you a Canadian woo.
It was one of them.
Oh.
Okay, we'll take that. I don't think it's
Or we
quite a
could do
yippee, but we can work with it.
We could do it in chambers. Let's make some noise.
Are we just going for catchphrases now?
Yeah.
You gotta be
It's
careful
siege
saying
time.
that. That's
There's an old one. That's an old one. You remember that? You remember that?
Yeah. I think Ian's got that trademark, to be fair. You'll probably be getting a letter
think?
soon.
I might have to pay some fees.
Yeah. Oh, what a C4
Rin.
from Rin. I don't think I've ever seen that, by the way. A defender C4 in a hatch from below and getting an attacker.
Just a little Valkyrie camera heading away. Able to get the info. Gets the C4. No IQ being brought from MIR Gaming. The Valkyrie. Gonna cause some issues for them. Did he get that cancel barricade? He missed that. I'm assuming he got it, but it looked as though he kind of hit between the two windows on the hard bit. C4. There's a little bit of damage to the Monty, but again, Blur can just shrug that off. It looks as though they were successful in opening up that castle barricade. So Good Boy. That's actually just prone and pray that nobody drones him out. For MIR Gaming, losing Sloth looks as though it has slowed them down just a little bit. Minute left. Get able to take down Nova. A long angle being won by him. In towards meeting. Now he's hungry for more. He's looking to see who else he can find.
I'm not finished there. The windows still being occupied, but it's not stopping players from walking around inside a main lobby and finding success. Good boy there. Unusual, because the windows are usually so strong. Monty, you gotta walk through there. Go up. What's happened? Oh, Blair. How not to play a Monty right there. Rin with the finishing blow. Oh dear.
MIR Gaming. I'll be honest. You're bringing in the Monty. I don't think Monty's that great for going for a square take. Monty is so much better, Ollie, at going in through lobby and walking up spiral. That's where we see Monty have a lot of success. The reason why is if you actually kind of think about Monty as a whole, the only big weakness to Monty is he gets shot from behind. If you're trying to push into janitors from square, you can still get shot from somebody who could be in the corridor because they kind of have, you know, you can see just the backside of you can't if they swing in from vending machine. If you're pushing up spiral, nobody's going to be able to kill you from behind. You know, that whole area, it's all windows to your back and nobody can play in there. So you're always pushing up the front way.
10 seconds to
Spiral lane works really well in conjunction with players heavy in the window. There was only one player in the window, by the way, for that top floor. That entire time, there was one guy in the window on the windowsill. That was it. You need way more players on those windows if you want to make that top floor successful. You then have the Monty push up. It scares everyone away into the angles of the players onto the windows. It's an easy take. So I just think they got the idea wrong of how they wanted to use the Monty.
Yeah, I would say Monty's for spiral all day of the week. You don't really want to use it for square. It's, as we've seen there, there's a couple too many vulnerabilities. But it's on the around, and I think, you know, looking at this game in isolation, we've maybe got to give MIR Gaming a little bit more slack. It isn't Clubhouse. They did struggle a lot on Clubhouse, so we are maybe going to be a bit more critical of these attacks.
I think the Valkyrie cameras are really good, though, from FEARX. I think they played off the info really well. I mean, they knew exactly where MIR Gaming was every single step of the way. So just a very strong operator being brought in, no counter to it, because the IQ was not on board. And still, we're running IQ-less as well, knowing that the Valkyrie's up. Where's Dan when you need him?
Where is Dan? Sloth going to have to activate here because there's a lot of cameras kicking around in garage. Oh, dear. Clash.
No,
Clash is going to ruin the party. See you later. See you later. He's out of there.
He's looking for the leg shots, and then he sees, oh wait, those are legs, but there's something in front of it. I know who that is. And you almost have to like go away. It's like the wardens came, like the jailers came with the keys, hasn't he? Get back into the jail cell immediately. But the issue is with Blur is he's up against the perfect counter. As we know, Clash fully counters the Monty. It makes Monty move at 0.1 miles an hour, and you're just constantly taking tick damage. You see Blur just slowly and steadily losing his HP. Good boy. Gets eliminated as we're still with this battle inside of Garage right now. Sloth is trying to get past this Maestro, but he is struggling. It looks as though MIR Gaming are in the site. Baguette is in. Nobody's there to respond right now as Blur is still just taking damage from that Clash. Nova, though, wins that engagement against Baguette. And MIR Gaming, that little bit of ground that they were able to take has now been dealt with, and Sloth also goes down.
Not a great position, really, now that MIR Game find themselves in. And we'll find one onto Nova, though, leveling it up 3 versus 3. The low HP Striker and a fairly low HP Monty. You do need to be cautious right now. That Clash is ready and waiting to spoil this party. Yeah. You can already hear it working away from afar. Mephi is going to get softened up. There are 2 players cut off in Garage. MIR Gaming can take advantage of that. Maybe they can get something going. But the Clash is always going to be the problem. It's a fantastic counter to Monty. Monty's just got to sit there and try and exist.
HP.
Demic shuts guard down. Blur's on 25 HP. Oh, a brilliant play there from Blur. Is he able to get the finishing blow?
Out of time.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's out of time. Out of luck.
Blur was left on, what, 25 HP? 100 of the damage dealt to him was all from the taser effect of the Clash. All of it. So that's why we always say Monty, he does have very little weaknesses, but Clash is a big one for that. You see how easy it was just for Rin to sit there, just stall him out. MIR Gaming, the timing, getting away from them. Look, there was a moment there where it felt as though they were maybe in control. Obviously, the garage fight, that's the big thing, isn't it? Whoever wins and loses that engagement kind of wins the round for their team. Sloth loses that. If he wins that, garage pressure completely alleviated. Where do FEARX go then? Whenever you have those players already in the site, they've got control of elevators. But yeah, FEARX, all credit to them. They brought the correct lineup. They brought the counter to the Monty, which has been ran religiously from MIR Gaming. And that does force us into our open area. Really surprised that this is the one site where I feel as though Monty is just at his all-time peak as an operator. And we're not seeing the Monty. Monty in the open area, Ollie can just walk into kitchen and just plant behind bomb chassis with... Yeah, it's so easy. Like, there's literally nothing that stops him. I'm just surprised we don't have it here.
Yeah, really strange. FEARX, though, understanding the win condition exceptionally well. And I think this is where we start to see the frustration coming for MIR Gaming. Maybe a timeout looming. You look at the lineup that they're bringing now for this open area, and I mean, for me, this is where you'd try and brute force the Monty, right?
I think you'd have to.
Monty can be great.
Yeah,
Monty can be great attacking this site, yeah. And yet it's the time that they don't choose it.
Yeah, confusing again. See MIR Gaming are opting though for the soft breach approach, opening up in towards tellers and archives. The IQ, which we were asking for, has been brought in, so the Valkyrie cameras should be null and void now. Minute gone. No kills as of yet. C4s are ripped and ready from Rin. Maybe gonna try and play off some information the Valkyrie camera may supply, but there ain't really too many of those left, to be honest with you. So FEARX, their option now, it's either try and get active Ollie and try and go for a couple of flanks downstairs or upstairs, one of the two. Or you just hope that the coffin you bury yourself in, into the site where you're all clogged up together, is enough to hold on.
Well, quite possibly. You do just worry about MIR Gaming. I mean, I just don't see them having that killer instinct right now. Look at how hard FEARX are working to keep this wall closed. Two Brow being used this time. Nova's the first player this series to actually use his auto canister, and we've seen Snowbrow play it about 4 times. Keeping hold of that wall, or at least trying to for a time, it has slowed down the approach somewhat. Is there anyone on the flank cover as well? I don't think so. It's looking like a real solo approach as we've got MIR Gaming, the circle in the site. There's going to be a lot of single gunfights that are required right now. Guard knows that someone's tucked into the elevator, but there's not loads he can do about it. He needs Baguette to come in and assist, but which elevator? Is it E1 or E2?
Oh.
The call's muddy, and he's going to pay for it. Rin takes him out. Blur is there with something here for MIR Gaming. With Good Boy down, things are equal. With 15 seconds left and the diffuser in N's hands, he's got to try and do something. How many shotguns, Blur? Jimmy had the ammo. The plant was going down and Guard had the cover. MIR Gaming. It's not a take that we see very often, but it worked for him.
Yeah. I mean, this was the option I mentioned for FEARX. They're just going to try and lock themselves in and hope that they can just fight through it. And they just couldn't, you know, whenever all of those angles above are being opened up and the hatches are there, you then start to get pressure coming in from the kitchen double door. It's really not easy to go up against. So I think FEARX needed to get a little bit more proactive in terms of how they wanted to defend that site. You have to be looking for the flanks, so you have to be looking for the retakes upstairs. That's what you really need to try and just go for it. But they didn't. And MIR Gaming, all credit to them. They win their gunfights more than anything, which was something that we couldn't really say they did in Clubhouse. It was win their gunfights on the attacks.
Well, they're starting to chain a couple of rounds together here. It would be very MIR Gaming of them to have all 3 maps here, you know.
5 seconds left.
And that was there's the quickest map that MIR Gaming have played in recent memory, that 7-3.
Bomb and defuse it.
Where are the OTs? Where are the 7-5s? Surely there is time. Oh, another site and another different approach. Still going to be bringing the Monty, and it looks at the moment for it to be like setting up for that square push again. That was something that really didn't work. I don't even think they had enough sort of players occupying the spaces on the windows because of how many rotations were going on inside a main lobby.
A bomb has been located.
Maybe they are going to go for something a bit different. Blur's drone is working down in elevators at the moment. Sloth's going to be droning up the marble stair as well, or the spiral stair, excuse me. Maybe we're going to see more sort of traditional take demo.
I think so. I think you pressure the windows. That's always the best way to go about things, isn't it? Also, cover off the flanks. Again, helps that Monty. Doesn't have to worry about somebody coming up behind him now. Just a minefield down there. Ren was actually able to get past some of them, as you could see, towards the first set of elevators. But yeah, much better for MIR Gaming. This is the attack that I like to see. It's just, can't really stop it, isn't it? It's just the Monty is always going to be able to push up there. The only counter that I've seen be successful to the Monty has actually been the Echo. As we can see, Echo's been banned away in this game, so you don't have that luxury. Unless somebody wants to try and hit an Elamine, which, again, that's going to be quite difficult to do. So MIR Gaming are just going to be stalled out at the meantime with those smoke canisters coming in from Demic, but they've got that all-important opening pick. Minutes still left, and the smoke is all out of smoke. I wonder if FEARX maybe looking for jump outs here. You can kind of see Mephi primed and ready. He could go for it. It would help out, you know, the castle a fair bit. There is 2 players in the windows that he potentially could go for. That could really even things up. How he goes. Mephi 1-2 finds both of them. No claymores. I thought for sure he'd be a dead man whenever he went for the drop, but Mephi makes the big brain play. 2 players on the rappel, times it to perfection, helps his team out. Sloth goes down. MIR Gaming, in a matter of just milliseconds, Ollie, things that went from in their favor to completely out of control.
Something so simple like a jump out as well. It's a huge play for Mephi to make. It was made at the right time. That's the sort of aggression that we expect to see here. And it's good aggression as well. It's well timed. It's calculated. Mephi there fully taking advantage of one of the best parts of defending that site. And that is the ability to just hoy yourself out of the window. And whatever happens, happens. You get 1, doesn't matter. You've done your job. In that case, he got 2 and got away with it. I mean, it didn't really matter that he got away with it. Round was essentially won at that moment. Now MIR Gaming have a very tricky basement defense to contend with. Or basement, yeah, defense to contend with. And that clash, you've got to bring something to help Blur, I think. Do you bring EMPs? Do you just sack the clash off entirely? It's difficult, because that clash is going to really cause a lot of problem for Blur. He did get close enough to it to punch it last time, but that was only right at the end. So either the time needs to be quicker or something needs to be brought. Something else that's maybe worth highlighting right now, Demo. 0-5 for Sloth.
Yeah, this is, I dare say, the worst we've seen him play this stage, which is a big shock. You know, I thought he's been pretty consistent. I mean, I think back whenever we've seen him in EUL and stuff, there was moments where he was pretty either there or he just wasn't. You know, he had bad games and good games. I thought he's really developed his game. You know, I thought for the most part he's played well like every game we've seen him, more or less. But yeah, this is definitely a weird one to see Sloth without a kill. Like, really strange to see. But, I mean, even in Clubhouse, Ollie, you know, I was seeing him. There was a moment whenever he was in, remember he walked down blue and he killed one and then he got traded away. There's actually a moment where whoever it was that swung and missed a couple of shots, and then Sloth also missed shots, and I'm like, I've seen Sloth go into that engagement, he doesn't miss shots. He, you know, he usually goes out and he actually wins both of those engagements, but today he didn't. And I was like, that just sums it up. I just don't think today, something seems to be off. I just think a bad day at the office for MIR Gaming.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, there's definitely something off.
Shields out and ready.
Definitely something not right. Clash laughs in the face of a Monty. Blur is powerless. Even going through and getting end a little bit there as well. And the hatch can be opened.
Oh, this isn't good.
So it's very difficult now, really, for FEARX. If this is played correctly, should be able to dominate this position. The glasses are activated. What can Blur do? He's just pushing down into 2.
I'll be honest, Andy has left him for dead. Andy's left him for dead. All you see, Andy just ran away.
But Blur's been baited. The hatch was opened. Somehow Sloth's come in and finally found himself a pick.
Attackers have dropped.
How have MIR Gaming come out of that one man up?
I don't know. I really don't. The issue is, though, Ollie, you still got these smokes to go through, and there's 30 seconds left in the clock, so you really don't have a lot of time to play with. Oh, an actual missed smoke. Nova's missed his lineup. And Andy, who has the diffuser, Ollie, look at his HP. I mean, he shouldn't be the one planting. He doesn't have the HP to do so. Looking for a backstab to maybe assist Sloth as he's eyeing up that red drop, and I think they know that they have to try and play for kills here, just based on the time limit left and the fact that there's a smoke on the board. Baguette has got himself down, but he's not there for the cover to Sloth. He sold him down the river. Baguette eventually gets his kill. He needs to find a couple of more, though. He only just finds the one. Gardo has been able to take out Good Boy Diffuser. It's being planted, but now it's in a 1v1. Guard has just been able to hold out long enough to get that diffuser secured for Endo, who has an easy lineup on the hatch. Nova doesn't even try and play the 1v1. He just tries to stick the diffuse.
What are we seeing? Where? Why?
Who?
In what world?
Where? When? And why? Is that what you're asking, Ollie? Right.
In what world?
So who was Ende?
Stick that straight away.
Right, who was Andy, right? Because I don't know how he's alive. Of everything that's happened, I don't know. He's the one who's alive, okay? What's going on? Where is, well, we're in bank. When? It's currently 11:28 in the UK. And why? I have no idea.
I can't. I've actually fully lost it. That round has sent me under.
Oh, Korea. Never change. Never change. Like I said, you should have met... Yesterday, Fresh was losing his marbles, by the way. And I'm sitting here just laughing because it's like, that was me, you know, for the first couple of play days, wasn't it? I said to him, yeah, you just get used to it, isn't it? You get used to things.
Oh, man.
5 seconds to go.
Oh.
In what world do you just try and stick that?
Sometimes. I mean, even
Mental.
half. Even half. MIR Gaming got 3 attacks, right? They've got 3 attacks. I think this is good for them. I think this is good.
Is it good for me, though, Demo? Is it good for
No,
you?
of course it's not. Not good for anyone.
Is it good for our mental well-being?
I'll be honest. I was looking at some of the stats, and there's actually a correlation between people losing their hairline and watching Korea.
I think Tim watches a lot of Korea, doesn't he?
Tim used to cast Korea, and we actually had to take him off it because we were afraid that then just the skull would start to lose next. He'd be left with half a head.
Well, the side swap and a 3-round split has been achieved from MIR Gaming. They've done so much better on the attack on Bank than what they did over on Clubhouse, but it's a very different prospect now as Nova. He's just tearing into Sloth there. Nothing he can do about it. This extension into open area. Been heavily punished there. Now, Good Boy's fallen as well, but they've probably not wasted as much time as they would have wanted to.
No. And you look at the lineup, they only have the Goyo canisters as well. They don't have any smokes to play off. And who's to say that FEARX couldn't just try and like avoid going for the server take and maybe go for a back take? That could be potential for them as well. And I think that probably would be better based on the fact that they don't have anything to open up server wall. Like Habana's got 6 pellets. You can't get in with 6 pellets. So they actually may need to go for a hatch drop towards the back end of things.
Yeah, they've not got the necessary hard breach really to get this wall open, have they?
A weird round
The
again.
backdrop is being covered. And that's the kicker. Nova. You can try and push through this single, but there's not going to be loads of cover there that is easy enough to provide. We can open a couple of smaller X-Kairos holes. There are defenders ready and waiting. And no smoke, so that's a big benefit. This C4 has to do something from Baguette. He's not going to even get a chance to detonate it as the glass pings him out through the smoke. I can only imagine he didn't know that there was a glass there. Nova, he's going to get the plant down. It's going to be a very difficult one to retake as well if it's confirmed, and it is. Blur is able to find one. The Monty will fall now. Well, that hatch being left soft, it's actually allowed it to be opened there by Rin. But he's not going to be long for this life as Ende sees to it that he's taken out. God, trying to retake above, but not able to do so. That was an engagement that God really needed to win because now borderline impossible. And he can try and tap, but as long as there's an angle there, player does have to drop to get the kill, but Demic's there with the trade. I like that double drop. That's really well timed. Good synergy.
Yeah, you guaranteed the kill that way, don't you? Which I think is the correct way to go for it. Look, MIR Gaming, yes, you brought on the Goyos, but if you're forfeiting so much map control early on, the roam was dealt with in a minute. Yeah? More than enough time for FEARX to open up the hatches and then pop the Goyo canisters and then still give them enough time to go for the plant, and that's kind of what happened. I think MIR Gaming, they lose it in the early portion of that round. I think whenever you kind of look at that site as a whole, it is just crucial that you deny the plant. You know, we've seen it both times, Ollie. Whenever that diffuser's been planted in that site, the retake is just nigh impossible. You know, it's so difficult. The hatches can just be opened up above the diffuser. You can sit on them as the attackers, retaken into open area. As we know, you have to come through one doorway. It doesn't give you a lot of options. So it's a really tough retake. So denying that plant is the main focal point that we look at for that site. But if you're just going to give pressure away early on, Goyos then really don't have that much of an effect. You have two options. It's either you roam better, or you also bring in the smoke as that double coverage for the denial.
FEARX successful in round 1 of their attacks. Won't be going back to the basement just yet. Instead, top floor is going to be the order of the day. I do like how FEARX aren't tunnel visioning onto this Monty because, you know, unless used very well and unless you've got a very competent shield player, it maybe isn't the thing to always bring and try and focus on. They've actually given themselves more options here. I guess the role that you would sacrifice for the Monty in this instance will probably be the Sense. Now, the Warden is being played by Blur, but he's got to be in the right place to make use of those goggles. And an ability to rotate wherever that Sense gets played. Little pop-up there from inside a stock. Just a bit of aggression there from Sloth. Don't think he needs to be trying this hard for an opening. Fortunately, somehow, manages to get himself out of there. He has taken a bit of damage and eventually will be finished off. Baguette is there with the trade, though. Removing Demic. So nothing else is going to get opened in this round.
So very similar to the last round is that both teams have traded kills back one apiece. Sloth, my word. I mean, Ollie, what do you say? 1 and 8 is how he stands. Minute 15 left.
Shorts and a little headband. And some running shoes. 118.
I honestly don't know what to say anymore. I really don't. And I think you kind of look at the attack coming in here from FEARX. It's going to give them more than enough time to start rotating downstairs. Kind of looking at, okay, what's going to stop us from getting the plant down? Oh, probably the mirror windows. Okay, let's get the buck downstairs. Good boy. You get stuck in. He's also been able to down Blur as well from the skeleton key. Rin has been picked off, and they're attempting at potentially going for the revive on the Blur, but the Selma charge actually been able to get the kill. Sense is deployed one of the smokes, but and not a lot of movement here from FEARX. They've got 30 seconds. There's no denial apart from one C4 from Mende. Good boy, trying to take the engagement as he will jump in towards Stock now, and he's trying to get the flashes out. That C4 will be distributed, but oh, a swing from Mende for no real reason. Maffy then is able to take advantage of that. Now it's man advantage in favor of FEARX. Diffuser being planted, and oh, but get a big whiff agent. Good boy shotguns him through the wall, and Good boy even cleans up as well with the last kill as well. Oh, MIR Gaming. Missed opportunities, missed shots. FEARX take command.
Yeah, FEARX are really in the driver's seat of this series now. They are looking by far and away the better team. MIR Gaming stunned into a tactical timeout. They really don't seem to be able to get anything moving at the moment. That last round was a great example of overreaction. They're on the defense. I want to see him playing rat corners. I want to see him taking the time, not necessarily taking the fight to FEARX. FEARX are moving aggressively enough anyway. The fight is going to be upon you very quickly into the round. MIR Gaming needs to be manufacturing these situations where they have an advantage. And so far, we're not seeing that. It almost looked like 5 solo holds there from MIR Gaming. There was no one backing each other up. And FEARX are just sort of moving through like a solid unit. Whatever they go for, it's like, bam, that's what we're doing at this moment. We want the guy in stock, bam, we'll get the guy in stock. We want the mirror window, yep, we get the mirror window. MIR Gaming back down to the basement, see if they can try and find success. They're going to be bringing the Jaeger this time. Now, Jaeger usually speaks to a bit of a blue hold. A couple of ADSs placed on those blue stairs. The smoke can typically play there for a good amount of time. But again, it's a bit more out in your face, and you're definitely not going to have the smokes to deny the plant if you use them on blue early on into the round. So,
5 seconds remaining.
maybe a bit of a question there. But at least this time, it doesn't look like they're going to be going for that extension upstairs into open. Or if they are, they're not going to be doing it with too much utility.
Yeah, I do like the Jaeger pick, especially whenever there isn't a lot of burn. You've got 6 hard breach gadgets being brought in, 0 flashes, which is a big surprise. You've got 4 nades, 2 smokes. Oh, jump out from Sloth. I mean, look, he's going to be desperate to get a kill. He just says, guys, I'm just going to jump out. I'm going to get my one. He's been able to pick off the recruit. Is that a big heavy-hitting operator? Of course it ain't. So, I don't know. I mean, the thing with Goyo is already placed his util. So, you don't really lose. I mean, I don't think either side has lost anything here. I think this is a completely fine trade.
Yeah, maybe the defenders have lost a little bit less than the attackers. As you mentioned, the util's been placed. Providing it has, I mean, I can see the canisters there inside of the site, so they have been placed down. And he's got some cams to flick now. He's got a couple of BPs and defaults for as long as they last. And of course, being the IGL, he can call the shots from the back, you know. Might give him a little bit more option and a bit more mental clarity to call in the heat of the moment. FEARX do seem to be taking the time a little bit on this approach. They aren't wanting to overcommit just yet. Already the Vulcan canister has been popped at the top of blue. Smoke still with 3 canisters though. If that hatch into server gets opened as well, then
I think it's just
blue becomes
timing
very
more than
difficult to
anything
rotate
here
out
for
of Baguette.
side like
Finds
MIR
a
Gaming.
great
Just want to
pick
burn
onto
down the
Good Boy.
clock, and
Good Boy a little bit
you
lazy
see
there
Baguette
on
has
the
been able to
rotation.
walk up and
Just sort of
quite
expecting
an
that no
easy
one's going to
kill.
be playing that top of that main
FEARX, no
stair.
response into that
Very
as
easy
well.
to rotate down, especially if there's no one
FEARX, a
inside a
minute
garage.
left. 3 players. Seems like we're having some issues with
Drop
with
now,
our
coming into elevators.
connection.
Got the Monty down inside of gold. Ende, you find one onto Rin. Only the Monty and Demic left right now. Now only down to the Monty. Toxic Babes gonna stun him out. And Baguette gonna get the finishing blow.
MIR Gaming playing the time. Playing it better that time around. We had a few issues there, Ollie, as well, by the way, just with our call. Because I think for at least 2 minutes there, all I was hearing was you turning into a robot. So I think robot mode, like RoboCop, could be a good career for you.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah,
But-
nothing was bad my end, so it might be you.
Me and Jacob were like, me and Jacob both heard you basically just turn into a robot, and we've no idea what to say. So on stream it looks like you were fine. But I could not hear you at all, so I just start speaking. I have no idea. Very weird. And then the whole call crashed as well, which was crazy.
Strange.
It is. I don't think it's our issue. I think it's the actual. I think it's the Discord issue. I think Discord just fully crashed.
Throwing an F-Naught.
10 seconds to insertion.
Oh yeah. A little bit weird,
5 seconds remaining.
but we move. 5-4.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Deploying mine. Deploying jammer. F-Naught deployed.
FEARX still in the driver's seat of this one then. Only narrowly this time though. Sloth's shell will be destroyed. So no late flank. No cheese play.
Okay, go.
Haven't seen a lot of Scopus today. You kind of get the impression that Sloth's trying really hard to find something that works right now though. 2 and 9 is not where we expect this player to be. Second highest rated player in the league right now. Nice slow approach here from Mephi though. He's really managed to sneak his way in downstairs. He just needs to be patient. The flank is going to be on at some point. He's just going to be holding on the lower portion of Marble Stairs right now. But of course, he has got the option to rotate around to blue as well.
He knows he's here. I seen a yellow ping. Ooh. Almost. Very big almost. There we go. Mephi, the flank has worked and the Scopos, his position is going to be known. Sloth just about gets that kill over the board. So trade back and forth. But top floor Ollie is in favor of FEARX, which is obviously what they wanted.
Yeah, guard going to fall on the Azami. And again, it's not a great loss on the side of FEARX. Still, it's a fairly slow approach. And there's quite a bit to get through. You got the FNATs. Got a couple of C4s knocking around. So FEARX, whilst they've got this map control, now they really need to start to try and do something with it. Sloth's going to be downstairs with that angle from blue. All-important zone. Mephi, of course, starting the round out down there, has now ended up inside a main lobby, so Sloth could be fairly safe here. He's going to be worried about that drone, though. Not too much that he can do about it. He destroys it. They know he's there. Good boy. He should be flicking. And Rin's going to be flicking drones now as well as Ende sends him to the cameras. That gives MIR Gaming an advantage here ahead of this final 20 seconds. Sloth's just going to play a bit deeper in the hopes that the drone hasn't already spotted him, that he's going to be able to try and save this round. That wall's got open, which means the site will be now exposed.
Off, big flank. No, misses. And the engagement with the deagle from Mephi. Gets able to get the trade, but immediately Demic is there to respond as Nova moves in for the plant, but no, gets picked off before he can attempt it. MIR Gaming win it onto a great few shots being hit. Needed to stop that player walking in with that diffuser. They do so. 5-5, MIR Gaming. Bit of bite back. 2 rounds in a row.
That must have been a cracking shot, by the way, because he was literally just going into like a crouched position. He took some damage on the way in and then was just crouching behind the bomb chassis, and I think he must have exposed his back or his shoulder or something, and that's when he went down. That shot doesn't land, and then the plant starts to go, and all of a sudden it's a bit more of a difficult task there for MIR Gaming, but they level things up here going into round number 11. Do you get the feeling that they've got that fight within them? You know my favorite demo. You win the second map, you win the whole thing. Genuinely, I think if MIR Gaming win Bank, they probably win Sky. They showed us a cracking Sky the other night.
Showed one last night as well. They should have won Sky, to be honest, last night. Just threw a lot of rounds. FEARX, they need to do it here and now. They really need to. I mean, Bank was always going to be a little bit risky for MIR Gaming going here, considering that, yes, they have won here, but it hasn't always been clean. FEARX have been here. It has looked clean, but I mean, it feels like OT's coming, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, we need it, don't we? MIR Gaming, they're not going to let us get away with that in OT here. I want to see them give the best account of themselves possible. Didn't have an easy day yesterday against PSG Talon. It's not been an easy day so far here against FEARX. Nova going to be bringing the Monty this time. Bees and a Lion also going to be joining that Monty for the attackers. It's the Kanto wall going to be getting opened up there. Lion scan to try and gain a bit more info and allow the Monty to start to push through. This is exactly where you would expect to see the Monty be used. Getting control of that main lobby with assistance from the window play. Kanto wall obviously getting opened, looking into the top of elevators, removing the ability for someone to play there, and or even tucking them back further into that elevator. And then Monty should just be able to walk up that spiral. And as long as there's assistance there for him and there's a couple of players on his shoulder, there will be kills that come.
A risky spot for guard to play as well, though, because we've seen it a few times. A player will go down the skyline. That's exactly what Demic is eyeing up right now, and you have a very easy angle onto anyone inside of Trump right now. The Bees will go in, combo that with the Monty pushing up along with the player on the skylight. It should result in a pretty easy kill onto guard. So Demic, here we go. He'll go for it. Can he spot out the kill? Can he see who he's looking for? Not at the moment, as guard's actually slipped back into the site, Ollie.
Well, Blur hasn't. Blur gets taken out by Good Boy. And End, he's in an engagement all of his own. Mephi eventually shutting him down. Sloth, worried about the skylight, going to rotate up these main stairs. FEARX aren't finished there. They're going to storm their way through Banana. Now Sloth, in with a clutch. Does have a C4. 38 seconds. And 3 attackers bearing down onto him. Fortunately for him, the Monty has already fallen. But his location is now known. Inside of Janitors, it's surely only going to be a matter of time before someone picks him up, and it's going to be Demic. FEARX put themselves onto map and series point right now.
Yep, good attack. FEARX. Just working for the motions, isn't it? It's pretty basic, again, of an attack that what we're used to seeing. Using the Bees, Monty comes into play. The kills then start to fall. And that's where, again, the Echo Band probably plays quite big into that attack, isn't it? You know, having that Monty just become invincible almost if you don't have that Echo. It's tough to deal with. MIR Gaming, in response of the Monty, similar to what FEARX did against MIR Gaming, the clash comes in. I mean, this is just being who can play a better Monty and who can counter a Monty.
Absolutely. But the tools are there for both sides to use, and it needs someone to be willing and able to play it, and capable in a lot of ways. It's all well and good picking the clash, but you've got to be in the right place to do something about the Monty. Likewise, it's all well and good playing the Monty, but you got to play it in the right way. Finally, we do see that adaptation coming out from MIR Gaming. Guard picking up that Monty, seeing if he can get anything going. But again, the story of this game has really been in the kill department. Only Baguette and End that are positive right now. Blur positive as well, should I say. 7 and 6. It's not too much to write home about, is it? Mainly looking toward Guard and Sloth. Some of the players that are lagging behind a little bit. FEARX moving quite quickly here in what could be the final round of this series. They've already taken that top floor. They're going to start to move down into that mid-floor level now as well.
Good pacing. Again, no roam game for MIR Gaming. Makes it quite easy for them. As we know from MIR, they're going to want to try and play with the Goyo, the smokes, the clash on site. Obviously, this anchor lineup that they have. Guard at the moment is patrolling Garage, and there is a player outside of it on the ramp. It is going to be Good Boy on the Twitch. He's aware that somebody is waiting for him. Rin gets the first pick onto Baguette. Opening death on the side of MIR Gaming, not what they would have wanted, especially on a turtle bomb site. You want to try and keep as many players alive as you can. That means that maybe Guard will have to leave his position inside of Garage, and that'll give the control over to Good Boy if he chooses to go for it. Minute 30, Ollie. So still, time is there. Actually quite a bad thing for MIR Gaming. In all honesty, there was plenty of time for FEARX to set up here and destroy these Goyo canisters and trying to bait out some of the smokes. You can hear, explosions in and around the bomb site. Just opening up the hatches and everything else that they can. They still have all the B canisters as well. So in terms of util, it's an abundance. Flores is going to be sent in, looking to see if he can pick off any Goyo canisters. Doesn't get any with that one. Just spots out the positions, and you can see that player's going to be on the red. He's going to go for the drop. Oh, my word.
You've got to
hit
hit your shots.
But he's just trying to hip fire him.
Oh, Blur's going to be downed. It's going to be difficult to pick him up. He might even get
Flores
confirmed
drone.
with the Rotero drone right now, but he's looking the wrong way.
What are you doing?
He's downed on the mirror window. Still, it's an advantage.
Revive?
I'm not sure if he's in a position to. This Garage player could play spoiler to all of that, but no, Good Boy misses his shots as well, and Sloth takes advantage. Blur's back up, and he finds a kill. Sloth on for 2.
Oh my god.
Effie and Nova. This was looking so good for FEARX. They're going to be attempting their plan, but the smoke canister means they've got to come off it. No smokes left. No C4s. And now a back plan is going to be attempted. End with the cover. Guard, surely you can just walk up to this one. And he can. Draws for the pistol on the clash. Well, Demo, we said that it wouldn't be a MIR Gaming game without an overtime. And here we are.
Oh, I mean, what do you say? Like, just comical, isn't it? Like, he is dropped in, right, with full util, by the way. Like, full util as a Grim. He's dropped in. For some reason, he's just not ADSing. Misses the shots. Downs him. Dies. You think, okay, that guy's down. There's no way he's being picked up in the middle of red corridor anytime soon. You see the Flores drone come in immediately after. Oh, Flores can finish him off. Basically looks at the dead guy on the floor. Turns away from him. Sees another guy, then turns back to the dead guy. Drone gets shot. And then just mayhem.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Anyone, can anyone in chat sum that up better? Just chat, sum that round up in one word. What are we thinking?
Untidy.
Untidy. Are you describing my bedroom or the round?
Well, the sides are gonna stay the same, so MIR Gaming stay on the defense here. Means, of course, they can go back downstairs.
Bomb located by
Now, a very different lineup coming out this time, as Demic's going to be rocking the Deimos. Now, I'm not sure how good the Deimos is going to be, given that the success that MIR Gaming have had in this site has come off the back of turtling down. So maybe we see a couple of nice Deimos tracks, but I'm not sure. Maybe would have liked another initiator. Maybe would have liked a Ying or something like that to burst through. The Monty would have been null and void almost, given that Guard is going to be rocking the Clash again. And the Clash still fantastic, even when a Monty isn't present, because Clash can basically just stand in the middle of garage and just say, nah, you're not coming in, mate. No one's going to want to walk into that.
I mean, it's the exact same strategy again from MIR Gaming. Same operators, same positions, same util being used. So FEARX know exactly what they're going up against for the third time. That's the third time they've attacked this lineup. Surely nothing should catch them by surprise. The Twitch comes in, pops the Goyo canisters, no issues there. Amos just has the one track at the moment. It is onto the Warden, but like you mentioned, it's going to be the Clash. That's going to be the one they have to try and get through. But usually if you look kind of the way Clash plays, you just want to try and avoid her at all costs. You know, she is pretty slow moving around the site. So you just have to try and hit areas of where she isn't.
Boom, baby, we're in. He falls.
He's jumping the gun. Why is he already in the elevator?
Drop. Panicking. Trying to get something going. Doing equally as bad as Sloth right now, really. 6 and 10. The star players highlighted ahead of this fixture. Haven't really had the bite. Good boy, hello? I'm gonna look down the hatch before you try and drop down it, mate. Forget. He's gonna take his freebie as well. The plan being attempted. C4. Little bit mistimed. Maybe they can afford that, given that there's still 2 toxic babes left and a nice lineup for end. Clash rotated upstairs. It's gonna be able to zone out a player inside of open, and Sloth's on the prowl. All the way on that top floor, going for a full rotation. Demic, you're gonna take Blur down, but the plan gets stopped in its tracks as Baguette falls. Sloth's flank was successful. Now Mephi getting zapped away by the Clash. And surely the final kill for Sloth. He's doing laps. He's doing marathons. He's trying to KD recover right now, Demo. And fortunately, it's keeping MIR Gaming in the fight. They now lead for the first time in a long time here on Bank. And there's a very real possibility we see all 3 maps here today. FEARX stunned into taking a timeout.
Oh boy. MIR Gaming. Great adaptation there to use the Clash as a retake operator. First of all, for FEARX, 2 players just dropping hatches. For, you know, I don't know what they're doing, because it looks as though they're going in by themselves, which is really weird. Like, they need to be playing together there. You give away those early picks. Clash rotates above, provides that information. Sloth then goes for that big long rotate up. He gets his pick as well. Yeah, just I love what MIR Gaming were doing there whenever FEARX had just foolishly given away the advantage to them. Can I bring back into like another point that we kind of mentioned before the game started off, and that is,
bring it back.
Why are we not seeing Jax play here today? He is there. He's literally sat in we can see him right now. Why is he not playing instead of Nova? They are planning to use him for the LCQs, but why not today? This game, on the surface of things, doesn't really mean that much, apart from a few SI points and a bit of money. Why, like, I don't get why you wouldn't use them.
I don't know. I feel like you're asking the wrong person, Demo.
Who do I ask? Who do I send my complaint to?
Well, I don't know, but you're asking me and I've not got the answer, and chat can't talk back to you. So
Chat can kind of talk back to me.
Well, I mean, they can type, but I don't know if the person that knows the answer is in the chat.
Maybe Fabian will know. He usually knows.
Why would he know?
He knows a lot, doesn't he?
I mean, at that point, you're better off asking Joey.
Who?
Joey knows.
Who's Joey knows?
Joey knows.
Oh.
Sides have switched again as they do in overtime. MIR Gaming, 7 rounds to 6. We're either going to see all available, or it's going to get closed out here. Blur quickly taking control of that top floor. Floor above blue can now be opened. Guard going to send his Brava drone in, see if there's anything that he can hack inside a server. Now, there isn't a lot of support here for Nova. You remember when MIR Gaming played this, they actually brought the Jaeger to keep him safe. Nova has no such privilege. Which likely means that he's not going to be playing there for as long, but with that hatch open, it does make moving out a lot more difficult. He should be fairly easy to deal with from this point onwards. Demic, he's just drone hunting right now. Got the hatch open inside of elevators. There's going to be a player in elevators supporting as well. The Dubrow canister will be deployed. Hatch into servers now will be opened. Nova, he's been allowed to escape. He slipped the net. Took far too long for MIR Gaming to get that hatch open. And Sloth's going to fall as the first pick.
Sloth goes down. A good start for MIR Gaming. I think right now for FEARX, their main thing is just trying to stay alive and use the util as best they can. You know, they've got the C4s, they've got the smokes being dished out here. And that mirror window, Ollie, it is there purposely just to stop that thermite charge going down. It's a real nuisance that Ende just cannot get through. And you're probably going to be looking at trying to get Blur in with the Ossa shield, and will now be attempted, and they are actually able to find the angle to get that wall open. It's a tricky one to find, but they have been able to do so successfully. C4 will be put out, and there's the final smoke as well, so not a lot left apart from one C4. That's all they have to try and stop this going down. Rin picks up a kill. Baguette, and he's tried that same crouch walk down main stairs all, like, every single time, so they're going to be ready for you, Baguette. Need to try to do something different. Look at this, 2 people above as well. Full on retake upstairs, and yeah, just gonna get slaughtered for the players. FEARX are flawless. My word. I mean, MIR Gaming and all, it feels though they just played that a little bit too predictably for FEARX.
If you were to close your eyes and describe a round of bank, like, that's kind of what you would describe from MIR Gaming, and it felt like FEARX just needed to close their eyes and shoot where they knew they needed to shoot, and C4 where they knew they needed to C4. MIR Gaming, they never really took too much control over that. I really felt like they were going to isolate that smoke on blue and get that hatch open super early, have someone coming in down through dirt, and really pile the pressure on. When they let Mephi slip, it just seemed a bit strange. All available rounds now. Open area. MIR Gaming are going to make their last stand right now. FEARX, their last attack. I've seen both teams successful on here so far today. MIR Gaming got away with it last time. A real nice last-second shot onto the guy that was getting the plant down and the time doing the rest.
10 seconds to go.
Bit of a different lineup being brought from FEARX this time. Going to be opting for the Dokkaebi. We're not seeing too much Dokkaebi today, considering it's a bank and it's a big map. Can be awesome for spotting out those Valkyrie cameras as well once you're able to grab a phone and get a hack off. So Dokkaebi will be brought this time from Good Boy. Nova once again going to be rocking on that Monty. The Twitch drone is destined for mirror windows inside the site.
Twitch drone. It's tempting to try and sneak in and disable the mirror window, but not going to be the case. Baguette actually places his mirror window on the quad wall. So a very aggressive position to have it. If it gets opened up, it's actually a disadvantage to the defense because that just gives an easy angle into the site. So those Twitch drones need to be dealt with immediately if you are MIR Gaming. Montioli, we know what he can do. He can just simply walk into the site. They need to try and stop that. In terms of denial, they only have C4s, Ollie. No smoke being brought. That quad wall will be opened up, and this is kind of like the first step of the attack. It's get that wall open. The next is get the player out in behind that bomb chassis. Typically is the Azami, as we see here today. Everyone else from MIR Gaming, I think this is where they just can't sit back and let this happen. And look at Nova just strolls on in. Sloth, though, is able to take out Good Boy. Nova is in. He's looking to see if he can get the diffuser, but as long as we have the Azami right beside him, he can't go for that. Demic able to pick off Baguette. Nova can't really do much. Even if he's on shields, he can't punch him. He can't ADS him. He can only just feed information, but this is actually working really well for FEARX, Ollie, as they picked up 2 kills. Now it's a 3 versus 4.
Mephi in a real tricky spot, though, because he can feed out a lot of information from there. There are going to be players just off site as well. Blur tucked into archives right now. Ring going to be upstairs inside a stock, so still all the players very spread out and a little bit of a ways from coming together.
No way.
Ring with a drop into Hatch. How's he been allowed to do this? He gets turned and burned by Sloth. The plan going to start to go down. A C4 will miss. And Nova is going to confirm that plant. Blur, the last player surviving here. 1 versus 3 against the Monty and the plant. Almost impossible for him. He's got the information, but he's likely not going to be able to do too much about it. Monty is going to bear down onto him, provide that information. Turns his back, can hear the D-shield, knows the end is near. Gets a chance on the Monty and takes it. 14 seconds. Nova gives himself up. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to win the round, as the time's just going to do the rest. Mephi with the final kill there. What a back and forth game. FEARX taking us on a roller coaster ride there. But finally for them getting the job done. 8-7 here on Bank. Getting the series done in 2.
Yeah, FEARX, good attack again, using the meta. See how easy it is with the Monty. He just walks in. You can do nothing about it if you don't have the correct lineup. I mean, Smoke would have been great there to deal with the Monty, but they didn't bring it in their lineup. Yeah, FEARX, they just played it really slow. They got their picks, and yeah, they were able to move on and win that game, where there was a period where it didn't look as though they were.
Jacob, why don't you join us and we can have a chat about what we've just seen in our 3rd place match.
I mean, the biggest thing for me was knowing that MIR had won Bank twice so far in the regular stage, 8-6. But the thought wasn't, hey, they won 2 times on Bank. It was, if they're capable of losing 6 rounds, then why aren't they also capable of losing even more than that? And that's exactly where FEARX came into the picture. Anytime there was a mistake that they could exploit, they did. If there was some weird setup that MIR had, they did. Anytime MIR decided they were going to defend with 5 individual setups and not playing around as one team, they did that. And FEARX took advantage. Ultimately a good game, but probably not one that you really want to revisit. If this was Nova's last game, by the way, Ollie, it might have been, because if Jax is about to join the lineup for LCQs, Nova's going to look back and go, well, my last game was a frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good game to go out on, isn't it? Do you want to go out on a stomp, or do you want to go out on a 15-rounder? Maybe you want to go out on a 15-rounder.
I'd take that,
I don't know. You know, and a good contribution was made, let's be honest. They got the job done. It was a very clear win over on Clubhouse. That's the big takeaway here for me and FEARX, is that they dominated that map. They understood it exceptionally well. They navigated the bans fantastically, and their defensive rounds were brilliant, and their attacking rounds were great. And MIR, they just weren't in the picture on Club. Bank comes around, however, and that's when we go into a little bit of silly siege. You know, and silly siege from both sides, let's be honest. FEARX stabilizing in the end there, that timeout really working to their advantage right at the bitter end. But as you say, nothing's stopping us from going to a 3rd map right now. And then really, again, you just throw it wide open to being anyone's, because you're just essentially going into a best of 3. But good to see FEARX stabilizing. Good to see him keeping the head. And, you know, don't forget, they're still sort of vying for that position as one of the top teams here in Korea.
Yeah, I think you look at the first map, yeah, pretty clear, pretty one-sided for the most part. You then go to Bank. It was a battle with the shields more than anything. Who could play the Monty better? Who could counter the Monty better? We've seen a lot of Clash play as well, which is obviously going to fall into that category also. Entries today, which is weird. MIR Gaming actually on the bad end of things, which MIR Gaming have dominated that stat line in every game they went up against. Even whenever they played Skyscraper against PSG Talon yesterday, they lost that map, but they had more opening picks than PSG Talon. That's one thing that we've always said, MIR Gaming, they can entry. Today, I'm pretty sure they went even on Clubhouse, and then they've actually went negative here on Bank. So that's a big change from what we're used to seeing from that side.
Yeah, even if the entries weren't falling in their direction, most of the time it didn't matter because Mephi and Demic are still doing everything they can to hold down the fort. If there was any doubt back when they were originally brought onto this team that maybe it was a bit of a weird pick, please let those doubts be quelled, at least for this matchup, especially where Rin, the second highest overall player in the league coming into this matchup, was the bottom ranked player, especially on Bank. That's not where we need him to be with Nova immediately behind him, but it's good that both Demic and Mephi know when to step up, know when the jump outs are required, and everything for FEARX proves why a third place finish is not the end of the world and they can go into LCQs and still feel really good about it. Nothing to be said for Skyscraper, didn't need it. We were curious about how that might look at the ban phase, not a requirement for this series, and now it means that there's about a $3,000 difference between third and fourth place. That's what FEARX themselves claim. There's also an SI points difference of, gentlemen, can you guess exactly how many more points they won by getting third place and not fourth?
I think it's an extra 5.
Yeah,
5.
It's low, isn't it? Yeah.
5 more SI points.
Yeah. Yeah, they get 90 now. Instead of 85, they get 90.
Yep. So they're more in the race, at least as far as other teams from South Korea are concerned. But yep, that's it. Third place match is in the books, but coming up next is the big boy. Someone's got to go to Montreal, and someone's got to go all the way to the LCQs. You get a first class ticket all the way to the LCQs, but as soon as you step off the plane, you're immediately thrown right into the cruelest mistress possible, and that is not having any second chances left and having to win out in order to have an opportunity. Win and you're in, lose and life gets considerably harder, Demo.
Yeah, this is the big one for all the marbles. Ishi Talon, I think, go in this as clear favorites, as they have with every single match that they've went into during this stage. But D+, they shocked us yesterday. They could shock us today.
All right, let's jump into this bad boy after a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Tulips in it. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
There's a couple ways that this typically can swing because it's been such a back and forth rivalry, but it's usually always been D+. Now, for the past 2 times that PSG Talon and D+ Esports, specifically under these banners, have met, PSG Talon have come out ahead, and that's what this matchup ends up coming down to. It's not the sort of game that has these sorts of stakes, but now they have to go through one another, Ollie, in order to go to the Montreal Major.
Big teams in a big match for a big grand final. A D+, a team that has performed as expected throughout the regular stage. We are expecting this to be a top tier team here in South Korea. They did just exactly that. Finished in that 3rd place, missing out to FEARX. But of course, the regular stage only matters for so much because yet here they are inside of the grand finals after beating FEARX yesterday.
Yeah, all credit to them. E+, causing the upset that we just didn't expect to see. FEARX were pretty clear favorites going into that matchup. I think everyone but Fresh actually predicted that FEARX would win, but D+ come out. Look, the first map was 8-7, coin flip, came down to, fine margins it always does, but then they go and win the second map. PSG Talon, MIR Gaming. MIR Gaming gave them a good run for their money, especially on Skyscraper. PSG Talon didn't look, the mighty titans that we are used to seeing them the way they play. So Skyscraper was, could have definitely went in MIR Gaming's favor. Labs was a completely different story though. PSG Talon never looked as though they were going to lose that map. It's the basic structure, the basic fundamentals of PSG Talon. That's what they do so well. Some of the attacks that they were able to do yesterday against MIR Gaming, they would beat any team in the world the way that they played. So honestly, PSG Talon, I'm expecting to see that momentum just carry on.
Last time they played in a best of 1 was earlier this stage, played A5, PSG Talon get the win, and the same was the case back in qualification stages in a best of 3 back during the playoffs in stage 1 that decided who was going to go to the major in Manchester. So it's not territory that either of these teams, especially against one another, are unfamiliar with. The only question is, does anything that happens from that first loss for D+ translate into this game? Do they find some way around the errors that they had? Do they play the same maps? What exactly do they do to overcome in this one? Demo, is there anybody in particular you look at on this D+ team that you want to pop off?
Probably Coated. I think Coated is always going to be the guy you look towards for that team. I think he's a great player. I think he's great at knowing when he has to make a play to get his team out of a hole. JLT, I suppose you probably could say similar as well. Didn't have, greatest game last time they went up against PSG Talon. It's evident by the stats. It was on Lair. It was an absolute masterclass from PSG Talon. If you kind of look at PSG Talon and the players that you need to watch out for, I'll be honest, it's kind of everyone. Because I think Ollie made a really good point. We had the last series where we had Rin and Sloth, the two highest rated players in the league, going up against each other. PSG Talon, who was seen as the #1 team, didn't have an individual who was top of the scoreboard. But what they do have is a full team of everyone who can play Siege. It's a full team performance from that side. So you're never really banking and saying, oh, if this guy doesn't turn up, then they're going to lose. Similar to what we would maybe say for MIR Gaming. You know, if Sloth has a bad game, then where do they go? For PSG Talon, it's so well-rounded. Everyone plays well. Everyone plays their role extremely well. If you have to have an honorable mention, you probably got to go for Gotti because he's a new guy. He's the rookie. He's on the support role, on the positions that maybe you'd say, oh, that's nobody wants to play in those positions, but he's doing it. He's doing what he's told. He's doing his job. And he's coming out with results. You know, being the Castle main, Ollie, you know, Castle, not an easy operator.
I mean, those have obviously changed over the course of the stage, depending on, you know, who he's played most often. And, it was Thermite to begin with. It's moved on to Hibana. Castle is now his most played defender, and he's still throwing up these numbers. Now, what I will say is that at the early part of the stage, Gotti had a lot of flexibility. He was one of the highest players for entry after the first couple of play days, and you're looking at him going, this is meant to be your support player. What's he doing getting in all these entry fights? And it just came down to the teams that PSG Talon were playing against. Then when we see them playing against the competition that's maybe a little bit nearer to their level, they change play style again. They've got a brilliant ability at matching the pace of the game with what they need to bring. Early games against, Webble, Blossom, and B&A, well, those teams only won 6 rounds against PSG Talon combined. So obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult. Obviously it's going to be a bit different, and you're going to get forced to play in a different way. Now, contrast that when you go and play against teams like FEARX and D+, it starts to look a little bit different, doesn't it? I mean, the D+ game's still a 7-3, but they got forced into slightly different styles of Siege, is what I'm trying to say. And it's nice to see them be able to react at those different levels.
Yeah, kudos go to both teams for coming in with one roster move apiece and not looking as if they really lost all that much momentum, especially in the case of PSG, who themselves have more pressure than any other team in the region, given who's coaching them, the sort of results that they've had, the fact that they've gone to a major before and are looking to go back and do it again. But there are 2 players for PSG who are within like the top, I think it's within the top 10 in the league so far coming into this matchup. D+ have 4 within the top 11. So if you wanted a close contest, you're about to get it, because 7, 9, 10, and 11 all belong to guys on D+. And the biggest surprise for me was that NV Taylor came onto this team just in a coach position, not looking to do anything else in the server. A lot of people were wondering whether his time playing was done, and then he jumps onto this team in Stage 2 after the roster move they made for Stage 1 didn't work out, and he's still producing at a high level, at least by Korean standards. And Ollie, as far as I'm concerned, seeing him play like this, it warms the old heart for people who have been watching him play a long time over the past 7 to 8 years.
Well, not only that, but you feel like it's still possible for us, Jacob. Like, we're not out of this fight yet. If NV Taylor can do it, why can't we?
I can confirm it's two gone for you.
No.
Maybe for me and Jake, because we're on the younger side of things, but you, in your mid-40s, it's done.
Fair play.
Mate,
I'll take that.
31. Surely it's possible. It's been lovely to see, and I know NV Taylor had there was one game in particular in the early part of the stage where he absolutely popped off.
Got an ace.
Got an ace. He's had multiple, 3, 4Ks. D+ is an exciting team for me, and I liken their gun skill to something that you don't get to see very often across the rest of the world in terms of Siege. Coated and Woogieman in particular just have a very beautiful way of playing the game and aiming, and that might sound like a really weird thing to say, but people do aim differently, people flick differently, and the way that those two play in particular, when they're on the day, it's fantastic to watch. JLT, he had a massive day on Thursday, and I think that they're getting to that point where they have that potential for a full team performance. You're not too sure who's going to pop off.
Let's do a double check on maps for this series. Again, qualifying for Montreal is on the line. Last time they played, it was a Lair game. Whether we see that in the series or not, it does get past the first 4, which definitely makes it interesting whether we see a repeat on the same map they played earlier in the stage or we won't. Bank is up first, but overall, if we were to see Lair, it's not a map that's played very much in Korea in the first place. So if we see it at all, it'll be a revenge matchup, and there it is. PSG Talon deciding to go back to the map they already defeated D+ on earlier. So honestly, no matter what happens in map 1, map 2 is where things get spicy, Demo.
Yeah, look, I think leaving the lair up, is this the case where D+, they feel as though they've learned from their mistakes? The way that PSG Talon played lair against them during the regular stage, it was so one-sided. You know, PSG Talon understood the map really well. They took a 5-1 attacking half on lair, which we see as, you know, very defender-sided at the moment. The bank pick, look, I think both teams will be more than happy to be heading over towards bank. Look, it's one of those older maps. Both teams all know how to play it. It's been there for ages. For PSG Talon, I mentioned before yesterday, is that they were able to hide quite a few maps. Bank was one of them. Bank was a map that he didn't play at all during the regular stage. So I think for D+ to go into that is always going to be a little bit risk, because you don't really know what PSG Talon's going to be cooking up.
That's the advantage that PSG Talon have given themselves here ahead of these best of threes, is because they only played a couple of maps in the regular stage, because they only had to play a couple of maps, because they were so dominant in their map pool. It gave them so much flexibility, and it means that they can guarantee good maps here in best of 3.
Looking forward to bank, not to make both of you guys jump back onto the same map immediately after we just played in the last series. But again, the prize is on the opposite side of this. Once we're done on bank, then we have the revenge match on lair. And in the event that we need it, chalet between South Korean teams typically always has some nice flavor to it. So no matter what happens here, it's about to be a good one. Again, the stakes could not be any clearer. Win, and you're going to the Montreal Major. Lose, and you have to brave the cruel mistress that is the LCQs. Gentlemen, have fun. We'll see you on the other side.
Let's get stuck into our grand final then, Demo, here in Korea. D+ versus PSG Talon. We'll be headed to bank right now. And I expect it's going to be a very different pace to what we saw in our third place matchup that we just watched here on bank. I've been looking forward to this one for quite some time.
Here we go. Here we go. So yeah, bank is where we kick things off. Like we mentioned before, PSG Talon, because of such a small map pool that they played at a really small sample size, they had a fair few maps that they were able to bring in to the best of threes, into the playoffs, which of course we knew about. And bank is certainly one of those maps. I think for PSG Talon, we always said that they do the basics really well. They've shown that on maps like Club, maps like Labs as well. They're really good at, like, you know, the less chaotic maps, the more maps where you have to go through the motions of, you know, getting the hard breacher in, going for the roam clear. That's where they've looked really strong. So I think on bank, it's going to be, again, fairly simple for them as well.
Should be, shouldn't it? It's a very good basics map. PSG Talon's basics have been fantastic this stage. And one of the things that we've really highlighted. And of course, now it's a best of 3, so we get to see how they're going to perform in, you know, a very different environment to a best of 1, where they have been keeping these maps back. Now, just because they've been keeping the maps back doesn't mean, by the way, that they're going to be amazing on them.
Another thing as well is D+ played this yesterday against FEARX in 174, so there was a fresh VOD that PSG Talon have had to work with overnight.
Going to be a Fuse Shield, one of your favorites, Demo. Seeing as that the Monty is banned.
Well, you have Blitz, so I don't know why the Fuse Shield's coming in, unless it's the case if they wanted to bring in the hard breach gadgets. But then again, you also have the recruit, so I think they have more than enough hard breach with the Thermite and the recruit. So I think maybe bringing the fuses, you know, could be seen as a little bit overkill. I think Blitz certainly a better operator in terms of shields compared to the Fuse. We know that. But right now, for D+, they've got full control of that mid floor and the top floor, because it has been forfeited right away, as PSG Talon are looking for the turtle. They brought in plenty of deniability with the C4s, and also the Tachanka is their kind of replacement to, typically it would be the smoke that we would see being played there. But the difference between smoke and the Tachanka is the Tachanka gets a lot more time burnage compared to the smoke. Smoke can burn out about 30 seconds. If you time your Tachanka well enough, Ollie, you can probably waste like a full minute. So that's the advantage and disadvantage of it. Is, yes, you're going to do less damage, and it's going to be a smaller radius than a smoke, but you can burn out a lot more time.
Well, we all know that Tachanka does have a lot of fire canisters. And they are very easy to zone out a lot of that control and a lot of that space.
If they had to leave the main breach because the mirror window is, again, stopped that. Remember the way we've seen it literally in the last game, the mirror window being placed. It looks as though he cannot get the placement right. So this is going to be really difficult for them.
Well, this is when Tachanka can start. Minute and 10, and already you're seeing one come in. Woogieman, he's going to turn his back and looks a bit uncertain at the moment on blue. There's going to be a bit of pressure through this hatch. Potential for a C4 through the hatch from Ryder if he wants it, but he might not be able to find the angle now that it's been opened from above. Back hatch now going to get opened. He could send the fuse through the back hatch, but I mean, really?
Oh, hatch drop.
Going to need something else. There's definitely a drop coming in somewhere, and nice kill there from Coated. The plant going to start to go down from Woogieman. Tachanka left fumbling. Soldier doesn't know which way to turn, and that plant's going to be confirmed. Now a retake. PSG Talon have to scramble. Woogieman, he's low, but he's not out just yet. Going to get tagged up on the barbed wire a little bit as well. Draws for the pistol.
Why?
Run shields at the wrong moment. It might not be too detrimental to this round because attackers, they've been allowed to rotate onto the hatch, and look at Coated go. Picks himself too. Eventually finished off by Gotti. Well, there are more players that have rotated upstairs. JLT got himself a nice angle, just tucked in. He can watch that diffuser nicely. And Tachanka has got so much to cover. The plant nearly being disabled there. But MV Taylor from above. The hatch was always going to be the win condition. D+, they're going to take round one.
All 5 kills for the attacks came from hatches, by the way. Every single one of them. Look, D+ had to do some big decision making there. The mirror window being placed on that single wall inside a server. If you place it correctly, it means that the Thermite actually cannot place a charge. If that wall isn't opened up, you can't go for the atypical kind of blind spot plant where you just, put your back to it, maybe use the fuse shield as a bit of cover as well, and just plant safely. If that wall isn't open, you have to think about, okay, how do we want to plant now? The option that D+ then reverted into was, okay, let's go for a hatch drop along with a bit of an off-angle plant. You look where the fuse planted, right into the corner of CC. Not behind the bomb chassis, not on the doorway, a little bit more further off. But that works really well if you have smokes and flashes in abundance, which they did. They throw the smokes, they throw the flashes in through the hatches. Disorientate PSG Talon, they don't know where the plant's going down. Tachanka, you could see, was flashed with smoke, didn't really know where he was aiming. He missed his fire canisters, the plant goes down. And as we know, Wally, on that basement, if the plant goes down, retaking that is a nightmare.
As demonstrated, I don't think anyone from PSG even tried to retake upstairs. It was just a straight fight through the hatches.
All from hatches.
Which you're going to lose 9 times out of 10. Number 2. Yusang going to be pushing in through main lobby on the Nook. It's actually hot on the tail of the Valkyrie here, but Gotti didn't get the opening pick onto Woogieman. Got that with a shotgun as well. Did Woogieman just try and walk in the top of square?
Oh dear. I mean, this is the thing that D+ just needs to not do, and that is give those opening picks away to PSG Talon. Because as we know, PSG Talon, if they get that lead, it's very rare we would see them choke rounds. They're the side, if they're in control, they remain in control. Yunsai, just a simple Nook walk in through lobby, has been able to pick off Misa as he was in his cameras. So Valkyrie has been sent to the cameras. So 4v4 is how it stands, and with Archives and Tellers also in control now, gives D+ a good staging ground. Looking to see if they can aggress onto these players above, as Gotti takes a little bit of damage, but not a lot to worry him. Pulls for the shotgun. But Coated has just backed away for now. I mean, this is a very weird start, Ollie, as it seems very individual for both teams.
Yeah, there's not too much teamwork going on. We've seen like a sort of rapier stab from Yusang there, taking Misa out, but as quickly he was in, he was out again. Now the stack-up's going to happen on that triple wall. Floor above is going to be open as well, so it removes some of that safety for the defenders. And Coated, he's going to be able to play on those angles as the Ram. Gotti's still lying down just inside of that small desk. JLT maybe a bit worried about the flank, going to catch one of the Valkyrie cameras there. Still BPs and Valkyrie cameras out there that are being utilized right now by Misa. JLT really worried about this blue flank. The information just isn't quite there at the moment. Running straight headlong, and Yusang going to find another kill there. Barely moved out of Tellers and Archives at the moment. Yas is in a good position to cut him off, but
danger man right now.
Yas is also pretty cut off from the site. The diffuser, that's going to be in the hands of Envy Taylor. There's not too much stopping him from walking in and getting it put down, but there's no cover there. Soldier's allowed to swing. He's going to be called out and immediately traded. As Ryder adds two
wait,
to
Ryder,
his
just
tally.
wait.
The diffuser, that's
There we
cold
go.
at the moment.
Yeah.
And the flank, as deadly as ever. JLT was worried about that for the whole round, but he got distracted. He was needed elsewhere.
Ryder worried me a little bit because I thought he was going to overheat where he doesn't need to. Yas is going to go for that big long rotate up blue, and we know blue flank Solly how dangerous they can be for the defense or for the attackers. And yeah, just didn't swing, didn't overpeak, waited for Yas, finds the remaining two. Look, D+, it's always going to be a struggle, I feel, for open area if you want to try and go for that play specifically. If your main objective is to plant inside a kitchen without a shield, it's not easy. It's not easy. That's why we see Monty being banned away from PSG Talent. Look at the last game that we had. Seen the power of the Monty. If you don't have the shield, you can't really plant inside a kitchen. The best, kind of win percentages we've seen from teams going there without the shields and having to win that attack is then you look for the hatch drops. You look to go in towards the corner hatch. You drop in there. You look for the plant. But they just didn't opt for that, which they probably should have. Because if you just try to flood your way in through that massive open room, Ollie, without the shield to give you cover, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get slaughtered picks one after one, especially if there's a smoke on the board as well.
One round apiece then. We expect nothing less out of this grand final. We expect it to go back and forth. Both teams trying to adapt and find advantage where they can. Ban that we've not spoken about too much yet, Demo, is the Aruni ban. Talon. I unfortunately didn't get to watch the game yesterday, so I don't know if Aruni was a big part of D+ and what they did.
The thing is with Aruni, and in terms of how you kind of look at how it would affect in towards Bank, is primarily for, the Windows top floor. That's where we would really see the value out of it. I suppose if PSG Talent, whenever they're on attack and they want to play like a heavy kind of dump lineup, whenever you've got Brim and Ying on board, certainly Aruni would cause some issues with that. So I think it's a good idea. Don't forget as well, there's still the old fashion, kind of hatch trick where you can place the Aruni gadget on one of the hatches inside of open area. And then you jump on the desk, the Aruni gate doesn't go off, and then whenever they place the util, you step off, the Aruni gate activates, it destroys the gadgetry on top of it. So there is also that little play, but I don't think Aruni's ever going to be in a position to go for a ban because of it.
Well, Yusang going to be droning down this main stand now. PSG Talon, of course, not successful in round number 1. You, of course, have the Tachanka in play yet again. We can see that fire is going to be dissipating out there. That's the Vulcan canisters getting taken out. Ace is going to be used to open the wall this time. There's no mirror window, so there's no awkward angle to find. Instead, just a straightforward breach. But still quite a lot to chew through. A couple of C4s. Pulse this time from Ryder. You can play that from inside a vault. And the Tachanka. This time, with a deployable shield, I really like this setup, Demo. Gives him a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, move on here, D+. As time is slowly but surely whittling down right now. This is always the big battle, that garage fight. Who wins it? Is it going to be the Maestro? It's going to be Envy Taylor. And Envy Taylor's an operator, as we know, Ollie, on the Grim. You would kind of want him towards the site more than anything. Misa has just went for a simple walk up the stairs, a flank out of nowhere. He picks off one. A C4 Hail Mary is able to hit its mark. Envy Taylor wins that engagement in garage, but look at the time, and they've lost too many men. FEARX looks going to be cold on the ground as well. Yunsan goes down. Envy Taylor, they know exactly where he is. He should be picked off here in the next few seconds. Has to try and make the play. Sees the pulse. Peeks him. Yes, there to clean things up. PSG Talon. Good round from them, but don't know how the flanks have been allowed from D+.
Yeah, D+ really lacks flank control there, or maybe even no flank control. PSG Talon. Good to see them be able to reattempt a bomb site and come away with a solution there. They didn't lose round number 1 too badly. They just let the plant go down, and that was the win condition. As soon as that plant goes down, it becomes very difficult to win the round. This time, there was so much more focus on not allowing that plant to go down and having good information to then be able to use the utility off the back of.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh, I mean, D+. Already worrying signs, you know, just little simple stuff. And I mentioned before, Ollie, whenever it comes to the bigger teams inside of Korea, the little mistakes are the ones that's going to cost you.
5 seconds remaining.
Because of just how intense your opponent's going to be. Your opponent's going to abuse that. You look back to our last series between our 3rd and 4th place teams. Little mistakes were just being abused. Were being exposed. And if D+ just keep making, you know, these mistakes as simple as not having flank protection, they will run you ragged. There's no doubt about it.
Envy Taylor there, just keeping his eyes out for anything early, any spawn peaks or anything of that nature. The Town have set themselves up on this top floor. A mirror and castle setup going on. There is the Sophia to go below and to deal with that mirror window. Mirror window has got bandit batteries on it as well, so it's going to need something. Then you look at the lineup and, well, no heart breach. Not even a tin opener. That would usually tell you that there's going to be a bit of a main lobby focus push. That's the path that requires the least hard breach, but even then you would maybe like to get Kanto wall open potentially. D+ maybe not giving themselves the easiest time of things based on lineup right now. At the moment, it's just about whittling away at some of that easier to get util that's been deployed by the defenders. Flores drone and the Zephyr launcher is going to do most of that work. I'm a bit worried though, Demo. See 3 players stacked up on Repel. And you do wonder, are they just going to try and Hail Mary it in? Well, we know there's a mirror window inside a Janitor. I don't think that they've done anywhere near enough work to just be able to hop into CEO.
That catch the barbed wire? No. Does it? I don't think it has it? No. Hasn't caught the barbed wire. I think it's still up. So yeah, the Flores missing out on a key piece of utility there. Having that barbed wire just stops that crack swat from coming up in towards Spiral. We know that. But yeah, I think the window is certainly going to be the play. Coed's actually already inside a banana. Ollie, how has he appeared? This just came in through the window. Soldier has actually exposed himself, but I have no idea what's going on. Coed just gets caught out. The Repel has came in from Yunsang. He bears 2 because of it. My word, yes, they've lost Coded, but at least they've got the return trade. How has he got in there, Ollie, in the first place? I have no idea.
It's a brilliant Repel from Yusang there to maintain that trade and give the cover, really, for Coed. Nice little 1-2, but 20 seconds, still a mirror window in Janitor. Yusang, he's dropped the hatch, or dropped the skylight. Sound Q is giving him away there. Woogie Man, he's got a Goo Mine in his foot, but that's not going to stop him hitting his shots. JLT, it's down as well, and yes, he might have the mirror window, but that's all he's got.
No diffuser.
Diffuser, cold. Nowhere to be seen. Goo Mine's coming out, but JLT swings around. Get the pistol out for the extra movement speed. And he needed it to finish the job.
Oh, it just didn't look as though he knew where the last 2 attackers were. He could have easily have just walked into Banana and just proned Ollie. Just prone behind the double windows and he would have been safe as anything. There was Goo Mines in the legs of the Flores. The Flores couldn't chase him down. Oh my word, what a close round, what a close affair. I mean, D+ somehow make it work. Obviously, the attack was very heavy on the window gameplay. Kota was able to slip in. We've seen that happen. The issues then, I think, for PSG Talon was there was a couple of overswings. You think about that fight that happened in the main corridor. You know, it was Woogie missed like a majority of his shots as well. You know, he got Guma and he couldn't swing onto that Legion. The Legion then re-peaks a molly. Whenever the Legion just ran back into sight to help his teammate. Little things like that, a little bit of an overheat.
Yeah.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's just, as the defense, you always have to understand what you can do to help your team who are going to be in tougher positions. That Legion was under no pressure, apart from the one guy coming down the corridor. But again, you can easily run away from him. He was able to kill the guy dropping Scarlet. That was his pressure. He dealt with that. He should be looking to get back into sight to help his teammates, because they're the ones under the pressure of the guys in the window.
Boogeyman on the blitz this time. 2-2, an even game. Maru, Dokkaebi, and Lion also being brought alongside a Ying. This speaks of something fierce and quick. Anytime you see a blitz and Namaru in the same lineup, you know that something is going to go down. When it's an open area sight, it usually only means one thing. Koet's below right now. Potential to shoot himself up one of the hatches. He's going to need to do that in conjunction with a push coming in onto the site, and that's where the Yings and the Blitz are really going to come into play. No attention being paid to the top floor right now. This is instead just a direct push into site. Coated's in position. D+ are looking to get away with something here. They're looking for something a little bit Swiss, we might say.
Yeah.
A little bit cheesy. Sometimes it pays off. It all depends on whether PSG Talon are smelling a rat or not. Ryder, he's got an idea. He knows that something's not right. Coated with the rotation. Brilliant play there. Gotti, he's going to take Woogieman down on the blitz. So whatever they were hoping to achieve with that isn't going to happen. But kills are going to continue to come in from elsewhere. There's now a camera to hack. Maybe D+ don't need to go quickly after all. Maybe they can just slow this down and gather a bit of info.
Yeah, the only issue, though, with this lineup, and yes, it is all focused around getting kills, and if you don't do that, then there's always a bit of an issue, but the only worry they have is there's not a single ounce of hard breach in the lineup. So getting through that quad wall, that's going to be the issue, even the hatches as well, so they don't really have too much to play off. I mean, as you can see, the corner hatch is going to be shut. So they have to try and walk through doorways, and that's never going to be favorable, so you can maybe say overkill, the fact that they didn't bring any hard breach. I mean, you could have maybe had an operator be brought in, you know, like Amaru has the hard breach gadgets as well, don't forget. So that maybe could have been an option for them, but instead they favored for the flashes. So yeah, that's the struggle that I feel that D+ may come up against. And PSG Talon, they've been able to waver the storm. They've gotten to the eye of the typhoon, and they could just sit nicely until it passes.
The time ticking down isn't really a good thing for D+ at the moment. Coated still could go with the original intention and send himself up through the hatch, but he needs the support to do so. Ryder's going to be in a position to do something about that. He's pretty much just watching the hatch right now, and he'll be rewarded for his patience. Misa finds one onto JLT, and Yusang, well, he just falls as well. D+, you telegraphed your push. Everybody knew what you were going to do. You needed to come up with a plan B. At the point where you win, or no, not win, but you come off favorably after that first engagement, you go, all right, well, maybe we don't go with plan A. Let's just figure out a plan B. And instead, they just sat there until there was 10 seconds left and then went with plan A anyway.
I mean, what other plan can they go for? They don't have hard breach. They can't give themselves other options. That's all they can do is walk through doorways and try the Amaru up the hatch. Like, there's nothing else. It's just because of the lack of diversity, you could say, on the attack. All of those operators, you know, are great in the meta. But all 5 of them being played at once, you start leaving yourself with weaknesses.
Well, the weakness was exploited. Talon lead again, but only by 1. Neither team has led by more than 1 round throughout this whole game so far. And that just speaks to how close these two teams are matched. Different site though, Demo. One that we don't often see. Tellers and Archives. I've seen it in any of the banks that I've watched so far this stage in Korea. Still, it plays out similarly to the way that you would open area. You're going to need that upstairs control. And looking at the lineup, I worry about the ability for vertical destruction. Because they haven't really got much, have they?
No. I mean, you've got a few breaching charges there, and you've obviously got the Ash, but that's it. Main issue is that most of the Ash rounds, Ollie, are going to have to be used for upstairs. It's going to have to be going up against the castle barricade, the mirror window. Even if you do take control of that top floor, you can't really open it all too well. Forward. On the crouch walk, in through lobby he goes. Scanner on. Have they got anything? You know, a bit of barbed wire, just anything at all, and it doesn't seem to be the case. And coated now, Ollie. I think he's going to get a few kills here.
Dangerous player to have in that position. The wub beeping as well as the player jumps in through double is the perfect distraction. But somehow, Talon managed to keep himself alive, but not for long. Soldier eventually falls there. A brilliant push from D+. Just going to show that you leave a gap, they're going to exploit it. Yas is going to drop back down onto site now as well, or onto open, excuse me, and try and fortify that area a little bit. Typically, you need to hold into open as well when you're going to be defending in Tellers and Archives. Only Misa occupying the site right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird setup, I'll be honest, from PSG Talon. Usually for this bomb site, it's open area plus main stairs control is what you need from the defense. And then usually for the main stairs control, you would extend over towards the elevators. You bring a castle in, for example, the castle off, you know, the double door in towards lobby, play guys inside of elevator. It can be tricky for teams, but they've used most of the castle barricades, if not all of them, towards that top floor. So in terms of main stairs, they don't really have that, but we mentioned before the round really started, no real remnants of soft destruction in terms of the verticality. So thankfully, Misa can stay in there, you know, quite safe. Typically this site, if there's a ram or a buck, you can't really sit inside of the site. So now Misa can play this position and look onto the wall. The Fenrir trap will give the position away. The ace goes down, the trade is there, but still PSG Talon remain 2 apiece.
The FNAT can be destroyed there. C4 for Gotti. Diffuser recovered from JLT, and a plant attempted now. Yusang, he's got the important job of covering, and he's got too many angles to check. The C4 lands and time does the rest. Yusang gets an exit frag, but that's all it'll ever be. D+. A little bit slow there on that approach. The clock really coming in to bite him. The turn of the half. PSG Talon lead by 2.
I feel as though for the majority of those rounds, D+, they actually look better in like the first minute of the rounds. But it's closing out those man advantages. They've definitely topped the opening kill department. You take, for example, the way that round played out. We know the win con for that site is getting above, open up all the angles, and then go for the plant. You know, teams that have to try and stop you from main stairs, try and stop you from open area. The attackers had main stairs during all of that. Twitch was sat there. There wasn't really a big hold for the main stairs from the defense. It was all in towards open area. But what the blunder that they made was they didn't do enough verticality. You allow that Valkyrie just to sit in the site, stops that initial plant going down. It causes that little bit of confusion for the attacks. They can't stabilize from it. Time then gets the better of them, as we see, in a C4 to close things out. Just the verticality not being done correctly, which is so strange. It's the big reason why teams stay away from that site, is just how easy it is to gain control of that top floor and then rip open every point of access that you would want into that bomb site.
PSG Talon going into their attack with handsome lead. We all know that the half doesn't always paint the fullest of pictures. Yas. And a bit of value out of this shock drone. He's looking for Vulcan canisters in and around the backside, and he's going to see that there's not a lot there at all. Going to wait for that mirror to be deployed, and that's maybe the destroyed mirror window we've ever seen. I think it lasted 0.1 of a second. I'd be happy to give his drone up for that.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Really good pick. And of course, that's the all-important sight mirror window that we look towards. But PSG Talent, this is where they're at their best, is Ollie. On the attacks, doing the basics well, clearing away utility, setting up for those executes. Very rarely we see that team struggle with this. I have a server player. This is going to be the Smoke, who one B canister seems to be enough to scare him away from that position, and now falls deeper into server. Is he playing actually behind the rack, or has he went back into sight? That's the question that I want to know. Looks as though he is back in sight now, Ollie. So full server control over to the side of PSG Talon. And yeah, just going for the motions of things, isn't it, for the attacks right now?
Yeah, there's a list, and PSG Talon are just ticking things off at the moment. Got that top floor control. They've managed to destroy the mirror window. Everything.
Mirror window open, though, for the thermite charge. But
that's
they don't have hard
cause
breaches.
a problem.
They only have hard breaches. That's all they have.
They'll at least be able to get the long angle opened. Yo-Yo Canister's getting destroyed in good time as well.
Free? Oh, we missed the last one.
And there's still a minute on the clock, though, and the Bees are going to come in now and start to add a little bit of pressure. This is where the hatches come into play. JLT's tucked away inside a garage at the moment, really keeping an eye on that back flank. We can see that no one from Talon's looking to head in that direction. There's a BP to deal with. Time will start to become a factor here, though. 3 Toxic Babe canisters in 30 seconds. They're not numbers that you like as an attacker. Bees can come in and shift players out of position, but you need a brave soul to go in and get that plant down. It's going to be Soldier. He's got the kit right now. Going to be trying to get that long angle open. I just feel like PSG Talon, they've stalled too much time here, Demo.
Need to go for hatch drop, maybe. That's all they can really do. Logic Bomb, Candela's, Bees, the lot. Soldier looking for the long plant. Is actually going to be able to be out of range of the smoke. Only the plant has went down in the 5 versus 5. It has somehow worked out for PSG Talon, Ollie. And as we know, once that diffuser gets placed, retaking it is a nightmare. Soldier with 1. Gotti positions himself deep into open area. There's going to be 3 players going for the rotate. 1 player all the way to the top floor, which Gotti knows about. He's heard that. He's holding onto the hatch, which is where Youngsang needs to go. Drops in. Should be an easy pickup. It will be. The LMG sprays through. Everyone else in PSG Talon are holding their own. Envy Taylor takes that Soldier, but they still have not dealt with Gotti. The timer's slowly taken away. There's still a player inside his server. For goodness sake, Woogie Man will try and go for the defuse, and Yash just needs to rush in, and he'll do so. Yash holds onto the round. No time left for Envy Taylor. Yes, D+ have picked up the kills, Ollie, but look how difficult that is. You've been able to retake, you've killed all members, and you still don't have enough time after all of it.
You've got to put that down to a D+ blunder more than a PSG Talon win, I think.
Whenever I was watching it, at 40 seconds, I was honestly thinking, this round will be decided on who messes up a utility. Yeah. Will it be the Candela missing? Will it be a Grim missing? That was the case of a Smoke missing.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. 1 piece of utility in the 5v5. Wow. I mean, those are the kind of rounds I love, though. I love Siege like that.
It's exciting, and you know, you've got to, for Talon, you've got to play to the whistle, and if you know, the clock might be running down, but if the smoke's thrown and you've just got to stick it, you can't come off it, and if all of a sudden you see the smoke detonate and you're not getting tick damage, and you're like, I might get away with this. Like, I'm going to get it down.
The fast one.
Lads, it's a post. I'm going to get it down. Run for the hills.
10 seconds to go.
Well, PSG Talon, we were trading rounds back and forth during the first 4 or so rounds of this game, but since then they've found an extra gear. Now 3 rounds clear of D+. Showing no signs of slowing down. It was a close round last round. But still, not all like that. Top floor we go. Plenty of different tools being brought this time. We've even got a Cali making an appearance from Soldier. Should help to assist to deal with that mirror window as well. A little yokai on a pogo. I enjoy some of those angles that you can send the yokai drone out of and just seems to keep going forever.
Yeah, there's a good one down towards the server stairs as well. where you can put it through the little hatch just at the bottom of the server stairs and actually looks out onto this entire window section of the map. So it's a difficult little shot to hit where you have to line up the echo drum correctly, but if you can master that, yeah, it's really strong for getting a lot of info for the jump outs, as we know are always going to be prevalent on a map like Bank, especially for that top floor.
Opening pick onto Misa. PSG Talon can't afford to let that slow them down, though. Candelas. The mirror window will be dealt with here from the Cali. Soldier can see to it that that'll be destroyed, although I didn't hear it detonate.
No.
That time it got it.
No, they're just shooting it off every single time it comes in.
Well, eventually Soldier's going to run out of lances, and it looks like he's run out of them already, so...
Yeah.
Is it JLT that's in the position to shoot that off, maybe?
I think it is JLT. He looks as though he's got the angle for Envy Taylor's instead of meeting. He doesn't, so yeah, it has to be. Look, if here's the thing. As soon as, like, the first one gets shot, what you should have done is smoke the mirror window and then fired the blunts into it, because then you physically cannot see what you're shooting at if you're JLT. So, yeah. This little mistakes. Not being able to successfully open a mirror window looks as though it may cost PSG Talon this round, and D+ are going to take, a fairly simple round for themselves where they've just kind of sat in sight, played some utility, and PSG Talon just have not been able to get through it.
I much prefer going below for that mirror window. I think it's far more successful. Obviously requires a bit more than just getting someone on rappel and firing a lance at it, but...
Could just bring an Ash. Well, you had the Ash, but they didn't use it correctly.
Yeah.
So stuff like that.
No could be call. Ryder and Soldier are buddied up here, but they've both got DMRs. Not an easy task. Ryder softened. Great snipe there from Soldier. There's only 6 seconds. 2 versus 2. Soldier going to fall with a diffuser, and that's going to be the round. JLT picking that final kill up. After that diffuser's cold, whatever happens there in the 1 versus 2 is likely going to be meaningless. D+, claim 1 back. Again, Demo, similar to the previous round we saw down in the basement, kind of all comes down to one piece of util.
I'm telling you, this is the fine margins. This is where we're at. Like, it really is. Yeah, just not being able to assess a mirror window. Big surprise, I think, for a team like PSG Talon. You can see the idea was clear away the utility, pop the Azamis, pop the mirrors, get rid of the castles, and then just fire in all of the yings, swing in, go for the plant. That was the idea. Obviously, you can't go for that play if the mirrors are still up. It's just null and void at that stage, so they then just have to try and play for picks, and again, it's tough for them. So, but I think the good thing is for PSG Talon is they still got a good lead. It's still 2 rounds they're ahead. And they only need 2 more rounds, and that's them through, and we go into map 2 with PSG Talon leading. I mean, we know it's Lair. So for D+, Ollie, they really need to win their own map pick. Like, they really need this, because Lair doesn't fill us with any confidence.
Yeah, and the Lair that we saw from PSG Talon was pretty good indeed.
Nearly perfect.
On both sides as well. But, it's a good map to early adopt for Talon at the moment. Obviously, they've got Fabian behind him to give them those, those guidances and those points of interest on Lair. Misa? Ooh. Unfortunate time to panic knife there. Pulse can come in now and try and gather that info. Where has he gone? Woogie Man. You're going to see that he's still knocking around there, but Yusan can get himself upstairs and onto that blue. Start to hold with the shotgun at close range. Woogie Man's still trying to do his best to gather as much info as possible. Where is this push going to be coming from majority-wise? But Yusan just gives himself away there. He's not even thrown a single Toxic Babe canister.
Yeah. It's not the greatest of starts for them. Losing the smoke on a basement. Gives himself up for absolutely pennies. So D+ are at the back foot, like by a big margin now, losing that smoke, which It's really their only form of denial outside of the C4s, which C4s, as we know, Ollie, are sometimes hit or miss. And not everyone's always going to be in position as well to use them. Here's the barrel's been brought in just to try and stall the hatches out for a little bit, but really makes no impact. That's where the Cade ban is actually hindering D+ themselves, because Cade to Barrow, as we know, is a great combo for denying those hatches. But with it being banned away, can't really stop them from being opened up. So Coed is just a gun now and a C4 in his hand. The Pulsar's picking up good information. I would like to see him being rotated, though, Ollie, over towards gold, because as we know, you can then pulse players inside a server, and it gives some really good information when you need to pull your C4s, for example. But PSG Talon are just gearing up. They're just getting ready, aren't they? This is where they're at their peak. And station things around, but however, I like this, though, from D+, Ollie. They've went for an aggressive approach. They've attempted a retake. They've picked off the player who was trying to go for the hold. He knows, though. Ryder knows that somebody's above. They know that Pulse is off the site as well. NB Taylor's going to get feed out. And here comes a quick surprise from the Pulse, who ended up back downstairs, it looked like. My word. Another round for PSG Talon that you just think, that came out of nowhere.
They're winning the rounds that you're not expected to win now, and that's usually the mark of a team that's doing pretty well. 6-3. There was a time where I thought D+ might get themselves back into this, but some strange decision-making there in that last round. I mean, I hate to put it on one person, but Yusang, I feel like you've not thrown it away, but that was the first domino to fall, wasn't it? And the rest just really followed suit. Open area we go to now. PSG Talon playing the better siege here on the night. Only one round away from locking Bank up, and in my opinion, Demo, Bank was a must-win here for D+, knowing that Lair is the next map.
Has to be. Gotta be. A little bit of a worry here for D+, that Bank has just kind of fell by the wayside. Hasn't been that great of a fight being put up by them. And I've said before, they've made these small little mistakes, Ollie, but that's what this game comes down to. This is what the playoffs are like. You know, whenever you're fighting for a spot at the major, you have to be perfect. You have to be. Especially whenever you know PSG Talon and the mindset that they have, the team environment that they have. So Fabian and Pengu, they talk about it a lot. The way that they've been able to, I don't want to say stamp their imprint on the team and almost, you know, have that mentality that they had whenever Fabian and Pengu were there winning trophies. Because we know the mentality of that team back then. If Fabian's able to get through his vision and his mentality across to the players, that's scary for anyone. Because it's as though Fabian's still playing, but he doesn't have to shoot anybody. He's got 5 people to do that for him.
It's like a better version of Fabian. It's like players that can actually shoot.
He's the controller, isn't he?
Yeah.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb.
Typically we see a shield brought for this attack, but there's going to be no such thing brought this time. Instead, it's going to be Yings and Senses straight through. Glaz storming through the smoke. I mean, not really where you would play the Glaz. Usually you want to be using that smoke to your advantage, but he's not even going to need it. He's got the intel onto Woogaman, and that's going to be enough. Soldier, he can start to get that plan down. And Yas, he's going to start to land his shots. 2 kills on the round, a post plant already. A scramble now, a mad dash, and Yas is on a tear. 3 kills and a down. Is he going to get the ace? Misa nicks it, but it's a flawless nonetheless. PSG Talon successful on Bank. 7-3. And an exciting round to finish it.
Oh, I'm stealing that, by the way. I'm using that. That's being bookmarked. It feels like my third eye's just been opened on my forehead, Ollie. I'm so used to seeing an open area where you have to bring that shield. You have to be able to just walk in and go for the plan. But they have went for an option where they're using kind of the same dynamic where somebody can just run in without anyone being able to stop the plant going down. But then you add that little bit of an element off the glass. So whenever they even attempt to swing, their head's going to be chopped off immediately. I mean, what a performance for PSG Talon. Like, 7-3. Not even really close, Ollie. That's a comfortable scoreline by any measure.
It's a comfortable scoreline, but there are some rounds in there that came down to one piece of utility. And I think D+ are going to be kicking themselves. It was that scoreline. We could have seen them fight a little bit harder here. We'll take a short break. After that, we'll be back with Jacob and we'll set ourselves up for Lair.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave!
And I think he might just find it! This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Breeder is low health though.
Oh, take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Breeder has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler.
So D+ decided that they want Bank. Honestly, respectable. You want to try and win your own map pick on a map that you're pretty confident on, except they only win one attack, and it turns out they didn't want any of that smoke. That's PSG Talon taking D+'s pick. We move on to Lair, which was the map that they played earlier in the stage, but the tone was set here. D+ are looking for anything that they can scrape from this one to take into map 2, because Ollie, this was not pretty.
No, it wasn't very pretty, Jacob. It was maybe categorized as a little bit ugly. I think, you know, a couple of rounds did come down fairly close. There's 2 rounds that me and Demo identified during the cast that came down to single pieces of utility either being destroyed, not being destroyed, or not being placed in the right spot. A smoke canister allowing a plant to go down on a basement, it happens. A mirror window that isn't destroyed, it happens. But overall, PSG Talon played the better siege, and we were just left wanting a little bit more from D+. I think there was a couple of overreactions from, you know, in some situations, and overall a lack of kills. Players like Coated and Woogieman, who we were hyping up at the start of the day, even JLT to some degree, all being overshadowed by the old-timer MV Taylor, who's just going in, doing his job, and looking at the youngsters and going, guys, keep up, you know, this is the finals here. We need to be contending in this.
Yeah, I think it's a worry whenever the support players are at the top. You know, the JLT, Coated, and Woogieman are playing in the operators you would expect to see a lot of kills coming from, and it's just not the case. So I think that's a big worry for D+, is that the fraggers aren't fragging today. You look on the side of PSG Talon, and I think we do have something for Yas, who 13-5. This guy just got stuck in at every opportunity he had. The Glass round to finish things off. You know, there was a moment as well where he was on the Glass. He actually missed his initial few shots. He just took a step back, a little bit of a breath, repositioned, re-peaked, and then he just started tapping heads. So I think Yas was obviously a big game changer. 90% cost. What I meant, putting in a graft, he did something in nearly every single round. But very well deserved during that map. And yeah, if he's going to keep his trend going into next map, it could be a short day, fellas.
Still kind of crazy to think that there was a moment in time where Yas was a retiree, but then he gets pulled right back onto what might just be one of the strongest Korean teams we've seen in a hot minute. Credit also goes to Gotti as well. You really wouldn't know that he was a rookie based on how he's played, not just this stage, but so far in this series. He's been wonderful on flex support, and he's giving Yas all the support that they need. For Yas to only drop, or like 5 deaths in a game that had only 10 rounds in it, and for him to still go double digits, that just shows that the fact that this man was not able to win any trophies on any team he was on previously is an absolute crime, especially given how close he came in previous years. But now we have to think about map 2. It's Lair. This is the battleground that they played on earlier in the stage. PSGT won this one, and D+ allowed this to get all the way through the ban phase demo.
I'm really surprised. I mean, obviously, there's other maps, and this is the thing with Best of Freeze. Obviously, there's other maps you'd want to ban away if you're D+. And what they opted for, I mean, I think it makes sense. Look, Skyscraper and Border, maps that we know PSG Talon will play to an extremely high level. And maybe it's a case of D+ feels though they've probably learned, I think, from that layer that they played against them. So D+, you have to look at and say, it's a big risk going back here against a team who beat you quite badly. Let's really hope that you have learned from your mistakes. That's what it comes down to, if D+ learned.
I mean, can they learn from those mistakes? From what we saw, Talon were just the better team overall. Like, head and shoulders above a lot of the regions that we've watched for Lair as well. Now, obviously, they're maybe not going up against the same level of competition, but the fundamentals on that map were second to none. Really, for me, if D+ needed a chance of winning this series, they had to win Bank. That was the real win condition for the whole series. Lair, I just don't see it going any other way than PSG Talon. I would like to be proved wrong, though.
Remember last time they played, I mean, at this point, given how short the stage is, it was not that long ago. So now you're really looking for the things that went wrong in that matchup, and you have to fix them. You have to be able to do it quickly. For D+, no one understands the issues that they faced in that matchup better than they themselves did, but it was a 7-3, and they only won 1 defense, and that was the first half. of that game. So 5 attacks for PSG were able to completely set the tone in that game, and now it's our map 2. Winner of this one is all down to the details. If PSG do it, then they go to Montreal off the backs of yet another layer of victory over D+. And if they lose, then we go to map 3 on D+'s efforts. Gentlemen, let's see who goes to Montreal.
Thanks, Jacob. We are ready to get underway with our second map in our grand final today. We got D+ versus Talon. And we are headed to Lair. A map that Talon have stamped down as, we like this map. We're pretty good at it. More than happy to play it. And they already lead 1-0 in the series overall. So dangerous territory for D+ to find themselves in. Monty.
The bans. Oh my. I mean, again, this is a similar kind of story to what we've seen last time in terms of the bans. It was a Blitz, Monty, Cade, Fenrir ban the last time around. 2 of those remain the same. 2 of those are different. This was whenever we kind of seen the Fuse. Remember the Fuse Shield? This is the first time we seen it, Ollie. Was whenever PSG Talon took here, playing with a double shield ban. But Blitz is going to be up. So certainly you would expect to see Blitz being brought. You think about Lair, what we've seen so far in the current meta, is there are areas where Blitz can get into those corridors, those very tight, close quarter corridors, and just create a lot of chaos. Like, I look towards Bathroom, for example. If you can get a Blitz in towards Bathroom, he can then just take in towards our 6 room quite easily as well. So I think there's a lot of options here that the shield play. We knew it was banned for a good reason during the last time they were here, but having the Blitz open, it's a scary prospect, and straight away D+, they're not mucking around. Ollie, Blitz has been picked, but also being accompanied by the Fuse Shield also.
5 seconds to insertion.
Double shield, it can be devastating. And on a map like Lair,
I've been baited. Never mind. Get me out.
Oh, it has been 6 picks.
I hate whenever that happens, man.
Everything's gone. Everything's different, Demo.
We'll just go, guys. We'll just, let other people take over. We'll go. We're not worthy. No point in us casting. We can't get it right.
Well, Talon starting off on the defense. D+ have got the more difficult side of things here on the attack. Any new map that comes into the pool usually favors the defenders for a brief time until the attackers get an idea of how they want to approach it. So for D+, this is about them showing us what their idea is. There's nothing to leave on the table now. This is for a shot at the major. You're going to play your best siege, play your best strats. Humble Banshee. Being a little bit of a nuisance there. A little overswing to deal with it, though.
Don't know how he hasn't just shot that there. He had 2 chances at it and missed both times. I mean, obviously the Banshee's actually helped out quite a bit, because you could see that Woogie Man was just hoping he could just walk in and just find a freebie and fall away again. That Banshee just stops him ever so slightly. Oh, it also is below, so maybe the Buck could look at opening up some vertical angles. Really, the way we see this bomb site being played, Ollie, and most of it does come in from the expo room, but it doesn't look as though there's a great deal of pressure from that side, really, apart from Woogie Man being the Ash, who has been in there for the majority of the round so far. But the issue with going for that attack is the denial. There's going to be operators being brought in, like your Smokes, like your Tachankas, we can see here. You can just set up and just aim all of that utility towards the double breaches, and you can't really plant then if you're being flamed out. Misa, just standing on the vertical holes, gets taken out, and the Bandit's gone now, Ollie.
Yeah, a bit strange there. Trying to still be in position to trick and just dealt with from below by Coated. The Bandit batteries are still in place. Electrification, you can still see it glistening on the wall there, so that still needs to be dealt with by Coated from below, and just going to pay his time doing that. Maybe worried about getting caught out downstairs. If he's got a kill from down there, he's likely been called out, and I'm just going to wait for the Flores drone to come in and do a little bit of work. Now we can see the Selma's activated. I'm going to start to destroy that wall and open up a bit of a path for D+ to start working into. But Talon's position.
Tachanka.
It's dug quite in. It's Tachanka. Only 2 needed to stop the plant down, and
they need to play kills.
Plenty more to go. They don't have time to bait everything out there. Human's going to start to slow people down as well. Soldier finds 2. It's Janka single-handedly winning this round. Line him up. He'll knock him down.
Oh my, are we in 2024 World War One? I don't know, based on the guns being brought in, Ollie. He's in the trenches, literally in the trenches. Oh my word. I mean, like, what do you say? It's D+ wasting so much time. They get the wall open, Ollie, what, 20 seconds? Way too slow. Then all they can do is just try and flood in and play for kills. But the issue for that top floor is the amount of different angles that are going to be opened up and the crossfires as well that get held. It's not fun to play against. So that's why trying to go for those blind plant spots is the key. You can't run in there. You're going to get slaughtered down, you're going to get mowed down, as we just seen. So PSG Talon take the first defense. I mean, D+ really need to pick the pace up if they want to try and win this layer, because as we know, it's a big map. You need a lot of stamina to cover everything that you need to do. And if you don't have a good handle on how to play the map, it's going to be evident on how long you actually take clearing it.
Not only that, but the same tools are available as are always available for the defenders, and that is stuff to waste time. This time it's going to be an echo and the smoke. Last round it was the Tachanka. There's always something that can be brought. D+ really needing to pick up the pace right now. And it's strange as well because there was so much that was given to them in that last round. I think about R6 room. It was just there. Operations was just there for the taking. So just, yeah. A little bit unusual. And the last thing you want to see is a slow attack on a big map. And there's so many different rooms that the defenders can occupy as well. And Talon look comfortable right here. Fairly well spread. 3 players downstairs. A couple of players up. I think the pre-placed drones can really speed up this initial clear as well, Demo.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't feel like they're being set up either in the right spots, or if they are, they're being like double and triple checked.
Mm-hmm. And they're trying to take in control of the big garage with the Blitz, who has just been dealt with immediately, Ollie. Yunsang pushing down the stairs by himself. Looked as though he was maybe caught in a crossfire. It's doubled up on and gets taken out. Coated will respond with a kill from the vertical, Ollie, but straight away the kill means for nothing whenever you yourself get exploded. And that's the soft destruction gone as well from D+. Having a horrid start, Ollie, to labs already.
Blitz and a butt gone. Downstairs attack where you need that soft destruction and you want to use the Blitz as a bit of a beachhead for later on. Only 1 kill found in response. Yeah, it's onto the Echo, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like a fair trade to me. I wouldn't be too happy with that one. Garage is always a difficult one to push into because of the crossfires that we've already mentioned. PSG, they're happy to just rotate in and around this site now. Diffuser. Going to be getting juggled around. Envy Taylor will eventually end up with it. You got to keep your eye on him as we move into the final 30 seconds. With no vert, players inside a site can just tuck in, hide behind keeper barricades, play that utility. You can see the smokes going out now and hear them. The toxic babes are detonated. Woogieman is going to find one. Envy Taylor another. Yas comes in between. Maintaining a 2 versus 2, but with a down soldier and a planted Envy Taylor. It's essentially a 1 versus 1 right now. Woogieman, he's going to pop up out of nowhere. Picks up that final kill. D+. By hook or by crook, they get it over.
PSG Talon letting a very easy round just slip through their fingers. I mean, the danger man was that Dokkaebi. Nobody was holding for the Azami at all. I mean, you have an extra man in that scenario. I don't know what some of the players for PSG Talon were holding there. I really don't know how the Dokkaebi's allowed just to slip in there. It looked as though the keeper barrier actually missed its mark. So the door wasn't blocked off. Therefore, the Dokkaebi was able to move in. but just nobody was there in response to the Dokkaebi, which I just don't get. You know that D+, they don't have any verticality. They're not going to have anyone upstairs on what verticality they had. They're all going to be pushing from the one side. I mean, they don't even have to turn their backs. You look at the position of the D+ players. They're all pushing from one direction.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. A big blunder there for PSG Talon. Surprised to see that one go, considering how well they did to hold on in a pretty similar position. You know, finding a few seconds of the round. They have to try and get the defuse down. All you have to do is hold your ground and get your kills. They done it the first round. They can't do it the second.
Strange, especially given the first picks that they were able to get. Misa this time going to be bringing a clash to try and aid some of that last second pushing if they are recognizing that, hey, D+, they're going through single doors and windows. They're maybe not as on it on getting those breaches open. And if we can get an early pick and remove that soft destruction, maybe the clash is going to come good there in those final few seconds to really bully the defenders, or bully the attackers, should I say, around the place. Going for the mid-floor site, which requires a hold of upstairs, a similar hold to what you see for that top-floor defense. Already some vert being opened here by Soldier. He's got that shotgun and he's just going to be giving himself a couple of lines of sight, making sure no one can just walk into sight. There's a heavy presence from Talon on this top floor. Now, they will be willing to drop off at points, but they're not going to want to drop off too early. It's not like they're playing a lot of C4s here. They've got one on Soldier. The clash should assist them in keeping hold of this top floor for as long as possible. And with everybody playing off site, the vertical holes that have been made become crucial.
D+. Just biding their time again. Barricade, risky barricade as well from Misa. Well, still makes it stick. But as we expect to see on most mid-floor bomb sites, of course, really any map, it's all about holding above, denying that verticality. D+ will be scanning out the site, and they see that it's completely clear. Nobody is in there, but if there's still defenders above, you can't successfully plant in there. You know, there's angles opened up. You can see that the shotgun holes have been made successfully. So it's not as easy as what D+ probably think it is, and they will attempt it nonetheless. Solid diffuser will be planted by Envy Taylor. Is the response? Is anybody going to try and deny? He's planting right on the door, and he's actually got away with it. A quick smash and grab here for D+. No response from PSG Talon, and now they have to try and retake. But the good thing, though, all about the retake is they could also just bring the clash in, stand on the door, and somebody could defuse behind her.
And especially given that there's been no vert taken, it's not going to be easy for D+ to get in there and do it. You just got to have the clash on the door. You can plug up the holes with the Kiba barricades. Ooh,
missed.
Everyone gives themselves away.
Keepers?
Ryder and Misa line up.
Oh.
The clash is down. Soldier falls. Talon, the blueprint was there.
You missed the keepers. This little angle. Completely botched, covering the breach. Oh dear, oh dear. Fine margins, Ollie. The little mistakes. We talk about this all the time whenever it comes to these big matchups. That is the life and death of the game. Look, PSG Talon holding above. D+ basically ignored that. Risky strategy. Luckily enough, nobody was actually on a vertical hold to stop that plant going down because I don't actually think it was made. They weren't expecting D+ just to simply plant on the door. And yeah, the retake, you could see they were trying to just put the clash on the door and then just defuse behind it, but didn't block up that main breach. And look how easy it was. So yeah, I don't know. Really weird round again. But PSG Talon just making more mistakes.
I think they'll be kicking themselves at that one as well. That's 2 rounds that D+ have now won on the attack. More rounds that D+ get on the attack here on Lair, the better.
5 seconds remaining.
Back to the top floor, the only site that we've seen Talon successful in so far.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Sam, they haven't got the Tachanka demo. The Tachanka was the reason they won the previous round, or the previous attempt at this site. Instead, they've opted for the clash. It's still going to have its place and still going to have its effect. D+ were able to get the wall open last time, and they were able to start to bait out that util for the plant. It just came down to a matter of time. Obviously, Clash can walk up and stop that plant from going down, but it is a bit more vulnerable. And if it gets taken out, then there's no lasting effect. But Talon do need to be cautious right now. Coated, you can see him. He's going to be droning out below. He'll more than likely be looking for that same sort of approach on the book. Getting himself in below. Trying to be fairly self-sufficient in what he does. And he's got plenty of targets up above. He's got mirror windows to be going at. And players to try and displace. It's a good hack there onto that evil eye. Mirror windows now can get spotted out, and Coated, well, he'll only be a few moments behind it.
Reload. Yeah, Coated is certainly went for this play before, where he wants to go downstairs and rip open the flooring underneath those mirror windows. Now for the Blitz ready to go. But again, for D+, they have been quite slow for the majority of the game. But they have also been quite good at opportunity spotting, as distributed in our last round. So they try and give themselves as much info as they can. You can see they've spotted out the mirror window. Yunsang is now rotating towards the window, towards bathroom, to see if he can jump in and just go straight in for that mirror. It is a position I mentioned before that Blitz excels in. It just depends if PSG can come to Goddy's rescue, though. If a teammate's getting pushed by a Blitz, you need to go in there and help him out. You need to do everything you can to take off that important piece off the chessboard. D+, no kills have been taken. No kills given away, though, as well. It's only a matter of time before things start getting hot.
You can see a Blitz primed and ready at the window. Yusang got a couple of yellow pings to work off, but Coated's going to be the first to fall. Toxic Babes gonna stop the push in for the meantime. There is information here available. Gotti.
Oh, Yunsang.
Going to shut the Blitz down. Yusang. Maybe Blitz isn't the operator for you, mate. That's twice we've seen you go in on your own, and twice we've seen you fall. Ryder, he's going to find one onto Woogieman with an impact. And MV Taylor just going to get chiseled down by the clash. JLT also offsite right now. Hops in immediately into the barbed wire, the smoke, and the swing. The trifecta, you could say.
10 seconds left.
Like a soldier.
MV Taylor.
5 seconds to go.
Soldier's going to run you down like a dog. 4 seconds,
Ryder
and
kills him.
Ryder to find the last kill. Talon. They were hungry for that one.
Oh, my word. Oh, they really wanted him dead, didn't they? Look, D+ really slow. You could see the idea of getting the Blitz in towards bathroom, but that Blitz is going in naked. Not a flashbang, not a B, not anything to actually help him out there. So he jumps in the window. I don't get why he's just went full ADS mode right from the get-go. So yeah, PSG Talon take a very simple round for themselves. I wouldn't say PSG Talon did anything exceptional there. They just played their strat. They just all hold their angles. Everyone did their job, and it results in a round win.
Just a bit of a soft round to give away, it feels. But then again, I feel like PSG Talon have given away soft rounds as well. So maybe it's fair. At least all level. Coming into this defense down on the basement again. Now, this was a strange one from Talon. They had a really good early advantage.
5 seconds to go.
Managed to get some early kills out there on their own. This time they've got a slightly different lineup for us. They're going to be bringing the Vigil. Finally, a bit of Boss G ACOG action demo. A lot of the Vigils we've seen of late have been rocking the K1A, which, as we know, isn't acceptable. It's Boss G or nothing, I'm afraid.
I think for the basement, PSG Talon did a great job at just delaying around as long as they could. Then it just came down to people not watching their angles, not watching positions. Certainly was a lackadaisical round to give away. Vigil has been spotted out, so they know that Vigil is towards the top floor. But I think it's more of a question, Ollie, of who actually wants to challenge the Boss G. Be my guest by all means. As it's not an engagement that I don't think many attackers would want to go for. I think that's another reason why I think Blitz and, Shields are quite good as well. Whenever Boss G is kind of meta, we've seen plenty of times Vigil pop off because of just how insane the gun is. Boss G struggles against the Shields. You can't hit your shots. You only have 2 shots if you fire both of them. Blitz just walks in and kills you. Also, the mute, though, is Gotti. has been got. In Blitz and those 1v1s, all we know just how deadly he can be, and Yunsign doing a great job at picking up the first blood. And they still know about the Vigil as well. They still know he's upstairs, but they're just going to leave him for the meantime.
Finally, we see Yunsign get some success out of that Blitz. Last 2 times he's picked it, he's gone in solo for those engagements and died. This time he remembered to flash. Amazing. Someone would have thought that's one of the best things about Blitz, is you get the flash and the shield.
By the way, there's 3 roamers upstairs, and they've all came back to site now. The PSG talent immediately just getting back as quick as they can. And the reason why they went for the roamers is because they brought in the castle to actually slow down that quick approach that, a quick rush perhaps that could have happened. Woogieman was still just lingering outside, hoping that somebody may come and pay him a visit, and it was Yas who was attempting to open up the hatch, and now D+ have a very clear advantage, even more so as Coter's found another. PSG Talon just getting picked apart limb by limb. Soldier's just seen the Blitz, so I'm sure we'll be paying him a visit anytime soon. This is going to be quite the clutch for Soldier if he makes this happen, but I don't think that's going to be the case. And Yunsign, here he comes, should take him out with ease, and he will do so. D+ just running through PSG Talon. Like they're not even there, Ollie.
Out of nowhere, a flawless round for D+. PSG Talon maybe becoming a little bit too predictable on this map. A couple of 1v1s there that went the way of D+. A success on the Blitz on the entry as well is always going to help. Talon maybe just not recognizing that was the sort of direct approach. It was a very similar approach to what D+ did in round number 2 when we saw that site. Never know. Maybe D+ come away with an advantage at the half here, Demo. It's looking a little bit dicey. Maybe did we big PSG Talon up a bit too much on Lair?
I don't know. I think that's a great question. Whenever we've seen it play out the last time, D+, they were on the defense, PSG Talon on the attack. It was a 5-1 attacking half for PSG. So you would say, okay, attack's actually probably their stronger side. D+ are actually able to take 2 attacks in that game nonetheless, so they've actually done better. They've, as I said, going to Lair, they have to improve. They're going to have to learn from their mistakes. They've got 3 attacks now. They didn't get that luxury the last time they played against them.
Well, there's a chance for them to make it a 4th right now. There is this round number 6, before the sides are going to switch. We're going to be heading into one of those mid-floor sites. The Blitz, while it's not been a recipe for success every time, when it's worked very well. Flores going to send a Rotero drone in to try and remove some of these castle barricades and free up the line of approach. Exterior wall should be opened without a hitch. There's mute jammers, but imagine that they're going to be placed elsewhere. And we can see the wall is going to be opened. This was, of course, the breach that was failed to be plugged up last time. There's Noah's Army here, Demo. That breach gets opened, and if that plant goes down...
I mean, there's a lot more shotgun holes, though.
More tricky than last time to try and get it done. No clash either to try and assist that. There's a lot of information available here for D+. They've got some good intel on drones. Sending those yellow pings out there. And although they're at the halfway point and they're still not in, it doesn't look like they've made bad progress. They've got the wall open, gathered a lot of info, and this is the time that they're going to strike.
And they're not going to get caught out by that same single doorway plant because they've opened up above it this time around. They didn't have that the last time, as we know. Oh, Misa! A C4 on the castle barricade sends Coated flying across the room. PSG Talon look as though this round could be theirs as they're starting to dig in deep now, and a nice little reposition there from Misa. It's an easy kill on the Envy Taylors. He was looking for the rotate, and a minute left. Should be the round dead and buried. Not a lot that D+ can really play off. There's more angles upstairs this time around. The smokes go in, but as you can see, more than enough players upstairs. Yunsign actually puts the shield onto his back, but there we are. Ryder able to take him down. They can't get away with the same thing twice. It is true, lightning doesn't strike in the same place. But 2v4, Woogieman also goes down. Again, the vertical angles are there. D+, it may have worked the first time, but we knew that was down to just PSG not doing their setup correctly, Ollie. This time, more holes are in place, and bang, there you go.
JLT got a difficult angle to work with now. 20 seconds, 4 kills, cold diffuser. These ones never work out favorably for the one. And even half, 3-3. Talon learning from the mistakes. You're going to play upstairs, you need that vert. This time they had it. 3 rounds on the attack for D+. It's a good showing, and it puts pressure on these attacking rounds from PSG Talon, because if they want to win this in regulation, they need to be better. Now, they did do fantastically well on their attacks last time we saw this map, and it was one of the main things that we credited them for. A very good understanding of how to attack this map. When you throw into it the context, and the context here being that there's a couple of plane tickets to Montreal, and they haven't got a name on yet.
No.
And Talon are going to want that name to be theirs.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, the winner of this gets a spot at Montreal. So, yes, we're correct in saying that. But they also get a direct invite, Ollie, into Phase 2. You skip the initial opening, and I think is it 2 or 3 best of 3s you have to play. 3 if you lose one, 2 if you just win both of them. So that gives you also an immediate advantage. You're straight into the Swiss format.
Yeah. And that is actually a Swiss format. That's not demo trying to talk about cheese again.
What's wrong with me saying Swiss cheese? What's wrong with that? You said it earlier. Hang on a minute.
I just wanted to clarify. That's all it was.
Have some shame.
Oh dear. Woogie man.
Spawn peak.
Goodness me. Unbelievable. Putting the pressure onto Misa straight away and removing the Ying. Be as good as you like on your attacks, but you can't get yourself into the building then. Not going to be too good at all. Ryder will respond. Yusang's had a very turbulent game so far. He's not one that we look to for a lot of kills, but he's just someone that's drawing my attention quite a lot. He's died out on the Warden there. Ossa should be able to move in now. It's looking like a bit of a backsided push. Barbwire just going to slow him down, but it seems the information is good. He can continue to move up and place that Ossa shield down. There's still quite a bit to go through.
Yeah, and they've only got one way of getting rid of it as well, Ollie. The C4 needs to be perfect for MV Taylor, but he needs to also be in a position to really utilize that C4, but he seems as though he's going to eye it up for a potential kill onto somebody who could be towards the window. Ace, can't get in. Wall's going to be muted off. We've got the impact EMPs though, so Soldier places his shield down and then he gets the impact out. Wall gives that breach into the R6 room now. In terms of D+, looking at their positions, you've got Coded tucked deep in towards office. Obviously, he's the smoke. So he needs to make sure he's in a good position, has a good angle onto stopping anyone walking in, which he does. Look at that. It's a great angle. Covers off not only the breach, but also the doorway also. For PSG Talon, they need to try and do a bit of disruption, because it just seems to do D+ can just sit back all and just hold their angles and win the round right now.
And D+ just don't need to do too much here.
Yeah.
Maybe the only way they lose it is by trying a little bit too hard. 35 seconds. The plant can start to go down now. We're going to need to do something about that. Great smoke. Soldier in the Toxic Babe gas and taken out. Yas finds one onto Coated, but it's likely impactless. The diffuser going to be cold in the middle of sight. It should be fairly easy to keep hold of now. No more denial remaining. And a shot that you need to be hitting there. Ryder out on the rappel with 10 seconds left to go. Yas going to find one. He's going to have to go for kills here. Talon, they flipped the script. Woogie Man, he's got 4 seconds to try and stay alive. Sees the body, doesn't want to take the gunfight. Instead, just drops off. Woogie Man. I don't think you could have played it better.
Oh my word. I mean, it's with grace and decorum, the way he just glides around the site, Ollie.
This is what I mean about his movement and his aim, though. He's a different breed. He's a different player to watch.
Wow, wow, wow. Look, PSG Talent, you could see their idea was to maneuver in with the Ossa, try and get that plant down, everyone else hold the angles. You're seeing Ryder for a long time on that rappel ollie, looking over towards that window, making sure nobody can approach in the flank. And the big thing that caught PSG Talent by surprise was actually Coated. Coated actually gets my, even though Woogieman got the clutch, Coated gets my stamp of approval for being the MVP in that round. The way he repositioned himself and maneuvered in with those smoke canisters, seeing that the Ossa makes a mad dash across the middle of the bomb site, his Azami didn't catch that. He then has to make the maneuver, toss out the smoke, stop that Ossa from getting the plant down, gets the kill, Diffuser goes cold. That's the important thing, Diffuser cold on the ground, and he's done his job. Then he can die. And then obviously Woogie has to try and pick up the remains and gets the clutch, but Code for me, what he was able to do, the impact he had in the smoke, yeah, mega impact.
Coated there, can hold his head pretty high. D+. Successful on their first defense here. We haven't really seen what PSG Talent react when they're under pressure and when they're not the favorites. Not necessarily when they're not the favorites, but when things maybe don't go their way. They've not really been pushed in too many games, have they? We obviously saw him lose the game to FEARX. This is a bit of a different circumstance, and I don't know, there's the timeout still available for Talon. Fabian's obviously not feeling like it's all sort of panic situations just yet. But it won't be far off if another round goes amiss here. Nice bit of aggro. Work there, and the castle barricade getting opened for him. Just allowing him to rotate out and get out of that horrible could be called Deimos track situation.
Obviously, Scopos, scary operator, as we know, Ollie. Or the attackers, that is. Somebody who you never really know where they could be at any one time. Both shells will be in sight, though. So the roam game is going to be finished. Now D+ just have to try and bide their time in sight. I mean, the only issue you would really say with PSG Talon in their lineup, Ollie, is the lack of soft destruction. You know, we've seen Ram do a number on this site, you know, before. You can open up pretty much every angle into both of the bomb sites, so it's not very safe sitting in there. That just gives a lot of maneuverability, you would say, for the defense. Shouldn't be pressured that much. Yunsang will just smoke himself off and waste as much time as he can as the flashbangs have been causing him some issues, but it's that blitz that he needs to be worried about. But he's just trying to keep him at bay as best as he can. Envy Taylor picks up the opening kill. Misa gone. Soldier eventually finds his man, and I mean, that was an accident waiting to happen for the smoke going up against the blitz. Another man makes himself aware that, yep, I'm after you as well. It's going to be the Azami Woogieman wanting to try and hold on to those stairs as well, but getting through that shield, that's the tricky part. 20 seconds to go, PSG Talon, Ollie. They've locked themselves in. They have to try and go for a boiler plant.
Not many options left for them here, and time continuing to tick. Nade's going to get sent in there by Ryder.
He drops, he's dead.
Doesn't do anything to displace anyone. Yas with a great swing onto Woogie, though. Diffuser in the hands of Gotti. Time.
No plant.
No plant. Hello? Even Coated confused. Talon okay? Maybe a timeout after that? I don't know.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, dear. I wish we had listenings.
God, I wish we could see him.
I wish we had listenings.
I wish we could see him behind, you know what I mean? I think that would be the big thing for us. As if we could see him. Big breath.
Any thoughts on what the topic of conversation is going to be?
I mean, Fresh done a very good one yesterday. Whenever Fabian took the time out.
Was it an impression as well?
It was a few swear words here or there.
Oh, wow.
And yeah. Well, no, Fresh didn't say them. He just said Fabian would probably be swearing at them.
Right.
We need to wake up, guys. It's not good enough. I think, isn't that Does that sound about right?
Not quite. You're a bit off.
A little bit off?
Just
but of the words right, surely I've got the correct lingo.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I think the lingo's there. I like the wake up comp. I think the wake up is definitely. Well, stunned into a timeout. This isn't how we were expecting Lair to go. We had this pegged as a map that PSG Talon would be very good at indeed. So far, been okay. They've not been great.
No. I mean, I will say though, I feel as though D+, a lot of the rounds that they've won has been down to individuals performing. Personally, for me, I think as a whole, I think PSG Talon, the team play has been a little bit better, whereas D+, they've really relied on individuals showing up in rounds.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, there's been no standout from Talon, I think. I mean, big players like Gotti, 1 and 4. I know that we say that anyone can pop off and stuff like that, but I mean, Soldier 9 and 4, Yas 7 and 3, so it's there. It's just maybe not there as much as it needs to be. It doesn't feel like it's been a very big kill-heavy game in a lot of ways. It's been more down in the fine details of things. And, you know, moreover onto the mistakes as well. Mistakes just amplified at this level. D+, of course, will have had a bit of time to chat ahead of this round and get themselves set up. They've not gone for as extensive a top floor hold as we saw PSG Talon going for. They were really all concentrated inside R6 room. The first round, they didn't have sufficient rotation or sufficient sort of vertical angles. This time we see D+, they're a little bit more spread out across that top floor, but they're still there. They look a little bit more fluid and ready to rotate.
I think the worry is just the denial more than anything. You know, you're sacrificing the smoke or the Goyos, for example, that could have been brought in to help here, but I think if you're banking on just having all of the vertical angles open again, then yeah, you probably don't need to worry about getting the smokes in, but whenever you're up here, you know, this presence, it's going to attract the attackers, isn't it? Like I'm off to a flame. The attackers are going to want to try and take control of that area of the map. They've got the Blitz, they've got the Ying primed and ready, the C4 also ready, 2 C4s ready, so it's going to be just a trade of utility, but who's going to die? Who's going to survive? That C4's actually maybe messed up, or that Azami Bar's actually maybe messed up the C4 there for NV Taylor. First pick goes in favor of Gotti, who hasn't had the greatest of games, Ollie, but he is now getting a kill, an opening kill nonetheless in this round. Woogieman able to find Yas, the big player off the board, and this shield is just running in. He's a bit of damage there from the shotgun, but he's slowly just clearing the way for his team. Misa finds Coated, and Misa's probably going to find a second as... Look at this.
This is brilliant.
Nowhere to go. Just ratting them out. Woogieman actually wins it against Misa. The Blitz didn't continue the charge, Ollie, and that allows Woogieman just to take an individual 1v1 against Misa and wins it.
I think Soldiers maybe sold a little bit there.
Attackers dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb.
Very clumped up right now as well, the smoke. That's going to get deployed. MV Taylor finds one onto Soldier. Ryder, he's got the kit, and he's low. Sole survivor right now, trying to plan. Nothing he can do.
Bomb diffuser has been
D+, they're not going down without a fight right now. They are set to take Lair. That puts them onto a map point.
Wow. I mean, this is not the same PSG Talon that we witnessed take a 5-1 against D+ previously. I mean, that attack was just all over the place. You see the roamers upstairs. Yes, you assess that situation. You go above. I don't get the idea of in a 3 versus 3, whenever you don't have any flank protection, you've then opted to try and push into the other site. I find it very, very strange. Yes, I know you get a better plant down because you have that pillar to plant behind. But it's very, very weird everyone pushing in from the one direction and not having a flank drone. So D+, 6-3 up. We did not expect this whatsoever. So PSG Talon, they either have to take it in overtime or else we go to map number 3.
Map number 3 looks like a very real possibility right now. Talon haven't got anything left up their sleeve. There's no timeout. Nothing that is going to drastically flipped the script for him.
5 seconds remaining.
They've got to do this off their own backs. They need 3 flawless rounds.
I'm reloading.
Pretty big ask, especially given the way this game has gone so far. Cautious of the spawn peak. Obviously, Woogieman punished them with that a couple of rounds ago. Woogieman has been danger man. 11-4 after that last round. He's now starting to streak away and be that talisman player we know he can be. PSG Talent, it feels like the pressure's maybe getting to him a little bit, Demo. There's a bit of decision making, particularly in the last couple of rounds, that you look at and go, would they have made that choice in the regular stage? Probably not.
Yeah, it's a good question to make. PSG Talent, I think they just need to try and slow things down a little bit, don't they? It feels as though they've been going too fast for their own good and picked up the pace and they crashed almost. You get this round and we'll see where we go from there, but again, you can only take it 1 round at a time now. If you are PSG Talent, Fabian can no longer help. The timeout has been used and it hasn't been to any great success, which is strange. Typically, whenever Fabian calls that timeout, Ollie, we see an immediate response and reaction from his team, but not this time. PSG Talent have to go up against this top floor defense. We'll just be going for a more of a default take, Ollie. Just sweeping across, open up the walls. Up below, of course. So a little bit different than what they had beforehand, where they were really targeting in towards the R6 room instead of office. Seems to be their point of contact that they want to try and get into. There's a hard breach. They only have the 2 Selma charges, Ollie. No hard breach gadgets being brought in. Only the mute, though, is the wall denial, which should be dealt with the impact EMPs if needed. Or the back blow, which seems to be the case. So if they can get the walls open, give themselves a way in, and they could try and look towards getting that plant down, but there is the smoke and the C4s that they need to go through beforehand.
Yusang going to kick things off with a kill onto Ryder. You can hear those Candelas going out. A nice C4 sent long, and it will find him. Soldier, fractions of seconds too late on that trade. Yusang's picked up 2 before he was shut down. The diffuser. It's in Gotti's hands right now, but MV Taylor, he's got something to say about him as well. A C4 over the top. Won't be successful, but he can just run away. Continue to waste the clock. Misa and Soldier, what have you got to show us? Somehow Misa wins that engagement. 3 versus 3. 6 HP on Misa. 10 seconds left to go. The diffuser recovered, but the smoke's cutting off the path. Coated, he's in the prime position right now, alongside Woogieman. Stuns come out, Coated picks 1, and the second. D+. They're going to give us all 3 maps here today. Not going down without a fight. We had Lair as a PSG Talon map through and through, but D+ got into the server and gave us the same 7-3 that we saw on Bank. Both teams dominant on the other team's map choice. And now, all that's left is Sky.
Yeah. I mean, similar to what we talked about Bank, Ollie, it came down just to the minor mistakes, and PSG Talon, there was a fair few of them in their attacks and their defenses. So yeah, all credit to D+. That's also a reverse flip, Ollie, from whenever they played each other on the stage on Lair. It was a 7-3 win for PSG Talon then. It's a 7-3 win for D+ now.
We're going to hit a break. We'll be back with Jacob and to set us up for the last map of our grand final here in Korea to see who we are sending to Montreal. You'd be crazy to go anywhere. Stick around.
Le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple. La concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, je fais
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. And out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Freedom is low health though. Oh, what a take from Spirits! In the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Freedom has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Really doing everything they could to bank on the same result from their previous playday in the round robin happening again over the course of map 2, but it didn't. A 7-3 went the reverse way this time as D+ now forces onto a map 3, and we need to come down to a decider in order to determine who is going to Montreal, Demo.
I mean, like, what would we say now? It's the curve's kind of been shot a little bit because we thought, okay, generally in a best of 3, you would see teams, you know, win their maps that they select. So D+ pick and bank. Okay, surely they'll win bank. No, PSG Talon, go and win bank. And then we go to Lair, and we've seen that PSG Talon have already beat D+ on Lair before in the regular stage. And then it's also going to be their map pick. Surely this is a 2-0, but no. D+ come in, 7 free PSG Talon, and just a really crazy game. I mean, big individual moments from D+. It was really, for me, the measure of how the game went in their favor. The individual stepped up.
They really did, and we look at it and you think, you know, players like Woogieman, players like MV Taylor not going down without a fight. MV Taylor is having a good series so far. He was one of the only players with a pulse over on Bank. I really wasn't expecting this to go the way of D+, I'll be honest with you, based off what we saw in the regular stage, based off the fact that we know Talon to be a very good team on Lair. They just didn't show it today.
Yeah, 5-1 was the scoreline on the first half originally for Lair when they played earlier in the stage, and now it's gone in the complete other direction. They clearly decided the thing that they had to fix was their defenses, because they go into defense in that last map, win 4 straight, and that's what cinches the win for them. And credit to Woogieman as well. He was bottom frag on map number 1, not able to do very much as PSG Talon roll over D+ Kia on Bank, then goes 11-4 and absolutely slams on that defensive half in order to make sure that Lair goes their way. It's good to see Woogieman doing what Woogieman does.
It is. We love to see Woogieman do what he does best, and I can't wait to see him get stuck into Chalet.
All right, map 3, it's time. Chalet decides who goes to Montreal. Gentlemen, I'll see you on the flip side.
Right, this is it. This is for all the marbles now. Welcome in, everybody. Our final map here today. Our final map of the playoffs. Let's decide who is going to Montreal. Is it going to be D+, or is it going to be PSG Talon? This is, of course, for a direct spot straight into phase 2 of the major. There is, of course, LCQs. They'll be going on next week. But this is what these teams are playing for right now. A guaranteed spot at the Montreal Major. In only a short amount of time, Demo.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Coming soon. So Chalet. Don't laugh at me. Yeah, Chalet map. I think both teams will be more than happy to play here. D+. They've played a fair amount of Chalet during the stage. They've looked good on it. PSG Talon, I believe, have only played it just the once, because, again, they're a team that likes to kind of stick to the maps that they know. But as we've seen in our game yesterday between PSG Talon and MIR Gaming, Chalet was the decider in that matchup. So PSG Talon have shown that, yes, they will play Chalet if needed. And here we are. We see PSG Talon in the best of 3, finally playing the Chalet. Essentially just turns it into a best of 1, as we know, Ollie. Whoever wins this map, that's it. But you always love Ollie saying, and I don't know why I keep saying you love saying it, because I like saying it too now. I think you've converted me. Winning the second map just has that momentum to bring it into the third.
They really do. You know, if it goes to 3 maps, the winner of the second usually comes in, and they come in pretty hot. PSG Talon, we haven't seen them face adversity this stage. We haven't seen them go through huge battles to overcome things. Everything's come to them pretty easily. Is round 1 going to come to them quite easily? Already inside. We've seen 30 seconds. Misa's dead. C4 ripped. Stops the plans. Talon go for something quick and aggressive, and they're going to pay for it. C4 reattempted now by Yas. I don't think the D+ are aware of this. They're still trying to smoke it all out.
What's going on?
Quick swing here from Coed. It's going to seal the deal onto 1. Ryder and Gotti. I mean, good luck holding this.
Does Ryder have Hatch? Does Ryder have Hatch? I think he...
Hatch
he
is
has
open.
Hatch!
What a shot from Coed! He's absolutely murked him off the hatch.
Defender mission successful.
Oh, Korea. Even
Never
the top
change.
teams, Ollie. Even the top teams, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they've tried a quick rush. C4, obviously a thing, as we know. Long angle wasn't even opened for that. I think you needed to have some pressure coming down onto those players in connector, because that's where the C4 came out from, was a player inside a connector. You need that long angle opened to then shut that down.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Obviously, I thought that the hatch being opened up was also going to be a big bonus, because the players upstairs all reverted downstairs to go for the retake and leaving upstairs clean. But Kota just hits an unbelievable shot. I mean, if Kota doesn't make that, I think PSG Talon probably win that round.
Maybe. D+ have bodies to throw at a problem, though. Maybe they double peek the hatch and solve it that way. I don't know. I like the idea from Talon. I like the idea of they're not going to expect it. Let's rush. Let's get ourselves a bit of confidence back. Let's gain back a bit of momentum. But then when it's so quickly dealt with, you maybe felt, you maybe left feeling a little bit flat, like, oh, that didn't work. Have we just thrown a round away there? I don't know. It feels a little bit strange from Talon to go for that. Obviously, I understand the idea behind it. But the fact that D+ were ready for it, it just goes to show that this isn't a foregone conclusion by any stretch. Imagine Talon fighting through the LCQ. Imagine all the teams that are in the LCQ that are like, oh, thank goodness, right? Talon's not going to be here, so we've got a chance. And then all of a sudden, D+ knock Talon out into the LCQ.
It would be incredible, wouldn't it? It would be. D+, hold on for the first round at least. We head now into our bar defense, and it just looks as though PSG Talon just want to full send it again. Only don't throw the blitz. Ready and waiting into piano he goes. But he's honestly like 5 seconds too late. If he'd done this 5 seconds ago, Ollie, he probably would have found a few roamers, but they've all left.
Yeah, defending down in the bar. There's no reason to stay upstairs for too long. You occupy library and the top of library stairs by all means, but no real need to be inside a piano for an extended period of time. Initial push. It's gained a bit of ground, but still dangerous positions being occupied. Talk about top fireplace. Somewhere that you really want to be worried about. Woogieman. Wandering, floating, caught in the current.
Honestly, it's like
your adjective.
Crush from Finding Nemo, isn't it? He's just trying to ride the wave.
He really is.
I mean, I've seen that a few times, though, from Woogieman sometimes, where he just, I don't know, throughout the stage, just a few kills. Him and Katsang seem to be the real culprits for me this stage. Yunsang, brilliant shot on the soldier. Oh, gee, straight to the dome. That would have ripped his head clean off. Misa ready with a blitz. Walks in with the ADS as well. Great pick onto that Vigil. The Capital bolt as well was done to a T. And then V Taylor has to clutch up in the 1v4. Doesn't even get a kill. Ryder does it better. And I mean, PSG Talon, that's more like them, Ollie. We haven't seen a round like that probably since Bank. Didn't see that at all during Lair.
Talon are still trying to get these like fierce rounds over the line where they assert quite a lot of dominance, aren't they? Fair play to him. They've leveled up there with one. You do wonder, were D+ just a little bit lost in the sauce there potentially? Quite possibly. It's always a shame when you see players that have done well at portions in the round and then just end up floating around for no real good reason. Social vote. 34% for D+. I guess that makes sense. Talon are very heavily expected to be the favorites here.
That was a Chalet, a map which does lean into the attacker side of things. Well, I mean, the defense have a few power tools at their disposal. You've got the MIR, you've got the Izami as well, who we know are great for primarily defending over towards bar and also that extension towards top floor if you choose to go there, which they have. PSG Talon looks to be a fairly default push. Just library across seems to be on the menu today. Misa in a great position to try and cut the cross already, and Woogieman's actually been halted because of that.
So many angles from outside to in on Chalet. Talon now, after having a couple of pacey rounds, seem to be taking the foot off the gas a little bit here and going for things a slight bit slower. Definitely not a bad thing. I don't think that they'd be able to maintain that high-octane gameplay throughout the whole course of the map. too much likelihood of mistakes creeping in. Misa. He's going to be able to find Woogieman on one of those outside to win angles. Candela's come in. That's going to disable the mirror, or at least disable JLT behind it. Surprised there to see him fall for that one. Bit of a Deimos track going on here as well, but Coated, he's going to be there. Saves the day a little bit, Demo.
Yeah, he does, but the jump in comes in from Misa, who picks that kill. Gun skill in abundance right now for PSG Talon. Misa does fall to the C4, but I don't know if somebody's below, and actually both of them were downstairs. They've had the retake in through Soldier already inside a bathroom. Eliminates Yunsang. Coated also goes down. Soldier, I mean, this is PSG Talon. They were missing on Labs, or not Labs, on Lair, sorry. This is the team that we know D+ should be scared of.
Well, at least they've shown up here on Chalet. I was getting a little bit concerned when we saw the scoreline in that lair. But for all that we've seen 2 maps, they've been 2 very quick maps. Now the bank hall lair stuck around for too long.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Means one of 2 things. Either we're going to see a quick Chalet, or it's going to be a full 15-rounder. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But good to see Talon getting a couple of reps in here on the attack and picking up some rounds, because for all that we credited them for what we thought that their attacks were going to be on Lair, they really never had that bite, that killer blow that we saw previously. I'm sure that Fabian will have given them a bit of a drumming in the short break between maps as well. Got them up for the fight here. Quite often, the team in Korea Demo that we almost say is too big to fail. There's been, too much investment into this roster for it to not be making majors when there's 2 spots available in Korea.
There's been too much smack talk as well from a certain someone for them to not qualify as well. Don't forget the heat that he would get. I think we all know who we're talking about. He who shall not be named. Pengu, of course.
I thought he was talking about Voldemort.
No, look, Fabian, I think he's obviously been very active, hasn't he? I know what region he's playing in. I think the Farmer comm has been dropped a few times as well. So, yeah, he needs to qualify for the major. He needs to. And his team are doing the business right now, Ollie, as they are leading 2-1. But JLT has been able to give his team an opening pick. Down goes Misa. The 4v5 is how it stands, and still 2 minutes to go. We're dealing, of course, with this basement. There's going to be a hefty amount of roam game as well being established, and obviously whenever you think about the roamers, you do expect them to try and get kills more than anything. Yes, I know time's obviously going to be a big thing, but I think on Chalet, where it is a fairly small map, I think kills is more important than anything that you can get. And Yudensang just gets a kill, and nothing from Ryder, just stands still.
Strange to see 2 kills go without response there. Ryder not reacting. Woogieman downstairs. Just going to be happy to open up that door that leads on to Trench and really hit a bit of a rotation. I mean, he could even get himself up West Main. He's got the flexibility now to play with a little bit of aggression. You look at the goose chase that Talon have gone on to clear this roam out. You think about the site that they're working onto. The amount of bodies that they've lost before they've even got to the site. It's almost embarrassing.
PSG find it really difficult to see it over the line in this round. As for D+, just to sit back, play their crossfires. There's going to be a hefty amount of them being established. PSG, it looks as though that Trench is still going to be their way in, but that long angle Ollie not being opened up is, once again, the worry for me. Maybe Gotti could try and open it up, and Coed's actually jumped up on the vault position. Yeah, if he gets droned, he will be dead, but if he doesn't, should be able to surprise somebody with a kill at least. Smoke canister goes out from Yunsang, but 30 seconds left. Still think PSG have been able to get the kills back in their favor to really make this happen.
Just through sheer number advantage, you would expect D+ to win this, but Ryder and Soldier picking up one apiece. The long angle open, and Envy Taylor gives himself up. D+ They're throwing themselves willingly at PSG right now. And a huge advantage has been squandered. JLT, the plant's going down. He's got 6 seconds. Soldiers trying to cover. And the plant will be allowed. JLT is going to land a couple of shots there, but he's got the Vector. Very fast fire, and he needs to reload. He's going up against a shotgun at close range right now, and Gotti switches to the primary. Hits the shot. PSG, great job of staying in it. The round looked dead and buried, and somehow they managed to pull it out.
D+ have just opened the door, haven't they, and said, yeah, come on in. Come on, fire's on. You can have the lazy boy. Yeah, I'll TV. What do you want to watch? They've just offered them everything. I don't get it. All D+ had to do was just sit and wait and hold angles. They have smoke. They have C4s. Just wait for the plant to come in. It has to come in. 20 seconds left. But then you just start swinging for no reason. I mean, Coed's probably the guy you have to look at as being the big culprit. All he had to do was sit still. He started moving around. He tossed the C4 out for no reason. Stands up in the middle of the site. Just D+, like, I don't know. I really don't know how they've just thrown that away, because PSG Talon, there's nothing going on for them. There's nothing going on all in that round.
D+ stunned and taking a timeout there. Kind of no surprise, really, based off how the round went. That was definitely theirs to give. And they gave it. They gave it all. They'd won the round on their own. We're just seeing players moving through connector and just giving himself up to that long angle. Almost repeatedly as well. Kind of shocking to see. Talon lead by 2 now. D+ his timeout, obviously recognizing that, you know, maybe that's not good enough. You're going to need more rounds here on the defense. You're going to be going to bar in games.
5 seconds to insertion.
With each round that passes for PSG Talon, Lair becomes a further distant memory.
Yeah, doesn't matter now. I think the momentum is firmly in control of PSG Talon. PSG again, look at the lineup. All they've got the Blitz, Cabotao, it's going to be fast. Looking to use the util dump. Dealing with the bar. I mean, D+ kind of got ran through the last time they were here, weren't they? So, see what they can do differently this time around. You got the Frost in there as well. Maybe you could help with the jump-ins coming in from the window. See them stationed on the library window and also on towards top fireplace, which is another good one. Homework being done. And PSG Talon will just look for their opportunities. They might actually be looking only for the quick jump-in through the double window straight in the site. That seems to be the case.
It's definitely an option. MV Taylor is going to be playing in closet, though.
And
he does
mud
have a
as well.
C4. There's no mirror, which is a big problem. Smokes are going to come out. That's going to do a lot to deny, and it looks as though Soldier's just going to play aggro. MV Taylor hears the Blitz. He sees them, and he doesn't want any part of it. He's trying to put distance between him and Blitz. Unfortunately for him, his team, they're hitting their shots. Soldier, for some reason, goes for an ADS shot and gives himself up on the Blitz. Blitz was so effective at pushing those defenders around inside, but there was no attackers to take advantage of it, and those that were lost their gunfights. Ryder got full util on the Capitao. He's going to die from going up the ladder. It's the second time, by the way, in career that we've seen someone die from the ladder. Like, please start using the rappel. Just please.
Oh, PSG Talent. Another round where you just kind of sit there and scratch your head. You could see the idea was to move in, and seeing that there's no mirror, jump in, and easily aggress onto the guy inside a connector. That's where Blitz is great. But how did the guy, how did Gridlock die with a diffuser? How did he get killed?
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Not sure, honestly.
I think you made a good point as well. The other 3 players, they mostly just lost their gunfights. The other 2 players, sorry. You know, the guy pushing mud. Missed out where another one of the guys were. A few things we did miss, but it just felt like it was a 3-2-1 collapse. But if people don't win their engagements, then the collapse doesn't work.
So 2 of the rounds that D+ have won so far have been pretty throwaway rounds from Talon where they've just thrown bodies.
And hope, like, just throw it at the wall and hope it's stuck.
And hope for the best.
Attitude, isn't it? Yeah.
Like, that isn't going to get them very far at a major.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
That sort of stuff isn't going to wash against other teams in other regions. It's not even washing here against D+.
And don't forget, you go into phase 2, so you do play against the best teams.
Exactly.
Not like phase 1 where it's you're up against the other regions. You know, you're up against like MENA, for example, or LATAM. You're in with the big boys.
Everything available on Deimos for the death mark as well, Soldier. Got a lot going for him. Woogie Man is going to be the chosen target. There's Jackal as well, and a Dokubi. So much for just this roam clear where, you know, they were actually successful here last time they attacked it, but I think they're recognizing that maybe they got a little bit lucky. It was the roam game that finished them last time when they attacked the basement, so it makes sense that they're really conscious on trying to work with it this time. Then as soon as the roam dips off, yeah, you brought the tools and could have dealt with it, but if everyone just goes back to site, you may be a little bit light on things that you need to execute with. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. You've got no big initiator, you've got no bees, you've got no Capita, you've no Ying.
They're going to go for a different approach. With the RAM being introduced, you then kind of look at the mid-floor take, where you want to try and use the verticality, and then sure, Snowmobile is going to be opened up, which at the moment it's not. Still, back will be opened up. Mirror window dealt with as well with that Selma. Well, denial not in place from the mute this time around. A much slower paced round than what we're used to seeing. So you've got a minute left. You've got your way into the site, as you've got, obviously, the big long wall opened up. They'll need to get trench open, though. Which they haven't done just yet. Two Selmas still in the pocket for Gotti. Coach is the only player in a position to really stop this plant. But as we know, you've got nades, you've got flashes. Well, so was the as Warden, but again, the nade point still stands. If he gets taken out, there's nobody really in position to stop him. But Coated, again, just gives himself up. Ollie, he's in a difficult position, but he just gives himself away for absolutely nothing.
Can't afford to be doing that on the Warden, regardless of what the attackers have got. The Kiba barricades, they're going to try and plug up some of the holes right now. Smokes, Logic Bomb, and Woogie Man. Misa, he's going to fall. Gotti, the player to watch right now. He has the kit. 2 kills, 1 for Envy Taylor, 1 for Yusang, but PSG have responded. Now it's all down to Yusang. Does have a C4. It's going to go too long. Caught out in the Guma, and Yas struggling on that rotation. You've got to pull for the shotty. You've got to believe. Gains the down. He's got the other one as well. He's got no idea. 34 seconds. He's surely going to find it out. Oh, Christmas has come early. Where's the Christmas tree demo? They both should have been underneath of it.
How has he killed the other guy?
I think the shotty.
Yeah,
He's caught in the goo mine, so he was soft already.
What HP was he? There's no way that's killed him on the door from that distance. There's no way.
Well, it's not, as it's just enough to down him.
I have no words.
I'd be fuming if I died like that. We need a replay of that.
I need a replay. Well, what a game! What a game! What a series! Can't believe it. Some cracking moments.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Where do we go? Where do we go, guys? So I've broken into Guns N' Roses there, haven't I? Where do we go now?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Well,
I need to go for a walk. I need to go for a walk around the hall. I'll be honest with you.
Side swapping 3-3. D+, by some miracle, have kept themselves in it. And honestly, both teams have just been gifting themselves to the other right now. We've seen occasions where Talon have just thrown an attack at the wall to see what happens. And we've seen occasions where defenders have just been caught wandering around for no good reason. A real strange game. And kind of the polar opposite of the games that we've seen on the other maps as well. Now the sides have swapped. PSG are on the defense. D+ on the attack. Headed down to dining and kitchen.
Yep, kitchen site. I don't think D+ defended here once, did they? So we haven't been able to see that defensive site come out in this game until now. So PSG Talent will be their first sign of rotation. Misa picks up the first kill as a big old utility dump of flashes. Dokkaebi calls. Lion scans come in, but PSG Talent, Ollie, they have fronted up. They've put their chest out and they've hold on. 2 minutes remaining as well. I mean, this is a very fast execute from D+ to be going for this. It just has not paid off. And now for PSG Talon, they can just sit in sight with no real worries at all. As long as they can play together and make sure that their trade game is fine. Not too many issues with this.
Yeah, Woogieman and MV Taylor. Not got loads to do right now. You mind? That's going to give MV Taylor away. It's all about Talon holding the nerve and making sure that they're in the right position to buddy up with one another. Not leaving anybody out on their own. Shots there being sent through the floor onto a yellow pings. There is a bit of info knocking around here for D+. These are rounds that you really shouldn't be winning. Talon can show patience here. They don't need to be throwing themselves at this problem. Just because they have an advantage doesn't mean they need to carelessly start lining up and things like that. They'll know that Dokkaebi's DMR can rip through just about anything. It's going to be Yas holding the angle there onto the bottom of the stairs. MV Taylor finds one. Logic bomb phone call ringing through. Nade. That should displace the player. MV Taylor finds two.
What are we doing?
So rewind 20 seconds. I said PSG Talon need to buddy up together and not give themselves away one at a time. MV Taylor's found two. Woogieman's found one. And Misa left in the clutches. There's no way that he should be here on his own. 25 seconds. It's time to push forward. There's time to get this job done. 1 versus 1. Information known. Stuns thrown out. MV Taylor's maybe jumped the gun a little bit there, but Woogieman's going to clean up. 2 versus 4 demo.
Nah, get the timeout immediately. Immediately get the timeout of your Fabian, because that's just... Nah. How you're losing that is beyond me. 2 versus 4 against 2 DMRs. Like, they're operators, Ollie, that can't open up walls, can't really change the terrain around them. And you're just giving them individual 1v1 picks. I don't understand. Shocking. Shocking from PSG Talon.
Yeah, it's pretty dreadful. I'm gobsmacked to not see the timeout. It could only have been too late to call it or something like that, maybe.
You can't lose them. You cannot lose them.
Well, that's the kind of round that you look back on when you've lost the whole game and you go, you know, that was a problem. That was something that we could easily fix.
Yep.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's not even a difficult thing to fix.
10 seconds to go.
Just don't ego challenge. Don't peek.
5 seconds.
They knew where they were. They knew it was trophy stairs.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Oh dear.
Just leaves a bad taste in your mouth more than anything.
See, I know that you're like disgusted about that.
Yeah.
Like that's really got to you.
I know.
I look at it and just see it as like bad siege, but I know that like hurts you on more levels than we know.
It just sets things off on the wrong foot already, and it gives D+ like a massive amount of confidence now going into it. We go top floor, which is usually seen as the more attacker-sided bomb site. Pocket Mirror was also being held, Ollie. They actually wanted to keep that just to see where the attack would come in from. Again, for the top floor, you have your 2 options for the attack. You have your library clear into opening up the default walls and going for the plant behind half wall, or you have your solar takes, a little bit more aggressive. You need to bring a little bit more utility for that. So they've kept the Pocket Mirror window. See what the kind of choice is for D+. by the looks of things, with the Grim on big window, with having the player towards Solar. It looks as though it is going to be the Solar take, which it is. Again, D+ so fast into this top floor. They have lost the player in big window, though, so they don't have much to really stop the retake coming in. Coated is in the thick of things, and Envy Taylor and Woogieman have both gotten kills. Gotti finds JLT, but Coated, who we mentioned was inside the site, they had no idea and just trades back and forth it goes. It leaves us the 1 versus 2. Yas up against Envy Taylor, and Coated an aid drop behind him. It will miss. Diffuser in the hands of Envy Taylor. He will begin to make that plant happen, but do they have any idea that Yas is still actually in the bomb site? Looks as though they do, as Coated is going to try and hold that on, but Diffuser going down. Now on the 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. It's Yas. Somehow pulls off a kill against Envy Taylor. Is this doable? The HP, though, is not with him. And against the Skeleton Key in this close range environment, surely not. Surely he can't win this against Coated. It seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly. Coated! Hello? Hello? Is Coated there? Has he DC'd? What's he holding? Doesn't hear him creep around. And yes, pulls off a clutch, which he has no right gain.
Bloody hell, we talk about momentum and going back and forward.
I hate this game.
I mean, yeah, timeout. I think we need this. Thank you, Fabian. I think we needed this as much as you did. So, we see another quick round from D+, and it's heavily overreacted to by PSG. D+ somehow throw the 3 versus 1, which I don't understand, by the way. Like, open up the wall, get onto Solar Repel. You can watch that from Solar Repel. You know where the guy is. Just get out of there. Where are the drones? Where's the information? What the hell's going on? PSG somehow managed to win the round. Credit to Yas, by the way. He kept his cool. He got it done. I imagine that the comms are getting a little bit stressful over there, just because, and for both sides, because of how quick some of these rounds are playing out. It's very frantic out there right now. I don't know how this game can feel so emotional roller coaster and still be 4-4, by the way, Demo. Like, how can we be feeling this way? And it's both teams that are making us feel this way. It's not just one. It's both of them.
It's not pretty, is it? It's not pretty. But look, both teams are just going to try and fight as hard as they can. Ghostin clutches back and forth now. I mean, D+, they have been fast now for the past 2 rounds. Like, lightning quick, Ollie. How quick they've actually been able to entry into the bomb site. But primarily in towards that top floor. They're not going to probably have the same opportunities whenever we look at the basement. You just can't walk in. Well, I mean, PSG, actually, they walked in that 1 round, didn't they? But it was kind of dealt with pretty quickly. So I don't think D+ will be attempting that again. They've only got the 1 hard breach, Ollie. So they're really limiting their options in terms of what they can open up. You look at the basement, you've got 2 hatches, which you would like to have opened up. You've got, what, 1 wall towards Snowmobile. You've then got the long angle wall over towards Wine. You've got the trench wall. So there's another 6 reinforced walls you have to open up. And only having just the 2, you kind of have to make your mind up. You either go for trench and wine cellar, or you kind of bury your head into the ground and go for Snowmobile. As soon as you open this up with a Thermite and there's no presence whatsoever towards Wine, which, to be fair, for PSG Talon, they actually have a castle towards that side, so he'll be able to hear if anyone is over there. And if there's not, they know it's going to be a main stairs push, along with a little bit of blue pressure, into the Snowmobile. And that's quite easy to defend once you know what attack the attackers are going to go for. Because it's quite difficult, as we know, for the attackers to get in there, because it's a big, massive breach you have to run through.
Warden going to activate the goggles. Soldier going to be credited with a kill off the back of it as well. JLT getting a bit too aggro. Coated. I'm not sure what he was going for there. Was he trying for a 360 or something? Woogieman's picked up his second. Really commanding the bottom of those blue stairs. 3 versus 3 with the breach open. Still a C4 for Soldier. And more importantly is the Warden. So any further stuns from that Dokubi, or from the Thermite for that matter, could land on deaf ears or blinded eyes. Ryder. He's going to be tucked in onto elbow in blue. With the hatch being held from above, It's unclear at this point what D+ are going for. Is it just a case of sending Woogieman in and hoping that he's able to pick up everything? Another kill coming in from that blue corridor. It's going to further weaken the two remaining defenders' position, and Ryder's going to have to try and move in to assist. There's barbed wire down there for Woogieman to contend with, so he's not going to be able to crouch walk down there for free. Well, breach being open, and MV Taylor looking a little bit unsure. Juggling the diffuser over toward Woogieman. It could be a plant behind the metal filing cabinet, especially if there's players in blue. That's going to be the mainstay.
It's
going to be the safest option. You're going to have to hope that your player on the breach can cover that C4 and shoot it out mid-air, potentially. It's all about this cross, though. Ryder in the absolute hot seat right now, but loses the engagement. That's Woogieman's 4th of the round. He can now start to get the plant down. Stuns go out. There's red pings available. We know that Warden's tucked into blue. Plant has been stopped, but the round stops as well. MV Taylor going to find him out there on that rotation. The Warden didn't know which way to turn. Good attack from D+. I
mean,
really took the time there.
It was a bare bones attack. Realistically, it's not the kind of way that we would see that attack play out. You're missing a lot of soft destruction more than anything. No blue pressure as well. I think that was quite risky trying to attempt the plant knowing that there's a guy in blue. More than likely has a C4 as well, so you're really banking that you can disable that whenever he gets tossed out. But fair play to D+. They make it work for themselves. Look, I think it was probably a winnable position for that 2v3. That's an all-important kill. You know, that player coming down the main stairs up against that Legion in sight. Whoever wins that probably wins the round, as we've seen. Dokkaebi wins that, Legion wins that into 2 versus 2. You still have the player in blue to deal with. The guy in the breach has to leave the breach. A whole lot of just knock-on effects that happen because of that engagement. But boy, Ollie, I mean, this game is just... I don't even know what to say anymore. I really don't.
All there is to say is that D+ are 2 rounds away from tickets to Montreal. And for PSG, in the way that we've gone on about them all stage, they'd won every single game right up until the last play day. And even then we made excuses for him. Even then we were like, well, you know, they've got first place. I'm sure they'll have tried hard, but, you know, they shouldn't be too hard on themselves for it. Now they've come into the best of 3. Fought through the playoffs. And the pressure's getting to him. You can see it. You can see that the pressure's getting to both sides, because both sides are making weird decisions and mistakes that we've not necessarily seen them make throughout the course of the stage. But still, the door is open if PSG Talon. I just think that this is a very important round, round number 10.
They're going to try and slow things down. You've got the Clash on board. Going to be great at just giving that information, but D+, again, the lightning fast attacks that they go for is incredible. They're straight into the site. Misa has been able to find one, but Woogieman isolating that individual engagement inside a connector. The kills flood through for D+. They have full control of site. Misa is there in the Warden, but he's slowly going to get taken out as JLT on that wraparound. It took them a while to get that coordinated, but still find the man, eliminate the Warden. The only player actually got a kill in this round is Soldier on the Clash. He was upstairs ready for a full top floor util execute, but it wasn't the case. D+, I mentioned before, they're probably the closest thing that we have in Korea to Brazil. You know, they are the Brazilian team of this league. The way that they can play, they just pick apart the defenses. They spot these opportunities. They go quick with these lightning fast operators, and boy, it is a spectacle to behold.
They understand the game so well, I think. Being able to identify that inside of the prep phase and to be able to pull that strategy out of the strat book and go, yeah, we're going to go for this one. We're going to go for this. We know that it works. Blitz sent through into the site and really put the pain on. These guys have set up for a full top clear. We don't want to play into that utility at all. We just want to play where they're weak.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's brilliant to watch. And you're right, Demo, they are the closest thing we've got to a Brazilian-styles team here in Korea. Which, if anyone knows, Brazil is a fairly high honor indeed to be compared to that region. Match and series point for D+ Kira, and I'm going to say it. They deserve it at this point. They play better Siege on the day. And I think that they've been ahead of PSG Talon in multiple aspects.
Great point. It just feels as though they're a chapter ahead, aren't they? And PSG Talon are just letting too many little things just get the better of them. Like, that's the third rush that D+ have went for in some capacity. And they've been caught out again. Whenever, you know, a team's playing this style of siege, because you have to be just caught onto it immediately, you know?
Yeah.
I think...
Well, look at how quickly D+ reacted when Talon did it.
PSG Talon feel as though they're kind of setting up just for, like, your atypical team. D+ aren't that atypical team. They're a bit of a, you know, the black sheep, aren't they? The region, where they are a little bit different because they have that little bit of Brazilian flair to them. But,
Pressure now on PSG Talon. They've not got a timeout.
And
there's nothing that can save them here. There's no safety net.
Just let everyone know, the reason why we do say they've got that Brazilian flair is because of the coaching staff behind them. They've got Mighty, former coach of NIP, world champion.
It's certainly trickling through into the playstyle. An opening pick onto Coated. Not the best of time things here, but Woogieman is doing his utmost. Not only in the series, but particularly on this map as well. Oh, you do worry there about that rotation. That was very well timed. Kiba barricade. Yas has potentially got away with one there as he ran across. He didn't really seem to show much heed toward that. Flores drone can come in, remove the barbed wire, allow a bit of a walk up there from library stairs. And all equal here at about the halfway point. D+ showing that they can play at multiple levels. They can do the fast and flashy rounds, and they can also take a step back.
Yeah, it's a good setup so far, isn't it? They've got full control of library. Just have to get the wall open, and then they can start looking at getting that plant down. And there's only a C4 ollie as the denial. That's it. Oh, just bait out one C4, and they should be fine. This is going to be really tricky now for PSG Talon to retake this. Nobody inside of office as well. So yeah, it's just a matter of time before D+ get stuck in and begin going for that plant. Gotti is the man we need to watch out for, as he has the C4 in hand. I wouldn't say he's in, you know, the safest of positions to try and go for that, especially if somebody comes to the double window. They rotate somebody over, which it looks like they're going to do. There definitely ain't going to be no C4 happening today.
He's going to start to go in. A logic bomb phone call and a plant from MV Taylor. There's no one in position to stop this. Misa might get a kill, but likely not going to mean too much. Woogieman, he might even be able to get himself outside. He's going to get softened up just outside of the breach there. And Ryder, he's left fumbling. He doesn't know which way to turn, and the shots are going to start to rain in. Yas has been picked up here. So it's 4 versus 3. There is an advantage, but it's not very long-lived. Misa and Gotti, they've got a lot of work to do right now. 2 versus 2 and soft attackers. 20 seconds, but clock is going to be the factor here. There's a BP looking onto the plant. Well, the defenders not going to be given the fortune of time. A downed Misa and Gotti with no choice. MV Taylor, he's going to play this one perfectly. Baits him out. Oh, go and get your kill, MV Taylor. Pick up your kill. D+. What a performance. A masterclass on Chalet. Dominant on Lair. And headed to Montreal.
Oh, MV Taylor. Big brain as always. Oh, D+. What a performance. Thoroughly deserved. PSG Talon just looked very weak. A lot of things surprised them today, which it shouldn't be. This is an aggressive team. They have that flair to it. The rushes worked really well. And then that last round, they slowed down the pace. They played really default, like really default. It's as picturesque as you can get a push going down on that top floor, as you can see. And yeah, the post plant held to perfection. All credit to D+. They deserve it. They beat the odds. I think everyone thought that PSG Talon would come in here, clean up house, whip their way into phase 2, but not the case. It's D+ going in as the phase 2 team from Korea. And PSG Talon, Ollie, they have to go again. Straight back into another qualifier. They're in the LCQs now.
Take him, get yourself back in here, mate.
You don't keep Envy Taylor away from LAN, and if somehow you actually do, then he'll come back with another team to knock you off your pedestal and go right back to LAN himself. D+ Kia are going to the Montreal Major, and it's absolutely well-deserved. But it's a team that we didn't think they were going to do with it. That's the thing. Envy Taylor coming into this team was only supposed to be a coach role. He was just supposed to be back-end support, trying to get these guys back up to where he figured they could be skill-wise, then jumps on the roster himself, takes the spot, and gets his squad all the way to Canada. It's a long flight all the way to the East Coast, boys, but congratulations, you've made it. They deserve it. But Ollie, for PSG to not close out Chalet is a gut-wrencher.
It's going to be a gut wrencher for them. I don't care. It really doesn't matter to me. I think they'll care though, and I think that Fabian will care a lot as well.
Entries.
D+, I mean, they fought from behind in nearly every single round. 9 entries for Talon. I think that just goes to show how many rounds Talon were throwing away, quite literally throwing away. D+K, the team that were able to adapt a little bit better on the day. I think they understood the pace of Chalet a lot better than PSG Talon did today. And, you know, PSG were trying things, and you just sort of watching them and you're going, this isn't the Siege that you guys play like. We know that you've got really good fundamentals. We know that you've got a couple of rush strats in you, but let's see your good fundamentals shine through. And that almost went by the wayside today, and they got dragged into the D+K way of playing things. And there was only one way that was going to go.
Yeah, and I think for D+ as well, it's a big statement that you're making. You come in as the third place team during the regular stage. They've beat the second and first place team in the league as well to get here. You can't say it's, oh, they've got luck of the draw, oh, they've had this, they've had that. They've had a really hard-fought victory to get to this point. I can't remember the last time we've seen like a third place team come in and being able to finish first. Has this ever happened before, where it's not been like the you know, top 2 being favorites getting those spots? Is this the first time it's happened?
You have me dive back through Wikipedia pages to answer that question now. I really want to check this.
I was going to say, are we both just really going to have to flick through the archives right now?
I'm going to check.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. It has to be.
I'm going to check. I mean, you're right.
There's no way. Yeah.
Traditionally, one of the top 2 teams that gets the bye usually is the team that goes. Oh, no, wait, no. To be fair, PSG were the number 3 seed going into stage 1 earlier this year. So if that answers your question, then it's not like getting top 2 is just a gateway you immediately go into the major because you play less games. No, it has happened before. D+ are not the first, but they're riding a wave, and they also finally, they were one of those teams that got top 2 back in stage 1, couldn't close things out, went to the LCQ, couldn't do it there, and now they have the opportunity to go right back to the major and put Korea back on the map, because it's been a hot minute since they were at the top, Ollie.
It really has, you know, and it's nice to see them performing at a good level as well. You know, it's one thing to beat other teams inside a career. It's another thing to beat PSG Talon, because we know them to be one of the best teams in the league, which we keep saying. And this result doesn't really take away from that. They are still one of the best. It just so happens that D+ were better today, and therefore will be, for a bit, the best team in Korea. You know, you look at the performances, and I look at players like Coated and JLT. Both of those players individually have had really good stages. Not, you know, stand out or anything like that, but they both have big moments, and they both come out with, you know, favorable statistics. You look at the performance today in this best of 3, JLT kind of went missing a little bit, to be honest with you. And Coated died 9 times on the entry. He didn't have the greatest day. But then you look at the top end of things, Woogieman, Envy Taylor, like, really putting in a big shift. Envy Taylor, the old vet, he's had probably the best stage of his life. He's come in and done some fantastic work. The thing that really stands out to me, and it's something that you highlighted, Demo, is that entry. You know, D+K, they were fighting from behind so often.
It's stuff like that you have to look at and say, how are you not being able to close those things out? You know, opening kills is a massive stat line, and you see some of the best teams in the world, whenever they have that lead, they don't lose that. They hold on to it forever. And I honestly thought PSG Talon were one of those teams. They've shown that throughout the stage. If they get that first pick, Ollie, they'll go on just to sometimes flawless their team. It happens a lot. But today, it was a pretty bad performance in just closing out those rounds, those mid rounds especially. I mean, I just thought that first defense for PSG Talon, that was the kicker. That 2 versus 4. We mentioned it. Is that going to be the round we'll look back and say that set off a chain of events? And the answer to that is yes, it is.
3 players for D+Kia came into today being within the top 10 in the league, and one of them is the MVP of the day. You want to take guesses on who it is? There's really only one guy it possibly could be. Boogeyman had his chances, but boom, it's Envy Taylor, MVP of the series. Only very, very closely edges out the performance that Boogeyman had across all 3 maps, but his play at the very end played perfectly to cinch in that post plant, gives D+ Kia yet another opportunity to travel overseas and do this entire process all over again. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to D+. They played lights out, and we thought this thing could have been over in 1 map. They push it back in 2, and it's great to see these guys back in an international stage again, Devo.
This guy's longevity is incredible. Like, it needs to be up there. It needs to be studied. Look, this guy, if you're having a big long table of the Siege greats, you've got Canadian, you've got Fabian up there, you've got Pengu. I think Envy Taylor has to have a seat. He has to, you know, for doing it for this long. You think back to the first event whenever he was with Mantis FPS, all the way back at the Paris Major in 2018. To see him still perform in 2024, and ironically against Fabian as well, who he played against at that event, it's wow, it's absolute cinema.
Brilliant to see Envy Taylor there, and you know, fully deserved. You know, I think back to a couple of the games that he's had, and I know that we've had a really nice time chatting about him at this stage. Overall, it's very well deserved that he gets the MVP. That last play, it was something that came through a lot of experience. It was something that really cemented the game and put a final nail in that coffin there. And then if he loses that last clutch, it could be a very different story, and it leaves the door open for PSG. And I think that, you know, the way that he played it and other contributions throughout the whole course of the series, he's well deserved.
Well, it's not done and dusted for the rest of South Korea's chances to go to Montreal. We just know who our champion is for right now. Every other team that you see on your screen that isn't D+ Kia is going to the South Korean LCQ, meaning that whether they're seated up against one another or not, they're all going to have a tough time getting back in contention for another spot. They're going to have to go through this entire process again. They're going to have to go through elimination stages again. They've already been facing one another super consistently over the course of the past couple of weeks, and then in the weeks before then, before the stage even began, the entire thing just feels like it gets a reset going into the LCQ, Wally.
I feel so sorry for all the teams in the LCQ, you know, Jacob. Like, all the teams that are sat there and they're like the likes of MIR and stuff like that, they're like, oh, right, so we lose to Talon, fine, whatever.
Right.
Drop down into the LCQ. They'll qual, like, through the main bracket. It'll be fine. They'll get through playoffs, and we'll have a chance. And now what you got is fuming Fabian, a team that feels like they've underperformed and have got a point to prove, that are now in an LCQ against a load of teams they've already beaten black and blue all stage. It's just a recipe for disaster. So I'll still sit here off the back of the performance today and say that PSG should be at the major. They should go through the LCQ. And maybe if you want to try and find a silver lining and huff some copium, you might say that it's better for them, because we tend to see, and certainly speaking to a lot of players, teams do prefer to go in through phase 1 because you get a lot more reps in ahead of phase 2, where things start to matter a little bit more. And if you're going cold there, especially after long travel and stuff like that, it can be a bit of a pain.
I think for PSG Talon, it's more of a case of how you respond and how you kind of dust yourself off and get yourself back on the saddle. For PSG Talent, look, it's not what they would have wanted. They want to be the #1 team coming out of Korea. We know the mentality of that team. They expect nothing but perfection with the project that they have built. I wouldn't even say trying to build. I think they've built it already. We can see that this team is a team who can contend. But it's all important now that they go and get that second spot. If they don't, it'll be a massive shame and a bit of a backstep. It's almost like you've done really well to rebuild this side, get them into the major for Manchester, and if you don't qualify for this event, it's almost like you've went 2 steps back. Surely the trajectory should always just improve. We've seen them qualify for EWC out of Korea. So this is the worry for PSG Talon. If they don't make it, the pressure's on. And then you never know what's happened. You don't know where they go from there, because they could maybe then not qualify for invite.
Yeah, PSG Talon are unquestioningly the main characters going into the LCQ, but at least for Stage 2, that book is closed. The last chapter's been written. We're in the epilogue at this point, and the guys who did it the authors of it all, D plus Kia, they're going to the Montreal Major. Congratulations to them. We are all done for South Korea in Stage 2. Next up is the LCQ. Stay tuned to Rainbow Six Socials to figure out exactly when that's happening, to see who the second representative from South Korea is going to be heading overseas to the Major. Gentlemen, thanks a lot for your hard work over the course of this stage. Always good to catch another broadcast with you, and hopefully it's not the last time until we get the chance to do it again. For all of us here, thanks a lot for watching. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned. Have a good one.